Hey there, my sleep buddies. Tonight, we begin with a story that has been on the list for quite some time now. How and why ancient humans started wearing clothes. Now, there is a lot to discuss with this type of topic, so let's get comfortable with some sleep, and maybe for you to learn a thing or two. But before we begin, if you're new to the club, welcome on in. We always do a delightful unwind routine here to get everyone in motion for the best sleep possible. Leaving a positive thumbs up review helps us to push this passion project further each time. Also feel free to let us know how your day was and what time it is for you and where you're listening in from. Now dim the lights, grab some water, and let's get into this together, shall we? Roughly 100,000 years ago, long before anyone had a word for winter, a human being picked up an animal skin and did something no other creature had attempted on purpose. They put it on. What followed that shivering instinctive act was one of the quietest and most consequential revolutions in the long history of being human. A story threaded through cold nights, bone needles, slow glaciers, and the persistent, deeply ordinary need to stay alive. In your head vividly, if you can, you're at the edge of a world that looks almost nothing like the one outside your window. The sky overhead is enormous in the way that skies only get when there is nothing taller than a person to interrupt them. The land stretches in every direction as pale grass and broken stone and low wind-pressed scrub. The trees exist, but they are scattered, lonely-looking things with no particular warmth to offer. The air coming off the open ground smells of minerals and distance, and it is, by any reasonable measure, very cold. Not cold the way your house gets when the heating fails overnight. This is the other kind. The kind that settles into rock and stays there across seasons. The kind that has been building for years, arriving a little earlier each autumn and releasing its grip a little later each spring, slowly shifting the world from something recognisable into something that needs new vocabulary to describe it. You are Homo sapiens, somewhere in the range of 90,000 to 100,000 years ago. The last glacial period is underway, not at its peak yet, but gathering itself with the patience of geological time. The glaciers are advancing in the higher latitudes, pressing southwards slowly enough that no single person will watch them move, but fast enough that over the course of a human lifetime the land changes noticeably. Rivers freeze deeper, coastal wetlands dry and harden. The woolly mammals that adapted over millions of years to cold conditions move freely through a landscape that a creature designed for tropical warmth is beginning to find genuinely hostile. That creature is you. Your body is doing what bodies do when they are cold and have no coat. The tiny muscles attached to each hair follicle are contracting, pulling each hair upright in a reflex so old it predates the existence of your species by millions of years. On an animal with a proper coat, this creates a valuable layer of trapped warm air just above the skin. On you, whose ancestors shed most of their body hair somewhere around 1 to 2 million years ago when they were ranging across the warm savannas of Africa, and the reduction in insulation made metabolic sense, the effect is mostly cosmetic. You get goosebumps. The wind continues as before. Evolution, it should be noted, is not particularly good at anticipating future climate problems. It responds to current conditions and does not file plans for the next several 100,000 years. Your relatively hairless body was a solution to a problem that no longer entirely applies. The cold is a problem that has not yet been fully solved. The solution, when it comes, will not arrive from your biology. It will come from your hands and your mind and your capacity to look at a thing and imagine using it differently. The world during the last glacial period was not uniformly frozen. That is a common misconception, possibly because the words ice age do a lot of work that the actual climate did not always deserve. Large portions of Africa remained warm, portions of coastal Europe were navigable, and the edges of ice sheets created their own unusual microclimates. But the trend was clear and the direction consistent. Global average temperatures were somewhere between 6 and 10 degrees Celsius, lower than those of the present day, and in the northern latitudes the drop was more pronounced. The growing season, the window in which plants produced the food that supported the animals that supported you, was shorter. Resources were less dense across the landscape. The margin between enough and not enough was narrower than it would have been in a warmer world. In this context, the energy cost of keeping your body warm was not trivial. Shivering burns calories. Sustained cold requires sustained fuel. A group living close to the edge of its food supply in a cold landscape faced a compounding problem. The cold demanded more energy. The landscape, shaped by the cold, provided somewhat less of it. Anything that reduced the energy required for basic thermoregulation, that freed even a fraction of metabolic effort for movement and hunting, and the business of surviving was worth having. The draped hide on a cold night was not just comfort. It was calories not burned shivering. It was the margin that got someone through to spring. Near the fire that evening, an older member of your group is working an animal hide. The deer was brought in 5 days ago. The meat has been eaten, the bone split for the marrow inside, and now the hide, which has been scraped and dried and scraped again, is being worked back to softness with both hands, pulled across a smooth round stone in long, repetitive strokes. The motion is almost meditative. The person doing it has been doing it for decades, and their hands know the work the way hands know anything they have done 10,000 times. There is something satisfying about watching it, even from a distance. The rhythm of it, the way the material slowly surrenders its stiffness and becomes something you might actually want against your skin. You sit close enough to the fire that the heat reaches your face and chest, and the cold finds your back simultaneously, which is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. This is the permanent arithmetic of sitting around a fire without a covering, and you have been tired of it for a very long time. Some of the most remarkable evidence for when clothing became a consistent human practice comes from an unexpected source. Lice, head lice, the kind that inhabit scalps and hair, have lived on humans and our ancestors for millions of years. They are, in their own way, deeply committed to the relationship. But clothing lice, which live specifically in the fibres of fabric and fur rather than on the body itself, are a genetically distinct variety. Researchers studying the point at which clothing lice and head lice diverged from a common ancestor, using the rate of genetic mutation as a kind of biological clock, estimated that the split occurred somewhere between 83,000 and 170,000 years ago. That is a wide range, but the implication sits clearly in the middle of it. By the time clothing lice existed as a separate population, with their own specialised biology, clothing was already a regular enough feature of human life to sustain a parallel organism entirely dependent upon it. This is not, admittedly, the most glamorous origin story for fashion, but the lice do not lie, and they have been quietly telling this truth for a very long time. A separate line of genetic research focused on when humans lost their body hair, using mutation rates in pigmentation genes as an indicator, placed significant hair reduction at around 1.2 million years ago. The long gap between that event and the emergence of consistent clothing, somewhere in the range of 1 million years or more of reduced insulation without a textile replacement, suggests a species that managed through behavioural adaptations alone, staying close to fire, seeking rock shelters, moving toward warmer regions when cold periods intensified. These were workable strategies for a long time, but they had real limits. You could not carry the fire with you. The shelter stayed where it was. Only the hide, once wrapped around a body, went where the person needed to go. The behavioural adaptation was about to become material. The hide by the fire is nearly finished. The older hands have worked it to a softness that is almost surprising, something that bends and drapes and gives rather than resisting. Someone lifts it and holds it up against the firelight, and it glows faintly amber, thin where it has been worked the longest and slightly thicker at the edges where the scraping was less thorough. A child reaches out to touch the near corner of it, and the adult lets them, watching with the particular attention of someone who has already decided this child should learn. You reach out too, when no one is looking, and press your fingers into the surface. It is warm from the handling. It is not quite leather and not quite cloth. Beneath your palm, it is very soft. Something about that softness stays with you, as the fire burns lower and the cold outside the ring of light does what the cold always does. The recognition that animal skins could be worn rather than simply used as bedding or ground cover may look obvious in retrospect. But obvious, in the context of early human cognition, earns its complexity. The shift from lying on a skin to wearing one required a form of lateral thinking, the ability to look at a material and imagine it serving a purpose it has never served before. That capacity for repurposing, for imagining a thing differently than it currently exists, is one of the defining features of human intelligence, and that capacity, once turned toward the problem of staying warm, did not stop at the draped hide. It kept going. It looked at the hide and asked what would happen if it were shaped more carefully. It looked at the shaped hide and asked what would happen if two pieces of it were joined together. It looked at two joined pieces and asked whether the join could be made tighter, flatter, stronger. Every step in the long history of clothing came from the same restless, practical intelligence that looked at a cold night and an animal skin, and decided that the world as currently arranged was simply not acceptable, and something was going to have to change. It was, in a very real sense, the first step toward everything you will ever put on your body. The relationship between early humans and animal hides is considerably older than clothing. Long before anyone thought to wear a skin, hides had uses. They lined sleeping areas, holding the cold of the ground away from the body through the night. They were stretched across gaps in rock shelters, or tied between stakes to create windbreaks. They were bundled and knotted into rough containers for carrying things, folded around food or tools, or the small valuable objects a group might transport from one seasonal camp to another. The hide was, in the material culture of the Paleolithic, the kind of resource that early humans reached for across a wide range of problems. It was flexible and strong and durable, and it came, at the cost of considerable effort, from the large animals already being hunted for food. The economy of it made sense. Nothing from a successful hunt was wasted, and the hide was among the most versatile parts of any animal taken. But wearing is different from using in a way that deserves attention. Using a hide as bedding requires no shaping. You spread it flat and lie on it. Using it as a windbreak requires no more than a supported vertical surface. But wearing implies a more deliberate relationship between the material and the body. The hide must follow the body's shape, at least loosely. It must stay in place during movement. It must do its job without requiring both hands to manage it. The earliest worn garments were almost certainly draped rather than constructed. A large hide, taken from an aurochs or a giant deer or a cave bear, is heavy enough to fall in place around the shoulders and stay there with minimal assistance. A thorn pushed through both front edges holds the overlap closed. A narrow strip of leather tied around the outside keeps the whole arrangement from shifting during movement. None of this requires a needle. None of it requires thread. It requires observation, and the recognition that a material already present in the group's daily life could serve an additional purpose. You would not look elegant, but you would be noticeably warmer, and in the hierarchy of Ice Age priorities, elegant did not make the list. Anthropologists examining stone tools from sites across Africa, Europe and Asia have identified scrapers with wear patterns consistent with sustained hide working going back hundreds of thousands of years. The scraper is one of the oldest and most widely distributed stone tools in the entire archaeological record, and when one is found with the particular surface polish that comes from repeated pressure against organic material, the most likely candidate is animal hide. These tools appear long before the first needles, which means that for a very long stretch of human history, the knowledge of how to prepare a skin was well established while the ability to sew separate pieces together had not yet arrived. What these early tool makers had was a thorough understanding of the material. What they did not yet have was a grammar to connect separate pieces into a unified whole. The preparation of a hide is more involved than most people today would guess. A freshly removed skin is wet and heavy, and will begin to decompose within days if not treated. The first step, called fleshing, involves scraping away the layer of fat and connective tissue from the inner surface with a flat, sharp tool worked in short, deliberate strokes. A large hide from a red deer or something comparable might take the better part of a day to flesh properly. The scraper must reach every part of the surface without tearing the skin beneath it, which requires a feel for the material that only comes from practice. After fleshing, the hide is stretched and dried. Pegged out across the ground with wooden stakes or tied between branches, the skin pulls taut as the moisture leaves it. Left to dry completely without further treatment, the result is a rigid, hard sheet that would make reasonable roofing material and an extremely uncomfortable garment. The next stage, called brain tanning, addresses this problem. The brain of the slaughtered animal contains a natural emulsifying compound that is unusually effective at softening a dried hide. The brain matter is worked into the damp skin, and then the hide is stretched and flexed repeatedly as it dries, each movement pulling the fibres apart, breaking the rigidity down in a process that looks and feels almost like a sustained argument between the person and the material. The hide resists. You work it. The hide stiffens again. You work it again. Eventually something shifts, and the material begins to give in a way it did not before. The result, when done well, is soft and strong and surprisingly pleasant to handle. But it has one significant limitation. If it gets wet and then dries again without further treatment, the rigidity returns. In a world where rain, river crossings and wet snow are unavoidable features of daily life, this is a meaningful problem. Smoking solves it. Holding a finished hide over a low, smouldering fire for several hours allows smoke particles to penetrate the fibres, chemically altering them in a way that prevents re-stiffening after wetting. A smoked hide, wet and dried a dozen times, will remain as supple as the day it was finished. This is not a minor refinement. In practical terms, smoking is what separates a garment that can be worn through a full season from one that becomes unwearable after the first river crossing. Evidence for smoked hides appears at several Paleolithic sites, mostly through chemical analysis of surviving fragments and the configuration of certain hearths that suggest sustained low-temperature burning rather than cooking fires. The practice is consistent across cultures that maintained hide-working traditions into the historical period, from subarctic North America to Siberia to Scandinavia, suggesting that the discovery was made independently multiple times, or passed through cultural transmission across enormous spans of geography and time. The animals most frequently discussed in the archaeological literature of Ice Age clothing are reindeer, red deer, aurochs, and cave bear. Reindeer hide in particular has a structure that makes it a genuinely excellent insulating material. Each individual hair is hollow, creating tiny air-filled tubes that trap warmth with more efficiency than solid shafted fur. Reindeer migrated in large herds across wide territories, making them consistently accessible to nomadic groups across northern Eurasia. The combination of practical quality and sheer availability makes reindeer the logical central material in the clothing story of that region. Smaller animals contributed to the overall picture as well. Fox, rabbit and beaver skins, too small individually to cover a body, were likely stitched or tied together in multiples to create composite garments. This is where the limitation of the draped hide becomes clear, because a composite garment made from many small pieces falls apart unless those pieces are joined firmly. You cannot drape a patchwork. You need a way to attach one piece to another in a join that holds under daily use. It is worth pausing here to consider how much time went into a single prepared hide before it was even ready to be worn. The fleshing, the stretching, the tanning, the working and reworking, the smoking, the repeated assessment of whether the result was good enough to last a full winter. Researchers familiar with traditional hide working practices estimate that a single large deer hide, properly prepared for garment use, represent something in the range of 10 to 20 hours of labour, assuming familiarity with the process and access to good tools. A composite garment made from multiple smaller skins would multiply that investment considerably. This was not casual production. It was skilled, sustained work of real importance to the people doing it. A poorly prepared hide that stiffened in the rain or cracked under repeated flexing was not just inconvenient. It was a material failure with direct consequences for warmth and protection. The person who understood hide preparation thoroughly was a valued member of any group, holding knowledge that could not be improvised in an emergency and could not be replaced by someone less experienced. That knowledge was passed down, watched, practiced, corrected, and practiced again across years of learning. Before clothing could carry meaning, it had to be built, and building it, rather than merely draping it, waited on an invention so small it could be lost in a handful of dirt, and so consequential it would eventually change the shape of the human foot over thousands of years. The oldest sewing needles found so far in the archaeological record are roughly 50,000 years old. That number deserves a moment of genuine appreciation. 50,000 years ago, a person sat down with a sliver of bone and shaped it, entirely by hand, into an object precise enough to pass a thread through a hole no wider than a few millimetres. The needle found at Denisova Cave in Siberia, associated with the Denisovan population that occupied the site, is made from the leg bone of a large bird. It is approximately 7 centimetres long, roughly the length of a thumb from base to tip. The eye at one end is drilled with a fineness that is difficult to appreciate without holding the object, and photographs alone are enough to make clear that this is not a crude or approximate thing. This is the result of careful thought, steady hands, and skilled execution by firelight in a cave in Siberia 50,000 years ago. The bone selected for needle-making needed specific properties. Not all bone is equally suitable. You want a tight, dense grain that holds its shape under the lateral stress of being pushed repeatedly through stiff hide. Bird bone, hollow but dense-walled for its weight, works well for smaller, finer needles. The long bones of deer or horse, split along the grain and work down to thin splinters, produce larger needles suited to heavier material. Ivory from mammoth or walrus tusk was used at some sites, particularly for needles that needed to combine strength with a slight flexibility that bone alone does not always provide. The initial shaping is done with abrasive stone. You hold the bone fragment against a flat, gritty surface and draw it in long, even strokes, wearing the material down gradually on each side until it narrows to the diameter you need. The point is formed last, usually, rubbing the tip against the stone at a consistent angle until it comes to a taper fine enough to enter material cleanly. Too blunt and the needle tears rather than pierces. The difference between a needle that works and one that does not is measured in millimetres at the tip, which means the error margin during shaping is approximately the width of a human hair. All of this, including the most demanding part of the process, is done without magnification and often by firelight. The eye is where the real skill lives. You are removing material from a location on the shaft that is already quite narrow, creating a hole while leaving the surrounding bone intact on all sides. The tool for this is a fine flint burin, a small pointed blade designed for boring and engraving, worked in tiny rotating strokes to gradually deepen the perforation without splitting the needle lengthwise. The work is slow. It demands a quality of focused patience that most people today, sitting in climate-controlled rooms with unlimited distractions available, would find genuinely surprising in themselves. Everything else must stop. Only the needle and the burin exist for a while. But the result is transformative in ways that extend far beyond the object itself. Before the needle, garments could be draped or laced. After the needle, they could be built. A sewn seam is fundamentally different from a tied one. It is flat. It holds tight along its entire length, without creating the gaps that wind finds and exploits. It does not loosen when wet and retighten in the wrong configuration when dry. A well-sewn seam connects two pieces of material into something that behaves under stress, as though it was always one piece. The fitted garment, possible only with sewn construction, is a specific technological achievement with significant thermal consequences. The gap between a draped hide and a fitted one is the gap between partial insulation and systematic insulation. A draped hide catches wind at the hem and allows cold air to circulate beneath it. A fitted garment with sewn sleeves and a closed front traps a stable layer of warm air against the body and holds it there. The difference in effective warmth between these two approaches in cold enough conditions is not a small one. Thread came from several sources, each with its own properties. Sinew, the tough connective tissue found along the back and in the legs of large mammals, was the most widely used. Split thin and dampened, sinew is flexible enough to be pushed through the eye of a needle and strong enough not to break under the tension of a tight stitch. As it dries inside the stitch, sinew contracts slightly, tightening the join in a way no plant fibre thread naturally does. This self-tightening property makes sinew-sewn seams more weatherproof than most alternatives, which is why sinew remained the preferred thread material in Arctic clothing cultures well into the period of historical documentation, long after plant fibres were available as an alternative. Human hair was used in some contexts. Thin strips of leather cut from the hide itself served as lacing in others. Plant fibre thread came later in the story, and in regions where suitable plants were available. The boot deserves specific attention, because foot covering is frequently overlooked in discussions of early clothing, but was arguably more immediately consequential for human movement than almost any other garment. Moving through Ice Age terrain without foot protection was a serious limitation on how far and how fast a group could travel. Rocky slopes abrade unprotected feet quickly. Frozen ground conducts cold into the body at the point of contact with startling efficiency. Stream crossings in near-zero water can cause dangerous temperature loss in the feet and lower legs within minutes. Evidence for early footwear is difficult to preserve since organic materials decay long before archaeologists arrive. But researchers examining skeletal remains from populations that used rigid footwear over long periods have found a consistent pattern of reduced robustness in the smaller toes. In barefoot or sandal-wearing populations, the smaller toes carry meaningful mechanical load during movement and develop bone density accordingly. In populations that wore enclosed, rigid footwear over many generations, the smaller toes are partially shielded from that load and show measurably reduced bone strength across the population. The human foot, across thousands of years of consistent shoe wearing, changed its shape in response to a technology. The needle made that possible because without sewn construction, the fitted enclosed boot could not be reliably made. The thread joining a leather upper to a sole is a remote but real ancestor of the slightly altered shape of your smallest toe. There is something vertiginous about following a consequence that far. A small hole drilled through a small piece of bone, multiplied across thousands of generations, reshaped the human skeleton. This is not the kind of consequence that fits neatly onto a museum placard. And yet the needle did something else beyond the physical. A sewn garment takes long enough to make that it becomes a project, something you begin on one day and return to across several. It is the kind of work that can be shared. One person cuts the panels while another prepares thread. A third person works the needle, while a fourth holds the material taut. The production of clothing, once it involved the needle, became a social act in a way that draping a hide was not. Communities made garments together, and the making was woven into daily life alongside everything else. Children watched and eventually participated. Young hands tried the needle first on rough, forgiving material where a misplaced stitch did not ruin the work. The skill transferred from one generation to the next, not through instruction in any formal sense, but through proximity and practice, the same way most essential knowledge moved in the Paleolithic. You sat beside someone who knew. You watched, you tried again. Clothing did not just keep humans warm, it moved them. This is the part of the story that tends to get lost in the more dramatic images of mammoth hunts and painted caves. We tend to think of clothing as a comfort technology, something that makes existing conditions more tolerable. But in the deep human past, clothing was also a mobility technology. It was the difference between a body that could sustain itself in a new environment and one that turned back before winter arrived. The human migration record of the Paleolithic is, among other things, a record of survival technology enabling geographic expansion. Modern humans appear in the fossil and archaeological record of Siberia at least 45,000 years ago, and some evidence pushes that date earlier depending on interpretation. These were not people who wandered a few hundred miles north of where their ancestors lived and found conditions pleasantly brisk. These were populations establishing occupation in some of the coldest regions on the planet, regions where winter temperatures drop to levels that are genuinely lethal to unprotected human biology within hours. They could not have done it without clothing, and the clothing they wore was not a single draped hide. The physics of staying warm in extreme cold are not complicated. The human body generates heat through metabolism, burning the energy from food to maintain its core temperature within a narrow range. When the surrounding air is very cold, the body loses heat to that air at a rate proportional to the temperature difference between inside and outside. In extreme conditions, the rate of heat loss far exceeds the body's capacity to generate replacement warmth, and core temperature begins to drop. When it drops far enough, the consequences are familiar, and none of them are good. Effective cold weather clothing addresses this by trapping a layer of air close to the body and preventing that layer from being replaced by cold air from outside. Still air is an excellent insulator. Moving air is not. The difference between a garment that creates a stable warm layer against the skin and one that allows convection to carry that warmth away is the difference between functional and dangerous in extreme conditions. This is why layering works, and why it was understood by Arctic populations thousands of years before any outdoor clothing brand invented a marketing name for it. An inner garment worn against the skin captures the warmth the body produces. An outer garment blocks wind and sheds precipitation. The space between them, when the fit allows for it, adds additional insulating dead air. The system is elegant in its simplicity and demanding in its execution, because getting it right requires materials and construction quality that took generations of iterative refinement to achieve. The Arctic clothing systems documented by anthropologists studying Inuit and Yupik peoples represent precisely this kind of accumulated knowledge. Cold weather garments in these traditions were routinely double-layered, with the inner layer worn with the soft or fur side toward the body, and the outer layer worn with the fur or smooth side facing outward. The two layers were designed to be worn with a deliberate gap between them, rather than pressed tightly together, because the trapped air in that gap provides meaningful additional insulation beyond what either layer provides on its own. The outer garment was also designed with careful attention to moisture management. Moisture accumulation inside cold weather clothing reduces its insulating value rapidly. This is a problem that European polar explorers in the 19th century kept rediscovering, despite having access to centuries of accumulated advice from people who had already solved it. Traditional garments address this by allowing the wearer to loosen openings at the wrists and hem to vent warm, moist air before it condensed inside the garment. This is subtle thermal engineering, developed without instruments or testing equipment, refined through the particular kind of knowledge that comes from living with the consequences of getting it wrong. Hood design in Arctic clothing represents a level of thoughtfulness that rewards careful attention. The hood must protect the face from wind without completely blocking peripheral vision. In a landscape where large predators are a real concern and weather conditions can change direction quickly, the ability to turn your head and see what is beside and behind you matters considerably. Traditional hood design solved this through a shaped brow that deflects wind while leaving peripheral vision largely unobstructed. The fur ruff, Projecting around the face opening creates a small zone of slightly warmer air in front of the face, reducing the shock of cold air on the sensitive skin around the eyes and nose without restricting sight. These are not improvised arrangements. They are the results of careful observation of how cold moves and how the body responds to it, developed over generations and passed down with the same seriousness as any other form of knowledge essential to survival. Early populations moving into colder latitudes did not arrive with fully developed cold weather clothing systems. They arrived with whatever technology they had, learned from what they encountered in the new environment, and modified their practices over time. The groups that survived in new cold environments were the ones whose clothing was good enough to sustain life through those first winters, and whose children could absorb that knowledge and refine it further. The terrain that expanding populations moved through created its own demands beyond temperature management. Dense woodland filled with undergrowth that catches and tears at unprotected skin. Rocky slopes that abrade knees and shins at every scramble. River crossings in water cold enough to cause sharp pain at the point of contact. Low-growing thorned vegetation that reaches exactly the height of a human leg, as though the landscape had a particular opinion about people crossing it without invitation. None of these features are immediately dangerous to a clothed person. All of them impose a cumulative cost on an unclothed one. A cut on a leg that becomes infected in a world without antibiotics is a substantially more serious problem than one that heals cleanly. Leather covering the shin, the knee, and the elbow, the surfaces most likely to connect with sharp rock or rough bark, is not armour in any dramatic sense, but it intercepts the minor injuries that, left to accumulate and occasionally infect, become the kind of major problems that remove people from their communities permanently. Footwear, as noted before, changed the biomechanics of the foot over generations, but it also changed the immediate arithmetic of a journey. A person with protected feet can move faster, farther, and with less pain than one without, and a group that can move faster and farther has access to more resources, more territory, and more options when conditions deteriorate. The competitive advantage of effective footwear across Ice Age populations was not marginal. Consider also the relationship between clothing and the supply chain of survival. A hunting group moving into new territory needed not just the clothing they were wearing, but the knowledge and materials to repair and replace it. The bone needle tucked into a pouch, the bundle of sinew thread, the scraper for working new hides taken along the way. These were not optional additions to the kit. They were as essential as the hunting weapons, because a group whose clothing failed in the middle of winter in unfamiliar territory had a problem that could not be solved by hunting skill alone. The maintenance of the clothing toolkit while travelling, keeping the repair tools accessible and usable, was its own form of discipline. It required someone in the group to track the state of the garments, to notice the seam beginning to pull apart before it failed entirely, to set aside the time for repair at the end of a long day rather than delaying until the problem became serious. This kind of preemptive attention to the material life of the group is a form of resource management that predates any formal concept of planning by a very long time. The first populations to establish themselves in northern Siberia, to cross the Beringian land bridge into North America, to push into the high mountain regions of Central Asia, were among the most adventurous travellers in the history of life on this planet. They went further and stayed longer in harder conditions than any primate before them. The clothing on their bodies was not incidental to that achievement. It was part of the mechanism by which it was possible at all. At some point, someone looked at a plant and had an idea that was genuinely not obvious. Plants do not look like fabric. They look like plants. They have stems and leaves and seed casings, and none of these components announce themselves as potential garments to the casual observer. And yet within many of them, running along the interior of their stems and beneath the outer layer of bark, there are long, strong fibres that can be separated from the surrounding material and twisted together into something that functions as thread. From thread you can weave. From weaving you get fabric. from fabric, you get a class of garments entirely different from anything achievable with animal hide. The shift from hide to fibre is not a replacement. Both remained in use simultaneously for thousands of years, and both continue in use today in ways that reflect their genuinely distinct properties. But the addition of plant fibre to the clothing toolkit opened possibilities that hide alone could not offer, particularly in warmer climates and warmer seasons, where the advantages of animal skin become less relevant and its disadvantages more noticeable. The oldest direct physical evidence for plant fibre processing comes from Dzudzuana Cave in what is now the Republic of Georgia. Researchers found fragments of wild flax fibre there, the kind that grows without cultivation in that region, that had been deliberately twisted into cordage and thread. Some of the fibres were dyed, coloured with natural pigments in shades of pink, turquoise and violet. These fibres have been dated to somewhere between 30,000 and 36,000 years ago. 36,000 years ago, a person was dyeing plant fibre thread in colours that served no functional purpose. That deserves a moment of quiet appreciation. The flax plant produces fibres of unusual quality among wild fibre plants. The individual strands run along the interior of the stem in long parallel bundles, and when separated from the surrounding plant material, they have a natural strength and smoothness that makes them ideal for fine thread production. But accessing those fibres requires a process called retting, soaking the cut stems in water for an extended period, sometimes weeks, until the outer woody layer breaks down through a combination of moisture and microbial activity, releasing the inner fibres. Retting requires planning ahead in a way that is easy to underestimate. You must cut the plant at the right stage of growth. You must submerge it in water and leave it for a period determined by temperature and plant variety, checking it periodically, because under-retted fibre is difficult to separate and over-retted fibre loses its strength entirely. You must dry the retted stems carefully before beginning the mechanical separation of the fibres from the outer plant material. None of this can be improvised at the moment of need. Fibre production requires placing today's labour in service of a garment that does not yet exist. That is a specific kind of thinking, and it is not trivial. Once the fibres are separated and dried, they are combed to align the individual strands and remove shorter tangled ones. The resulting prepared fibre is then drawn and twisted into thread through spinning. Early spinning was done by hand with a drop spindle, a weighted stick that uses gravity and the momentum of its own rotation to draw and twist the fibre continuously as it falls away from the spinner's hand. It is a deeply rhythmic process. Experienced spinners maintain it for hours while carrying on conversation, or watching children or moving slowly along a path, the spindle falling and turning below a hand that moves almost without conscious direction. The resulting thread, depending on how tightly it is twisted and how many strands applied together, ranges from fine enough for close contact garments to heavy enough for outer coverings. Thread quality determines fabric quality, and the fineness of some thread impressions found at Paleolithic sites suggests a level of spinning skill that required years of daily practice to develop and years more to refine. Weaving as a technology appears to have grown from the older and more widely evidenced practices of basketry and map-making. The basic logic of weaving, passing a horizontal element over and under a series of vertical elements in a consistent pattern, is the same whether you're working with flexible branches or fine spun thread. The transition from coarse to fine simply required finer materials and some means of holding the vertical threads under consistent tension, while the horizontal ones were inserted. Early looms were sometimes no more than 2 stakes driven into the ground with threads stretched between them. The principle they embody was the same one that would eventually produce silk brocade and canvas and every woven fabric since. Hold one set of threads vertical, pass another set through them at right angles, alternating over and under in a pattern, and you get a surface that is stronger than either thread alone. Nettles, which most people today regard primarily as an inconvenience to ankles in summer, contain bast fibres in their stems that can be processed into thread of reasonable quality. hemp has been used as a fibre plant across wide regions of Asia and Europe for a very long time, producing strong threads suitable for outer garments and carrying equipment. In tropical and subtropical regions, the fibres of palm leaves, banana stems and certain grasses have served similar purposes in the clothing traditions of populations without access to the animal hides of colder climates. Plant fibre cloth has properties that make it genuinely superior to hide in specific contexts. It is lighter, often considerably so. It tolerates washing without losing its structure or stiffening afterward. It breathes differently against the skin, allowing moisture to move through it more readily, which matters for comfort during physical activity in warm weather. In climates where the challenge is managing heat rather than conserving it, cloth is the better material in almost every practical sense. But cloth does not preserve well, and this fact more than any other gives the clothing story of the deep past its largest gaps. A piece of worked flint can survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the right conditions. A piece of woven linen, left unprotected in the ground, is gone in decades. What survives of early textile production is mostly the tools and the impressions, the fired clay objects at sites across Central Europe and Russia, bearing the marks of woven fibre pressed into them before firing, preserving in negative the structure of fabric that decayed long ago. Those impressions, some of them dating to 27,000 years ago, are extraordinary in their specificity. You can count the threads, you can see the weave structure, you can observe the direction of the twist in the spun fibre, and make reasonable inferences about whether a right-handed or left-handed spinner produced it. Someone wove this cloth, pressed it into soft clay, the clay was fired, the cloth decayed, and tens of thousands of years later a researcher brushed the dirt from the surface and saw the imprint of work so careful and so skilled that it took a moment to register what they were actually looking at. The cloth is gone. The memory of it, pressed into fired earth, remains. What those impressions do not tell us, and what remains genuinely fascinating to think about, is how the knowledge of spinning and weaving moved through and between populations. Did groups that had developed fibre skills trade that knowledge with neighbouring groups who had not? Did people who intermarried between communities carry the technique with them the way they carried their tools and their languages? The archaeological record suggests that fibre working knowledge spread widely and relatively rapidly once it was established, appearing across geographically separated sites in ways that are not easily explained by simultaneous independent invention. Knowledge travels with people. The person who knew how to spin was, in one sense, carrying that skill the way they carried a needle or a fire-starting kit. They were portable technology of the most fundamental kind, and the spread of textile production across the Paleolithic world reflects not just the appeal of the technology, but the mobility of the people who understood it. Clothing is rarely discussed as storage technology, but from very early on the garment was also a container, not in the way that a bag or a pot is a container, but in the subtler sense that everything worn on the body creates opportunities to hold things that would otherwise require a hand. A fold in a draped hide, a deep overlap at the front of a wrapped garment, a strip of leather tied around the waist that can support a hanging pouch. These are not sophisticated pockets in the modern sense, but they are the beginning of the same idea, which is that the body's covering can do more than cover. The distinction between carrying something in your hands and carrying it on your person is larger than it initially appears. Both hands-free changes what a moving person can do in the world in very direct ways. You can catch yourself on a branch when you stumble without putting something down first. You can pick up a useful object without the whole calculus of what to set aside. You can respond quickly to something unexpected, whether that unexpected thing is an opportunity or a threat, without the encumbrance of held objects. In a world where speed of response sometimes mattered a great deal, this was not a trivial advantage. For groups moving through terrain on foot for hours at a time, this was not an abstract consideration. A person who can walk for 6 hours while carrying tools, food, fire-starting materials, and medicinal supplies without using their hands is substantially more capable than one who cannot. The garment, as a carrier of these materials, multiplied what a single person could bring to any situation they encountered along the way. Belts appear in the archaeological record early, and their function as organising infrastructure is somewhat underappreciated in the broader story. A belt gives you a fixed point around the narrowest part of your torso where weight can be hung without requiring the garment above it to bear the load directly. The hips, anatomically designed to carry significant weight, are well suited to this arrangement. A belt-hung pouch on each side distributes weight symmetrically and keeps small tools and materials within easy reach of either hand without requiring any adjustment to the garment itself. The variety of objects found in burial contexts, arranged in ways consistent with having been worn or carried in pouches and wraps that did not survive, is considerable. Flint tools small enough to work fine detail. Ochre pigment, sometimes in the form of a prepared piece wrapped in plant material, pierced shells and animal teeth that show wear patterns consistent with having been strung or sewn onto something worn regularly, shaped pieces of mineral with no obvious tool function that may have served as personal objects of significance. All of these needed to go somewhere when their owner was moving. None of them were heavy enough to justify a dedicated bag for each one. What makes sense is a collection of small pouches and folds organised into or onto the garment itself, each holding its specific contents in a location learned by muscle memory over years of daily use. The Iceman known as Otzi, found preserved in the glacier ice of the Alpine border between Austria and Italy in 1991 and dated to approximately 5,300 years ago, provides the clearest single picture available of how a late Neolithic person organised their carried equipment. Otzi is younger than the deep Paleolithic story told here, but his equipment is so complete and so well preserved that it rewards close attention as an illustration of how sophisticated the clothing as carrier system eventually became. Otzi wore a grass cloak over an outer coat constructed from panels of deer, goat, and bear hide stitched together with sinew. Beneath the coat he wore a leather loincloth and separate leather leggings. His boots were made from deer hide on the outside and bear hide on the sole, with a net of twisted grass inside serving as insulation and moisture management. His hat was bearskin. Every one of these garments represented hours of preparation and skilled construction. Together they represent a complete cold-weather clothing system, refined over many generations. What he carried was equally considered. A copper axe with a U-handle, a longbow of yew, unfinished but near completion, with arrows in various stages of readiness, a flint scraper, a drill, and a flint-cutting flake, a bone tool for retouching blunted flint edges, a small kit including a bracket fungus with documented antibiotic properties, possibly used for wound treatment in the field, and sewn into his coat, positioned against his chest and protected from the exterior by the garment itself, a small pouch containing his fire-starting materials, tinder fungus, which catches a spark more readily than almost any other natural material, pieces of iron pyrite for striking those sparks, several fragments of dried plant material whose specific identity researchers are still studying. Everything in that pouch was essential. Everything in it was vulnerable to moisture, and everything in it was exactly where it needed to be, close to the body, shielded from the elements by the garment itself, accessible within seconds without requiring Otzi to open a separate bag or set down whatever he was carrying. The coat with its sewn-in pouch was designed to hold that pouch. The pouch was sized for those specific items. The placement against the chest rather than at the hip or back reflected an understanding of access and protection that did not require any formal design education to develop. Someone had thought about this problem carefully and arrived at a solution that still makes sense 5,000 years later. Children's carrying arrangements in many traditional cultures include features specifically designed for portability on the parent's body. An infant carried on a parent's back or chest in a wrap or sling shares the parent's body heat across the shared surface, and is considerably warmer than one carried in arms alone. The infant is also more secure and less likely to be set down accidentally in terrain, where setting a child down carries real consequences. The design of infant-carrying wraps reflects the same underlying logic as the pouch in Otzi's coat. You identify what needs to be kept close and protected, and you build the carrying solution into the garment rather than treating it as an afterthought. The history of the formal interior pocket in European clothing is, as a separate thread in this story, a tale with sharp edges. Pockets as internal compartments sewn directly into garments became standard for some people in the 17th century. The distribution of who had access to functional pocket space and who did not, and what that distribution revealed about assumptions regarding who needed to carry things independently, is its own long and pointed story. But the underlying need that pockets address is not 17th century at all. It is the same need that placed a fire kit against Otzi's chest 5,000 years ago, and the same need that prompted someone, 30 or 40,000 years before that, to fold a strip of hide into the front of a wrapped garment and place something irreplaceable inside it. The garment has always been more than a covering. From very early on, it was the infrastructure of a life lived in motion, keeping the essential things close to the body that needed them most. There is one more dimension of clothing as carrier that tends to be overlooked, which is the carrying of knowledge. The tools sewn into a garment or hung from a belt were not just objects. They were accumulated decisions about what mattered most, what a person needed to have available at all times, what could be retrieved from a cache, and what had to travel on the body. The garment in this sense was a record of how a person understood the world they moved through. A healer's pouch had different contents than a hunter's pouch, had different contents than a child's small bundle. The specific collection each person carried was a kind of autobiography written in stone and bone and dried plant material, legible to anyone in the group who knew what to look for. When a skilled person died, their garment and its contents sometimes passed to someone who could use the tools in it, the bone awl, the fire-starting kit, the pigment. These transfers were practical decisions with immediate consequences, but they were also, in a more subtle sense, a form of intellectual inheritance. The tools passed on because the knowledge of how to use them passed on alongside them, shared by the group and embodied in the objects themselves. Here is where something changes in the story. For tens of thousands of years, clothing was a response to physical problems. Cold, terrain, the need to carry things across distance. These were problems with clear parameters, and clothing addressed them with increasing sophistication as the technology improved. But at some point in that long development, warmth and protection became the floor rather than the ceiling. The garment began to carry something additional, something that cannot be measured in insulation value or tensile strength or carrying capacity. It began to carry meaning. The dyed flax fibres from Dudzuana Cave are the evidence that tends to stop people in their tracks when they first encounter it. 30 to 36,000 years ago, someone coloured plant fibre thread in pink, turquoise and violet. These colours did not appear by accident. The pigments used for each shade required specific materials and deliberate preparation. The person doing it knew what colour they were working toward and pursued it with intention. The colour does not keep you warm. It does not protect your knees from rock or your feet from cold ground. It does something else entirely. It makes the garment visible in a way that plain material is not. It makes it specific to a person or a group or an occasion. It places the garment, and by extension the person wearing it, in a category of things that matter beyond their immediate function. Ochre, the family of iron-rich mineral pigments ranging from pale yellow through deep red, has been found at human sites going back more than 300,000 years. At Blombos Cave in South Africa, archaeologists found evidence of ochre processing, the grinding and preparation of pigment into a usable colourant at around 100,000 years ago. Ochre was applied to bodies, mixed into adhesives, deposited in graves, and used to colour objects across an astonishing range of cultural contexts and time periods. The colour red, in particular, appears across diverse human societies, in context that consistently suggests significance, extending well beyond simple decoration. Whether ochre was applied to skin or to garments in the earliest instances is difficult to determine. A hide worn against a painted body picks up pigment from the skin beneath it. Pigment applied to the outer surface of a garment transfers back to the skin through wear. The boundary between body painting and garment decoration is, in the deep past, not always a clean line. What is clear is that both practices appear very early in the human record and both reflect the same underlying impulse. The body, natural and unmarked, is a surface that invites modification. The modification communicates something. What it communicates depends on the culture, the context, the individual. But the impulse to use the outer self to express something about the inner one, or about the group one belongs to, is persistent across every human society that has ever been studied. Pierced shells and animal teeth found at sites across Africa, the Middle East and Europe provide another line of evidence for early decorative practice. The oldest known deliberately pierced shell beads, found at sites in Morocco and South Africa, date to more than 100,000 years ago. A pierced shell does nothing useful on its own. It cannot cut, scrape or carry anything, but it can be strung and worn, placed on a body where it moves and catches light and announces its presence to anyone within sight. When beads of this kind were sewn onto garments rather than strung as separate necklaces, they became part of a surface covering a large area of the body. A large decorated surface is visible at greater distance than a single neck piece, and the pattern of bead placement across that surface could communicate things that a random scattering of the same objects could not. Archaeological evidence from several Paleolithic sites shows bead distributions consistent with planned visual arrangements across garment surfaces, suggesting that the garment itself was already being understood as a medium for expression. The Sungir burial site near the city of Vladimir in Russia, dated to approximately 34,000 years ago, provides the most striking available evidence for the sophistication of Paleolithic garment decoration. The individuals interred at Sungir were buried with extraordinary quantities of mammoth ivory beads, not hundreds, thousands. One adult was buried with approximately 3,400 beads sewn onto their garments. Two children buried together at the site had an estimated 10,000 beads between them, positioned in patterns consistent with a decorated hood, shirt, trousers and moccasins. The labour involved in producing those beads alone requires a moment of genuine reckoning. Experimental archaeology, the practice of making replicas of ancient objects using period-appropriate tools and methods, suggests that carving and drilling a single mammoth ivory bead takes somewhere between 45 minutes and an hour under optimal conditions. 10,000 beads would represent something in the range of 7,500 to 10,000 hours of cumulative work. These garments were not made quickly. They were not made by one person. They were made by a community over an extended period of time, and they were buried with the people who wore them, which suggests that the garments and their wearers were understood as connected in a way that extended beyond the practical. Seasonal clothing, garments made specifically for summer or winter use, implies a relationship with time that is distinctly human in its cognitive structure. Animals respond to seasonal temperature change through biological processes, growing thicker coats when cold approaches and shedding them in warmth. A human selecting a lighter garment in anticipation of summer, or beginning a winter garment in the weeks before cold arrives, is doing something cognitively different. They are holding a future condition in mind during a present one, and taking action based on that projection. This capacity, the ability to anticipate a state that does not yet exist, and invest present effort in preparing for it, is one of the features most consistently identified as distinctively human. Planning, in the proper sense of the word, requires it, and clothing requires planning in this sense almost by necessity. A winter garment takes time to make. The hide must be prepared, the sinews split, the needle sharp. If you begin making it when winter arrives, you're already cold. That arithmetic is simple. Acting on it requires holding the idea of cold in mind during the warmth of late summer, which is a more demanding cognitive task than it sounds from the inside. Seasonal clothing also implies storage, because you must keep the garments you're not currently wearing somewhere safe and dry, and accessible for when conditions change. This creates additional layers of material life, containers, designated locations, traditions around when to switch from one set of garments to another that eventually become embedded in cultural practice. Some researchers see in these practices the early roots of seasonal calendars. You know winter is coming not because you have observed the stars, but because your garments need to be ready. The group identity function of clothing appears early and persists. Different populations, even those living relatively close to each other geographically, develop distinct approaches to garment construction, decoration, and material choice. These differences were not always explained by local resource availability alone. They were also choices, ways of marking a community as itself, and distinguishing its members from those of neighbouring groups. This marking function could be as subtle as the specific pattern of beads on a garment, or the particular dye used to colour a border. From the outside, it made identification possible at a distance, which could be useful information in a world where knowing quickly whether an approaching figure was kin or stranger had immediate practical weight. From the inside, wearing the garments of your group was a daily act of belonging, a physical experience of membership that did not require language or ceremony to reinforce it. You put it on. The belonging was part of what you put on. Children learning to dress in the manner of their group were learning, among other things, where they belonged and who their people were. The garment was teaching in a form that did not announce itself as teaching. It was tradition made tangible, wrapped around a young body each morning until the patterns and materials and methods became part of the person wearing them. Within those cultural frameworks, individual expression was present from early on. The particular placement of an ornament, the choice of one pigment over another when both were available, the way a wrap was knotted or a fastening arranged. These individual variations are the human habit of personalising within a shared language, making the common thing slightly and specifically one's own. It is also worth noting that clothing, across cultures and time periods, has rarely been only about the living. The practice of burying people in their garments, or with their clothing-related tools, appears very early and very widely. The Sungir burials are among the most dramatic examples, but they are far from isolated. Grave goods that include hide-working tools, needles, pigments and beads are found at sites across the human range from at least 30,000 years ago onward. The garment, it seems, was understood as belonging to the person who wore it in a way that extended beyond their death. This is a form of recognition, an acknowledgement that the things a person wore were not just materials, but expressions of who they were, connected to their identity in ways that made it wrong or incomplete to separate them at the moment of burial. Whether this reflects belief in an afterlife, a sense of personal property, or simply the practical recognition that a garment well fitted to one person would fit no one else, quite the same way is impossible to determine from the outside. Probably all of these were true at different times for different people. The impulse to dress the dead is ancient, and it speaks to the weight that clothing carried, not just on the body but in the mind. The care taken with clothing in the deep human past says something about how these objects were valued. The bone needles found at Paleolithic sites show patterns of resharpening that indicate extended use over long periods. A needle resharpened many times, worn down toward its eye through years of work, was a valued object maintained carefully rather than discarded when it showed wear. The hides that survive in exceptional preservation conditions frequently show patches and repairs, places where a tear was sewn closed rather than the garment abandoned. These were not disposable items. They were maintained across time, repaired when damaged, and passed down to others when their original owners no longer needed them. The hours that went into making them justified the hours that went into keeping them whole. There is something in those repaired seams that is easy to miss if you are not looking for it. The The decision to repair rather than discard is an investment in the future. You are sewing a hide back together because you believe it has more use left in it, because the effort of the repair is worth the continued life of the object. That belief, the belief in an object's future value, is its own form of commitment to tomorrow. You do not repair things you expect to throw away. You repair things you intend to keep. You are, right now, at the far end of this story. Everything you put on your body today, whatever thought you gave it or chose not to give it, is the current expression of a practice that has been continuous for at least 100,000 years, and very probably longer. Every pocket, every seam, every choice of material or colour or weight or style has a lineage that reaches back through tens of thousands of winters to cold nights and scraped hides, and the slow, patient recognition that the world outside the body is something that can be negotiated with if you dress for it carefully enough. The bone needle is still in there somewhere. You just cannot see it anymore. Sleep well. You earned that warmth the long way, and there you have it, my hide scrapers. 100,000 years of staying warm, staying covered, and slowly, without any grand announcement, turning a survival instinct into something that tells the world who you are before you say a single word. If tonight's wander through bone needles, smoked hides, ancient dye pots, and the surprisingly consequential history of the pocket left you feeling a little more connected to the long, patient story of being human, consider dropping a comment about which part surprised you most. The lice research tends to get a strong reaction. It earns it. If stories like this one bring you back at the end of your day, a gentle subscription costs nothing and helps more of them find their way to people who need a good reason to close their eyes. Sleep well. The world has been trying to keep you warm for a very long time, and for tonight at least, it appears to be working. Off the northern tip of San Francisco, where the bay narrows and the fog comes in so thick you sometimes cannot tell water from sky, a small wedge of rock sits anchored in the cold current. For 29 years, beginning in the summer of 1934, that rock held a federal penitentiary that became the most discussed prison in American history. Tonight, you're going to settle in and learn why the island was considered escape-proof, and why the story of the men who tried anyway is one of the strangest and most enduring mysteries the country has ever produced. You do not need to stand on the island to understand it. You just need to find a map of San Francisco Bay, locate the narrow gap where the Pacific Ocean presses through the Golden Gate, and notice that small grey blotch of land sitting in the middle of it all, like a stone dropped from a great height and left exactly where it fell. Alcatraz Island is roughly 22 acres of solid rock, sitting about 1.25 miles from the nearest shore. In terms of raw distance, that does not sound like much. On a clear afternoon, you can stand on the island's eastern edge and watch the ferry commuters down on the Embarcadero going about their morning routines. You can see the rooftops of Fisherman's Wharf. You can make out the pale outline of the Bay Bridge stretching east toward Oakland. The city looks close enough to swim to. That impression was what made Alcatraz so effective, and also, in a quietly merciless way, what made it so wearing on the people confined there. The distance was real, but the water between the island and the city was something that distance numbers alone could never fully explain. San Francisco Bay is not a gentle body of water. Its surface might look flat and grey on a foggy morning when everything blurs together at the edges, but underneath that surface the bay moves in ways that have nothing to do with the stillness it sometimes projects. The tidal flow through the Golden Gate pushes enormous volumes of water in and out twice each day, driven by the ocean pressing from the other side. At certain points in that tidal cycle, the water moves fast enough that even an experienced swimmer working at full effort would struggle to make forward progress against it. The current near Alcatraz does not run in one consistent direction. That is part of what makes it so treacherous. During a flood tide, water pours in from the Pacific and moves northward and eastward through the bay. During an ebb tide, the reverse happens, and the water races back out toward the ocean. Alcatraz sits in a section of the bay where those tidal shifts create unpredictable eddies, swirling pockets where the water changes direction without announcing itself. A swimmer aiming for a particular shoreline could be pushed sideways, then back, then carried well past the intended target before realizing what had happened. And then there was the temperature. This is the detail that surprises most people who think about escaping from Alcatraz as an abstract exercise. The water in the bay averages somewhere between 50 and 55 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the year. In the summer months, it can inch upward toward 58 or 59 degrees. In the winter, it drops closer to 50, or just beneath it. The dense fog that blankets the bay for much of the year does not help. Neither does the wind that funnels steadily through the Golden Gate, which cools the surface of the water even on the warmest afternoons. 55 degrees might sound manageable if you're thinking about cold showers or a swimming pool kept deliberately cool, but a human body submerged in 55-degree water begins losing heat at a rate far higher than in air of the same temperature. Water pulls warmth from the body roughly 25 times more efficiently than air does. Within 15 to 30 minutes in water that cold, most people begin experiencing the early stages of hypothermia. Muscle coordination weakens first. Judgment becomes unreliable shortly after. The urge to simply stop moving and float comes on with a quiet insistence that is very hard to refuse, even though resting in cold water is precisely the worst thing you can do. The distance from Alcatraz to the nearest shoreline was about 1.25 miles. In ideal conditions, in calm water, a strong swimmer might cover that in 30 minutes. In the bay's actual conditions, accounting for the tidal push and the cold and the constant wind and the weight of wet clothing, that same distance could take twice as long or more. The math, once you run it honestly, is not encouraging. The island itself offered no easier path to the water's edge. Alcatraz does not have a sandy beach where you might wade in at a comfortable angle. The rock rises steeply from the waterline on nearly every face. The northern and western sides of the island are lined with cliff faces in many places, pale and crumbling, dropping directly into the channel. In other sections, the shoreline is covered with slick rocks and irregular outcroppings that would be brutally difficult to negotiate in the dark while cold and wet and already running on empty. The island had a long history before the federal prison arrived. Spanish explorers noted it in the 1700s and named it La Isla de los Alcatraces, meaning the island of the pelicans, for the large seabirds they found nesting there. The pelicans shared the rock over the centuries with cormorants, gulls and herons, none of whom seemed particularly bothered by the human institutions that came and went around them. The army used the island as a military fortification beginning in the 1850s, blasting gun emplacements into the rock and building fortified walls along its upper edges. By the Civil War era, it had become the first military prison west of the Mississippi, holding Confederate sympathizers and soldiers who had broken regulations. By the time the Federal Bureau of Prisons arrived in 1934, the island had already spent decades being used as a place to put people that other institutions did not want nearby. The transition to a federal maximum security penitentiary was, in a sense, just the latest chapter in a long institutional history of deliberate isolation. The birds do not make the place feel welcoming either. Alcatraz hosts one of the largest nesting seabird colonies on the California coast. Western gulls, Brandt's cormorants, pigeon guillemots, and black-crowned night herons all nest there in considerable numbers. In the spring and early summer, the noise from those nesting colonies is genuinely remarkable. A layered chorus of calls and squabbling that fills the air around the island's outer edges for months. The smell, frankly, is something you do not forget in a hurry. Generations of prisoners who lived through the nesting season had varying responses to the birds. Some found them oddly reassuring, something alive and genuinely unbothered in a place defined entirely by restriction. Others found the noise and the accumulated scent just another layer of discomfort in a setting that already had no shortage of it. At night, the island developed its own particular texture of sound. The foghorn at the Golden Gate called out at regular intervals, that long, low note carrying across the water and settling into the cell house. The sound of current working against the rocks below was always present, not the dramatic crash of surf, but the quieter, more persistent conversation of moving water finding its way around stone. Somewhere across the channel, the lights of the city glowed softly through whatever fog was in that night, close enough to see and completely out of reach. The wind deserves its own mention. People who have spent time on the island, as visitors, as former staff, as researchers who have documented its history in detail, tend to return to the wind when describing the sensory experience of being there. It is not a dramatic wind in the way of coastal cliffs where you have to lean against it to stay standing. It is more persistent than that. It moves across the top of the island almost constantly, funneled by the surrounding water and shaped by the gap at the Golden Gate, and it has a particular quality of coolness that does not relent even on summer days when the city across the bay is warm and clear. You can stand in the recreation yard on a June afternoon and watch the city in its short-sleeve weather while pulling your jacket tighter on the island, which is its own version of psychological torture. The view of San Francisco from inside the prison was, by all accounts, one of the more quietly wearing features of confinement there. On clear days, which come regularly in the fall, months after the summer fog patterns break, you could see the city in considerable detail from certain positions inside the building. The sound of the city carried too, muffled by the water but present, traffic and foghorns from the shipping lanes and the distant sounds of a place going about its normal business. Several former prisoners described the experience of hearing and half-seeing a normal city from inside an abnormal situation as something that settled into the bones after a while, in a way that was different from ordinary homesickness. It was not hard to understand why the Bureau of Prisons chose this location. The bay was the fence. The cold and the current were the walls that did not need concrete or steel to function. When the federal prison opened in the summer of 1934, the location sent a message that required no formal announcement to accompany it. This place was chosen because leaving it was designed to be a problem that solved itself before it could be fully formed. The island sat in the water, occupied and grey, wrapped in its daily fog. The city watched from across the channel. The current ran cold beneath the surface, indifferent the way geography always is. And inside the rock itself, a particular kind of architecture was already in place and waiting. The cell house at Alcatraz was not the largest prison building in America. It was not the tallest, nor the most elaborate in its construction, but it was built with a methodical thoroughness that reflected precisely what the Bureau of Prisons intended when they took over the island. The building dated from 1912, when the Army constructed it as a military prison. By the 1930s, the Bureau had reinforced the structure and installed new security systems designed to address the specific problems that other federal facilities had already experienced. The result was not a revolutionary design. It was a patient accumulation of solved problems, layered one on top of another. When you walk through the main entrance of the cell house today, as a visitor to what is now administered as a national park, the first thing you notice is the scale of the interior. The building stretches the length of a city block, divided into long parallel rows of cells arranged in tall freestanding blocks. The main blocks were designated a block, B block, C block and D block. B block and C block sat back to back in the centre of the building, creating a wide central corridor the prisoners eventually nicknamed Broadway. The name was ironic, the way prison humour tends to be. This particular Broadway was 40 feet wide and about as bright as a foggy afternoon indoors, which in San Francisco is saying something. Each cell was 5 feet wide and 9 feet long. If that is hard to picture, imagine a standard bathroom in a house built before the 1970s. Then place inside that space a bunk, a narrow desk, a small shelf, a toilet, and a sink. The ceiling was just high enough that a person of average height could stand without touching it. The front wall of each cell was solid tool-resistant steel bars. The back wall was concrete, painted over so many times that the accumulated layers had developed a texture of their own. Those bars were not standard steel. When the Bureau of Prisons renovated the facility in 1934, They replaced the original military-era bars with a hardened alloy designed specifically to resist cutting and filing. A hacksaw blade, the traditional instrument of fictional prison breaks, would make almost no impression on them. A prisoner pressing a blade against the bars for the first time would find it skittering uselessly across the surface, leaving a faint silver scratch and very little else. The effect on morale was presumably not inspiring. The locks on the cell doors operated from a central mechanical panel at the end of each block. A guard could open any individual cell or any group of cells from the control panel without approaching the bars directly. The keys to individual cells were not carried by guards walking the tiers. They stayed in the control room, behind a separate layer of access. The arrangement meant that a prisoner who overpowered a floor guard would find himself holding a person rather than a key, which was a significant design improvement over earlier facilities. Running along the full length of the cell block corridors, elevated above the floor, was the control gallery, a barred passageway where armed officers could observe the entire length of the block without setting foot in the prisoner area. The gallery officers carried weapons that floor officers did not. The separation of armed and unarmed staff in different physical zones reduced the risk of the prisoner seizing a weapon during a close encounter. It was the kind of detail that looks small on paper and matters enormously in practice. In the dining hall ceiling, the Bureau had installed gas dispensers, positioned so that a full charge of tear gas could be released into the room within seconds. If an organised disturbance broke out during a meal, the prisoners were aware of this system. The staff considered its awareness among the prison population to be part of its deterrent function. A riot that never started required no gas at all. The main corridor of the cell house connected to several functional areas of the facility. The dining hall was large enough to seat the entire population at once. Tables were bolted to the floor. Utensils were counted after every meal, a practice that sounds tedious until you understand that a spoon bent at the right angle becomes a tool, and a fork tine given sufficient patient work becomes something a determined person can use on a lock. Counting every piece of cutlery added minutes to each clean-up, and it meant that equipment did not quietly accumulate in the cells. Beyond the dining hall was the recreation yard, an outdoor space on the south side of the island that offered the only open-air time most prisoners received during the week. The yard was enclosed by walls on the sides facing the interior of the island, but the outer edges open toward the bay. The view on a clear day was, in the maddening way of enclosed outdoor spaces, genuinely beautiful. You could see the Marin headlands rolling toward the water to the north. You could see the Golden Gate Bridge rising from the channel less than 2 miles away. You could hear the horns of ships passing through. Armed guards in towers above the wall line had clear sight lines across the entire yard. The towers connected to the interior control system by telephone, so anything unusual could trigger a facility-wide response within seconds. Additional observation posts were positioned around the island at intervals that created overlapping fields of view with no significant gaps. The warden's house sat on the northern end of the island, a Victorian-era residence that looked almost domestic against the industrial backdrop of the cell house behind it. Staff quarters occupied other sections of the island as well. Alcatraz was a functioning residential community alongside its function as a penitentiary. Correctional officers lived there year-round with their families. Children grew up on the island and took the morning ferry to school on the mainland. The presence of those families created an atmosphere genuinely unlike any other maximum security facility in the country, where domestic life and high-security confinement operated within a few hundred yards of each other, connected by the same foghorn and the same cold water. The children rode bicycles along the narrow roads. Families kept small gardens in the thin, salt-dried soil. The foghorn called out across the bay at night, and everyone on the island, prisoner and family member alike, fell asleep to the same sound. The correctional staff at Alcatraz were selected with care and trained specifically for the environment. The Bureau of Prisons understood that an institution designed around close monitoring required officers who were attentive without being reactive, consistent without being rigid. New officers spent considerable time learning the rhythms of the specific population they were managing, the individual habits of each prisoner, the relationships between them, the small behavioural shifts that might indicate something building beneath the surface. An officer who knew that a particular prisoner always ate quickly and returned to his cell promptly would notice if that pattern changed. Knowing what normal looked like was the foundation on which the entire security system rested. The island also maintained a medical facility that handled routine care and stabilised more serious situations before transferring patients to mainland hospitals. The medical officer's records from the Bureau of Prisons include documentation of injuries, illnesses, and mental health observations that collectively fill in a picture of what sustained confinement did to a population over time. The domesticity of the island's surface life did not soften the interior of the cell house. The prison operated on a rigid schedule enforced by count. Official counts happened multiple times throughout every day, with guards physically moving through the cell blocks to confirm the location of every prisoner. The count did not pause at night. Guards conducted rounds through the sleeping hours at regular intervals, shining flashlights into the cells to confirm that the shape under the blanket was a human being and not an arrangement of rolled clothing. That particular detail would become important later. The design of Alcatraz as a secure facility was not built on any single clever innovation. It was a systematic layering of responses to known failures at other institutions, stacked in a way that made each barrier reinforce the ones around it. You could not solve one problem without immediately running into the next. Getting through the bars led to the corridor, which led to locked gates, which led to the exterior, which led to the cliffs, which led to the cold bay. It was a philosophy of security built on patience and repetition, rather than any single dramatic mechanism. No element of Alcatraz's design was flashy or theatrical. The whole structure was simply very, very thorough. A morning at Alcatraz began before the light was good. The wake-up bell rang at 6:30, or sometimes earlier depending on the shift schedule. You imagine lying in one of those 5x9 cells as the bell cuts through the dark, the grey pre-dawn light just beginning to find its way through the narrow window set into the back wall. The window was small, perhaps 8 inches across and 4 feet tall, fitted with thick glass and heavy bars on the outside. It let in light but offered no real view of anything except a thin strip of sky, or, if your cell faced the right direction, a narrow band of the bay. The morning count began within minutes of the bell. Guards moved through the cell blocks with practiced efficiency, checking every cell, confirming every face. If anything was off by even one, everything stopped until the discrepancy was resolved. The count had to be clean before breakfast could proceed. The walk from the cell block to the dining hall was brief, supervised, and conducted in relative quiet. Talking in line was not permitted during the early years of the prison's operation. The rule softened somewhat as the decades passed, but the dining hall retained its controlled atmosphere throughout the institution's life. You sat where you were assigned. You ate what was served. You did not linger after finishing your tray. The food at Alcatraz was, by most accounts, genuinely adequate by the standards of American prisons in the mid-20th century. The Bureau of Prisons had made a deliberate decision to provide sufficient meals, and that decision was only partly generous in spirit. A prisoner who was not hungry had fewer legitimate grievances to organise around. The menu rotated regularly. Hot meals appeared in the morning. Vegetables showed up on trays with real consistency. This was not kindness exactly, it was management. After breakfast, work assignments began. Alcatraz operated several industries inside the facility, including a substantial laundry operation, and, during and after the Second World War, a factory that produced military goods, including cargo nets and furniture for the armed forces. The laundry was central to the island's working economy. San Francisco's military installations and certain civilian institutions sent their washing to Alcatraz, where prisoners worked the machines in a room that was permanently loud, permanently damp, and permanently saturated with the smell of industrial soap and hot fabric. The work was not stimulating, which was partly the design. The institutional philosophy held that idle time created problems, but the repetition of the same tasks in the same rooms over years had a compounding effect that the designers may not have fully calculated. A prisoner doing the same job in the same room with the same people watching for months, then years, experiences a particular kind of erosion that is different from either boredom or despair. It is closer to the feeling of a clock that never changes its sound. The view from the recreation yard on those clear fall afternoons cut both ways. The Marin headlands were visible, and the bridge, and the city, and the ships. Some prisoners found the view motivating in a way that kept them focused on the future. Others found it an added weight, the city sitting there like a thing deliberately placed just out of reach. The Bureau of Prisons had not intended the view as a psychological instrument. It was simply an effect of geography, the way the island sat in the bay. But the effect was real, and the men who spent years there accumulated it the way you accumulate any repeated experience, a little at a time until the total is something you have to actively manage. A small number of prisoners pursued formal education during their time at Alcatraz, working through correspondence courses offered through mainland institutions. The prison's records from the Bureau of Prisons document completed coursework in subjects ranging from drafting and bookkeeping to literature and history. A few prisoners earned credentials that proved genuinely useful in their lives after release. The institutional file for one man who served multiple years at Alcatraz in the 1950s notes that he completed enough coursework during his confinement to qualify for several professional certifications upon leaving. Whether the island's isolation contributed to his academic focus, or whether he would have pursued it in any setting, is the kind of question the records cannot answer. The count happened again at noon, again in the afternoon, again at dinner, again at lights out, again in the middle of the night. The prison recorded its count totals with an institutional care that bordered on the devotional. Discrepancies were not tolerated. If the numbers were off, the count repeated. If the numbers remained off after a second pass, a third count took place and an alarm was raised. The efficiency of the count system was a point of genuine professional pride among the staff. A clean count meant a well-run shift. An off count meant something had broken somewhere in the system, and finding that break was the immediate priority for everyone in the building. The rules governing behaviour inside the cell house were extensive. Prisoners were permitted to read in their cells. The library stocked a rotating selection that covered fiction, non-fiction, and educational materials, and prisoners could request specific titles through a formal process. Some prisoners used their cell time to study, earning high school equivalency credentials or taking correspondence courses. A few learned to read fluently during their time on the island, having arrived without that skill. They were permitted to write letters, though those letters were reviewed by staff before being sent. They could receive mail under the same supervised conditions. Religious services were available and attended in reasonable numbers. A limited music program allowed certain prisoners to learn instruments, and on some evenings the sound of a practiced guitar or a halting clarinet would drift through the cell block, blending with the foghorn from the bay. The combination of those two sounds, the human effort of someone working through a difficult passage of music and the indifferent mechanical call of the fog signal outside, had a quality that former prisoners mentioned in separate accounts over the years without any apparent coordination. It was the kind of detail that lodges in the memory and stays there. Visitors were permitted, but the conditions were formal and the time was limited. Family members could come on scheduled days, sitting across a supervised table in a dedicated room. Conversations were brief by design. Physical contact was minimal. The visiting room held a kind of compressed emotion that former prisoners tended to describe in similar language, regardless of when they were there or who they were visiting. You were in the same physical space as someone you loved, but the closeness felt provisional, like being allowed to stand in a doorway without being invited fully through it. The population of the prison at any given time was small compared to most federal facilities. Alcatraz rarely held more than 300 prisoners at once. That smaller number made individual monitoring more intensive than it would have been in a larger institution. Guards knew prisoners by name, knew their work assignments and their habits and their associations. In a facility holding 2,000 people, a prisoner might achieve a kind of practical anonymity. At Alcatraz, anonymity was simply not an available resource. The privilege system added another layer of control. The rewards available were not elaborate. The ability to purchase items from the commissary, access to the recreation yard, use of the library and music program, these were the benefits attached to compliant behaviour, and they could be revoked for infractions. The loss of yard access in a place where the yard represented the only open sky in a given week was a meaningful deprivation. Prisoners who had spent time in the disciplinary section in D Block described the isolation as disorienting in ways they found genuinely difficult to put into words afterward. The quiet there had a different quality from the ordinary quiet of the main cell blocks. It had texture. The physical design of the facility contributed to a persistent sense of being observed. The open structure of the cell blocks meant that sound travelled in revealing ways. A guard walking the tier above sounded very close. Conversations in nearby cells moved through the concrete. The counting rounds happened in plain sight of any prisoner who happened to be awake. At Alcatraz, you were almost never alone in the way that word usually means. The island itself surrounded the entire structure around the clock, a perimeter of cold water and steep rock that required no active supervision to maintain its function. The genius of Alcatraz as a place of confinement was not that it made escape physically impossible. No physical system is entirely impossible to defeat given enough time and ingenuity. The genius was that it made escape exhausting to contemplate seriously. Every barrier was backed by another barrier. Every problem a prisoner could solve created an immediate new problem just behind it. The island was not merely a geographic fact. It was a daily argument, delivered without words, that staying was considerably less costly than leaving. Most prisoners across the years found that argument persuasive. A few did not. Between 1934 and 1962, 14 attempts were made to escape from Alcatraz. Those 14 attempts involved a total of 34 men, since several were group operations rather than individual efforts. Of those 34, 6 were shot and killed during their attempts. 5 drowned or were presumed drowned in the bay. 23 were caught and returned to custody. 2 were never found and were listed as missing, presumed dead. Those figures come from the records of the Bureau of Prisons and have been examined and cross-referenced by researchers, journalists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation over the decades since the prison closed. They represent a genuine accounting of a pattern of failure that, taken together, explains why the 1962 escape became significant in the way it did. It was not the first attempt to leave Alcatraz. It was just the first one where the ending was genuinely unknown. The early attempts in the 1930s tended toward improvisation and desperation, reflecting the shock of a new and unfamiliar environment. In April of 1936, a prisoner tried to use a driftwood plank to float himself across the channel. Guards caught him before he reached the water. The attempt was over almost before it started, but it established a pattern that would repeat in various forms over the next 2.5 decades. Someone would see an opportunity, act on it quickly, and discover that the opportunity was less real than it appeared. The following year, a small group tried to rush through the industrial section of the prison and reach the shoreline on the western face of the island. They were intercepted quickly, and the attempt added to the institutional file that staff consulted when deciding how to respond to unusual prisoner behaviour. A September 1941 attempt involved 3 prisoners who worked in the laundry facility and managed to reach the island's rocky western edge before being discovered. 2 of them entered the water. The third hesitated at the waterline, which in retrospect was the correct decision. The 2 who went in were pulled back to shore by a guard boat that had been alerted by an observation post. Neither had covered meaningful distance. The water temperature in September runs slightly warmer than the winter months, which is to say, it was still cold enough to matter considerably. The attempts of the late 1930s and early 1940s grew somewhat more organised, but were still defeated by the same underlying problem. Getting out of the building was one challenge. Getting off the island was a completely separate one, and prisoners who solved the first problem almost always found the second one waiting for them in the cold open air. In May of 1938, 2 prisoners managed to reach the water's edge on the western shoreline. They entered the bay and began swimming. One was shot by a guard in the western tower before covering any real distance. The other turned back when the cold and the current made continued progress clearly impossible. He was pulled from the water by a boat crew and returned to his cell, wet and cold, and presumably conducting a thorough review of recent decisions. The May of 1946 attempt was the most violent episode in the prison's entire history, and it had nothing to do with swimming. A group of 6 prisoners overpowered guards, seized weapons from the armory, and took control of a portion of the cell house. The confrontation lasted 2 days. The United States Marine Corps was called in to assist in retaking the building. When it was over, 2 correctional officers and 3 of the 6 prisoners had been killed. The remaining 3 prisoners were recaptured. 2 of them were later executed for the murders of the guards. The third served additional decades before his eventual release. The episode became known as the Battle of Alcatraz and represented a kind of outer boundary of what determined and violent men could accomplish inside the building. They had never gotten close to the water. The attempt that came nearest to genuine success before 1962 happened in July of 1945, and it was distinguished by a quality the earlier attempts had lacked, which was patient preparation. A prisoner named John Giles worked in the prison laundry, which handled uniform laundry from the army base on Angel Island, sitting just north of Alcatraz in the bay. Over many months, Giles had quietly gathered pieces of army uniform from the laundry, concealing each piece inside the prison for later use. When his collection was finally complete, he assembled a full army uniform and walked aboard a supply boat at the dock with the practiced nonchalance of a soldier who had every right to be there. He made it onto the boat. The boat travelled not to San Francisco, however, but to Angel Island. When Giles stepped off at the army base, he was identified almost immediately as not belonging there. He was returned to Alcatraz within hours. What his attempt showed was something that later planners would take seriously. The prison's perimeter security was formidable, but not impenetrable to someone willing to invest real time in preparation. The laundry had been his advantage. He had actually gotten off the island. He simply had no way to control where he arrived, which turned out to be rather important. The 1956 attempt by Floyd Wilson demonstrated a different kind of failed reasoning. Wilson disappeared from his work detail and hid in the rocks on the western shoreline, intending to wait for a passing civilian boat to come within swimming range. He survived about 12 hours in those rocks before guards found him. The cold alone would have made a longer wait progressively more dangerous, and no civilian vessel had passed close enough to matter. The consistent lesson across all 14 attempts was the same. The building could be exited, given sufficient planning and the right circumstances. The island was a harder problem by a significant margin. The water was the real barrier, not only because of the cold and the current, but because reaching it exposed an escapee to open sight lines from the towers, and being in it exposed them to the bay's complete indifference to human effort. What all the earlier attempts shared was improvisation, working with whatever was immediately available, rather than systematically building what was actually needed. Most of the men who tried had not seriously solved the water problem. They had not built anything to carry them across the bay. They had tried to swim it without preparation, or bluff their way past it, or outlast it on a wet rock. The water had given the same answer each time. There was also the problem of planning inside an environment where real privacy did not exist. The count system, the guard presence, the informant culture that inevitably develops in any closed institutional setting, all of these worked against sustained and careful preparation. A prisoner who spent months collecting hidden materials was behaving differently from the established baseline, and differences from baseline were precisely what the staff had been trained to notice. To successfully leave Alcatraz, a group of prisoners would need to solve not just the water problem, but the preparation problem. They would need to work without drawing attention, gather materials without triggering suspicion, construct objects that had no business existing inside a federal penitentiary, and do all of it slowly enough that months of daily monitoring never flagged anything genuinely unusual. It would require a particular kind of patience. not the restless, grinding patience of waiting for something to happen, the deliberate, constructive patience of building something piece by piece over a long stretch of time, in the small gaps between counts and routines, and the constant fact of being watched. In the utility corridor behind B Block, in the cells on the upper tier, in the years around 1960 and 1961, a small group of men began doing exactly that. Franklin Morris was 35 years old when he arrived at Alcatraz in January of 1960. His file listed an intelligence score that placed him well above the general population of the prison, and the administrators who processed his intake noted a significant history. Morris had escaped from other facilities before, more than once, always through planning and composure rather than violence or chance. He was not a person who broke things, he was a person who studied them. Alcatraz was where men like Morris were supposed to end up when other institutions had run out of adequate responses. It was the answer to the question of what you did with someone who kept finding the door. Morris had been on the island for roughly a year when he began paying close attention to the utility corridor running behind the B Block cell walls. The corridor was a narrow maintenance passage, designed to house the pipes and electrical conduits serving the building. It was not a space prisoners were supposed to access, but the back walls of certain cells on the upper tier of B Block shared their material with that corridor, and that material was concrete. Old, damp, salt air concrete. The prison building dated from 1912. By the late 1950s, portions of the concrete in the older sections had been slowly worked on by decades of moisture moving through the walls from the bay side of the island. The back walls of certain cells on the upper tier had softened in ways that were not obvious from casual inspection, but that became apparent to anyone who pressed a sharpened implement against them with sustained and patient intent. The work also required a schedule, and maintaining that schedule inside a monitored environment demanded its own discipline. Each evening during the music hour, the group worked in rotation. One person would work at a wall, while others maintained normal appearances in their cells, in case a guard appeared. If footsteps approached on the tier, the grill went back into position, tools were hidden inside the mattress seam or the hollow underside of the desk shelf, and the worker returned to a relaxed posture on the bunk with a book open to a plausible page. This process of concealment and resumption happened dozens of times over the months of preparation. It became, through repetition, almost automatic. Morris had understood something the earlier escape attempts had missed entirely. Every previous attempt had tried to leave through the obvious routes, through doors and passageways and gates that were actively monitored. The back wall of a cell, opening into a maintenance corridor that guards passed through only on occasional inspections, was not the obvious route. It was the route that nobody had designed a watch system around. He found collaborators. Clarence Anglin and his brother John were housed on the same tier. The Anglin brothers had grown up in a large, close-knit family in the farming country of Georgia and Michigan, and they had known each other's thinking and temperament for their entire lives. They were the kind of siblings who communicate in half-sentences and catch each other's meaning before it is fully expressed. They communicated with Morris in careful and quiet ways, using the small windows of relative privacy that the daily routine allowed. A fourth man, Alan West, was included in the early stages of planning. He would later be left behind on the night of the escape, unable to clear his own wall opening in time, which was its own separate story with its own separate sadness. The tools the group used were ordinary in a way that made the whole achievement stranger in retrospect. Spoons sharpened against the cell floor over weeks of slow, deliberate work. An improvised drill built from a small motor taken from a vacuum cleaner that Morris had access to through a work assignment. The motor could spin a makeshift bit fast enough to cut through the softened concrete around the ventilation grills set into the back wall of each cell. The drilling and chipping was done during the evening music hour, when the sound of instruments being practiced in other cells provided just enough auditory cover to mask the quiet mechanical sound of construction. They worked slowly, over the course of many months. The ventilation grill at the back of each cell was roughly 6 inches tall and 10 inches wide, set into the concrete wall a few feet above floor level. Over months of patient effort, The material around each grill was hollowed out enough that the grill could be lifted free and replaced without leaving obvious evidence of the work behind it. When the grill sat in place, the opening looked intact. When a prisoner needed to work in the corridor, the grill came out cleanly and went back in cleanly behind him. In the utility corridor itself they climbed. The passage ran the full height of the building, and at the top, above the cell block ceiling, a large ventilation shaft opened onto the roof. Reaching the roof meant ascending roughly 30 feet of pipe and ductwork in near darkness. They practiced that climb enough times that it became reliable. They had not forgotten about the water. The water was the problem they had to solve, or the rest of the effort meant nothing. While the exit route was being prepared, they were simultaneously gathering materials to build something to carry them across the bay. Raincoats were the primary resource. Alcatraz issued rubberized coats to prisoners for outdoor work and recreation yard use in bad weather. Over time, more than 50 of these were quietly gathered, piece by piece, some borrowed through various informal arrangements, and some simply not returned to inventory after use. The coats were carefully disassembled and their rubberized fabric redirected toward a different purpose. The life vests built from that material were not beautiful. By any industrial standard, they were crude, but they would provide enough buoyancy to support a person in cold water, and they were inflatable, which made them easier to conceal before the night they were needed. The paddles constructed from scavenged pieces of wood were rough but functional. The raft itself, built from the remaining rubberized raincoat fabric, was assembled over months and stored in the utility corridor, waiting in the dark for the date that had not yet been chosen. The raft required a method of inflation. A concertina, a small handheld accordion-style instrument that the prison music program had made available to certain prisoners, turned out to have a bellows mechanism that could be adapted into a pump with some modification. The modification was made. The pump worked. The raft, when tested in the privacy of the utility corridor, held air. None of these solutions were elegant. All of them were functional, which was the only standard that mattered in the available circumstances. They also built the dummy heads. The heads were moulded from a mixture of soap, toilet paper and paint, shaped entirely by hand into rough approximations of human faces. Real hair gathered from the floor of the prison barbershop over many weeks was added carefully to each one. The finished heads were set on rolled blankets in each cell during the nighttime rounds, positioned to suggest a sleeping prisoner to a guard with a flashlight moving through the tier on a standard check in the dark. The plan was to use the dummies to buy time between the last count of the evening and the morning wake-up bell. If the dummies held through the night checks, the 4 men would have several hours in the water before anyone understood that the cells were empty. The date was June 11th, 1962. They were as ready as months of secret work inside a federal penitentiary could make anyone. Alan West discovered that night that he had not widened his own wall opening quite enough. While Morris and the Anglin brothers moved through their prepared openings and into the utility corridor, West worked at his own hole in mounting frustration. The concrete did not yield in time. By the time he cleared it, the others were already above him in the corridor and moving. Morris and the 2 brothers climbed the passage to the top of the building, carrying the deflated raft, the inflatable vests and the paddles wrapped in cloth to reduce noise. They came up through the ventilation shaft and emerged onto the roof of the cell house. From there, they crossed to the north end of the building and descended the exterior using the pipes along the outside wall, working in the dark with the kind of care that months of practice climbing had made possible. They reached the water on the north shore of the island, the section farthest from the dockside towers and from the observation post near the recreation yard. In the dark and the cold, they inflated the raft and adjusted the vests and pushed off from the rocks into the black water. The fog was in that night. It lay low and heavy over the bay, the particular kind of June fog that comes in off the Pacific and settles over the water like a second surface. The lights of San Francisco burned through it from the east, diffused and distant like lanterns seen through waxed paper. After that, the fog drew its curtain, and the bay kept its own record. The morning count at Alcatraz began like every morning count before it. The bell rang. Guards moved through the cell blocks in their familiar rhythm, checking each cell in sequence, confirming each face. On the upper tier of B block, 3 cells in a row held still shapes under blankets. The guard on duty passed the first cell, passed the second. At the third, something was off in a way that did not announce itself clearly at first. The shape under the blanket lay with a particular absolute stillness that sleeping people do not quite produce, even in deep sleep. He looked more carefully. What followed was the kind of institutional reckoning that large organisations dread above nearly everything else. By the time the morning count confirmed that Morris and the 2 Anglin brothers were absent from the building, there were approximately 5 to 7 hours of uncounted time to explain. The dummy heads had worked. Not because they were masterpieces of craft. Up close, in good light, they would not have fooled anyone for long. But the nighttime count was done quickly, with flashlights, in dim conditions, and the guards were confirming the basic presence of a form under a blanket rather than conducting close visual inspections. For that specific purpose, on that specific night, the dummies had been good enough. Alan West came out of his cell on his own and explained everything he knew to the responding staff. His account gave investigators the full shape of the plan for the first time, including the route through the utility corridor and the ventilation shaft, the construction of the raft and inflation vests, the raincoat materials, and the intended direction of travel toward either Angel Island or the Marin County shoreline to the north. The United States Coast Guard was notified within the hour. Boats began working the waters north and west of the island before most of the prison population was aware anything had happened. The Federal Bureau of Investigation opened a formal case the same morning. The search in the immediate days following the escape covered a wide geographic area. Coast Guard vessels worked the shipping lanes between Alcatraz and the Marin County shore. Agents on foot walked the shorelines of the bay's northern edge, examining rocky sections that small floating objects might wash into. Photographs of the 3 men were distributed immediately to law enforcement in the Bay Area, and then nationally. Alcatraz staff who had regular contact with Morris and the Anglin brothers were interviewed in detail about any observed behaviour or conversations that might suggest where the men had been planning to go, who they might contact, or where they might attempt to reach first. What the search found was ambiguous in the most frustrating way. In the days following the escape, investigators recovered several pieces of material that appeared to originate from the homemade raft or the inflation vests. A makeshift paddle was found floating in the bay. A waterproofed bag containing personal items connected to one of the Anglin brothers was pulled from the water near the northern shore. Pieces of rubberized fabric consistent with the raincoat construction washed up at various points along the bay's northern edge over the days that followed. The recovered items confirmed that the 3 men had reached the water and had spent time in it. They said nothing reliable about what had happened after that. No bodies were found in the bay. None washed up on any accessible shoreline in the days and weeks that followed. No confirmed and credible sightings of any of the 3 men were reported anywhere in the period immediately following the escape. The Federal Bureau of Investigation pursued the case with the thoroughness that a high-profile departure from a federal facility required. Relatives of the Anglin brothers were interviewed at their homes in Florida and elsewhere. Known associates and former cellmates were contacted. Photographs were distributed to law enforcement agencies across the country and in several foreign countries. Border agencies received alerts. The investigation remained actively resourced for years and stayed a technically open case until 2013, when the Bureau formally stated that the most probable outcome was that all 3 men had perished in the bay on the night of June 11th. The Bureau's conclusion rested on physical realities that the evidence consistently pointed back toward. The tidal conditions on that specific night were later analysed using historical tidal charts. The ebb tide running on the night of June 11th was moving in a direction that would have carried anyone entering the water from the north shore of Alcatraz, not toward Angel Island or Marin County, but toward the Golden Gate and the open Pacific beyond it. The raft was constructed from raincoats. It was not a precision watercraft. It would have drifted with the current at least as much as it could be directed against it. In the dark, in the fog, in water below 55 degrees, paddling a deflating rubberized raft against a tidal current running in an unintended direction was a problem the available physical evidence did not suggest they had solved. The National Park Service, which has administered Alcatraz as part of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area since 1973, worked with outside researchers to reconstruct the most probable drift path from the North Shore that night. A study completed in 2014 used modern hydrodynamic modelling to trace where a floating object entering the water at roughly 11 in the evening or midnight on June 11th would have been carried by the documented tidal conditions. The model showed that under those conditions the current would have pushed a floating object north and west past the Marin headlands and out through the Golden Gate. At the speed the tidal current was moving that night, that transit would have taken approximately 2 to 3 hours. The Golden Gate opens onto the Pacific Ocean, which is not in the business of returning things it receives. The counter-argument, the one that has kept this case alive in the public imagination for 6 decades, is the absence of bodies. When people drown in San Francisco Bay, the tidal cycles typically return remains to the shoreline within days or, at most, a few weeks. No confirmed remains for any of the 3 men have ever been found or identified. Over the years, various claims emerged from different directions. Photographs purporting to show the Anglin brothers living in South America during the 1970s were examined by forensic specialists and produced results too inconclusive to support any firm conclusion. A History Channel documentary in 2015 featured a letter allegedly written by John Anglin in 2013, in which the writer described himself as alive and in declining health, and offered to give himself up in exchange for medical care. Investigators tested the letter for fingerprints and DNA, and were unable to confirm its authenticity or origin. The Federal Bureau of Investigation reviewed all of this material across successive years, and held to its assessed conclusion that the 3 men almost certainly did not survive. That assessment rested on the totality of the evidence rather than any single piece of it, and the totality kept pointing in the same direction. The water was very cold. The current ran toward the ocean. The raft was a raincoat. The distance to a safe shoreline under the conditions of that night was beyond what the recovered physical evidence suggested they were equipped to manage. Frank Morris, for his part, has left no reliable trace of himself anywhere in the decades since the escape. For a man whose pre-Alcatraz history suggests he was not particularly practiced at remaining invisible over extended periods, that absence is its own kind of answer. The case attracted renewed public attention in cycles over the following decades, each wave bringing new theories, new claimed witnesses, and new forensic technologies applied to old evidence. The development of digital imaging analysis in the 1990s led to fresh examination of the 1970s photographs purporting to show the Anglin brothers in Brazil. Facial recognition software applied to those images in later years produced comparisons that forensic experts described as suggestive but not conclusive, which is a phrase that keeps appearing in the case files, and that means, in plain language, that the photographs could be the Anglin brothers and could equally well be 2 other men of similar age and build photographed in good light. The Federal Bureau of Investigation shared all declassified materials relating to the case with the National Park Service over the years, and those materials now form part of the interpretive record at the Alcatraz site. The park's archivists and historians have worked to separate the documented evidence from the accumulated mythology, which is a useful distinction when discussing a case that has inspired films, novels, and several documentary productions. The documented evidence is specific and limited. The mythology is considerably larger and considerably less reliable. What the case ultimately offered was not a clean resolution. It offered a probable answer and a persistent mystery, and those 2 things together turned out to be a combination the public found endlessly worth returning to. The men had tried. They had prepared more carefully and built more deliberately than anyone before them in that institution's history. They had gotten to the water in a way no previous group had managed, and then the bay had done what the bay had always done. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary closed on March 21st, 1963. The decision to close had been forming inside the Bureau of Prisons for several years before June of 1962, and it came down to money and logistics more than any single security incident. Alcatraz was extraordinarily expensive to operate. Every supply that entered the prison, every piece of food, every gallon of fuel, every replacement part for every machine in the laundry or the kitchen had to be transported by boat across the bay. Fresh water had to be shipped to the island because the Rock had no groundwater supply of its own. The cost of operating Alcatraz per prisoner ran roughly 3 times the figure at comparable mainland facilities. Attorney General Robert Kennedy, who held oversight authority over the Bureau of Prisons at the time, announced the closure decision in early 1963. A new federal penitentiary at Marion, Illinois, was already under construction to receive the high-security population that Alcatraz had held. The last group of prisoners was transferred off the island on March 21st, and the institution that had operated for 29 years simply stopped one morning and did not resume. The buildings were left standing. The island sat quiet for several years, slowly weathering in the salt air, seabirds reclaiming the structures that had been cleared for human use. In 1969, a group of Native American activists occupied the island under a provision of an old treaty that allowed Native Americans to claim unused federal land. The occupation lasted 19 months and drew national attention to indigenous land rights in a way that resonated well beyond the boundaries of the bay. When the occupation ended in 1971, the federal government began the process of determining what to do with the island long term. The National Park Service took administrative control in 1973, incorporating the island into the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Public tours began that same year and have continued without interruption since, making Alcatraz one of the most consistently visited locations on the West Coast. The tours walk visitors through the cell house, along a route that has changed remarkably little from the building's operating years. The cells are open. The dining hall is accessible, its tables replaced by audio tour stations, but its dimensions unchanged. The recreation yard opens to the same sky it always did, with the Marin headlands visible in the distance, and the sound of gulls carrying in from the nesting areas on the island's outer edges. The sound of the bay is present throughout the tour, in the same way it was always present for the people who lived and worked there, constant and unhurried, and entirely indifferent to whatever is happening inside the building. In B Block, the cells associated with the 1962 escape are identified and preserved. The holes in the back walls, worked through over many months with sharpened spoons and a vacuum cleaner motor, remain in their incomplete state. Visitors can look through the original openings and into the utility corridor beyond. A reproduction of one of the dummy heads sits in a cell on the tour route, offering visitors a close look at the work that fooled the nighttime counts. Up close, it is startlingly crude, and that crudeness is somehow the most impressive thing about it. It worked anyway. The National Park Service has collaborated with researchers, former correctional officers, former prisoners, federal investigators, and academic historians over the years to build a thorough public account of the prison's operating life. The result is a place that functions simultaneously as a preserved historic site, a thriving natural habitat for the bay's seabird population, and a living contribution to the public understanding of American institutional history in the mid-20th century. The ranger-led programs and audio tours draw on primary sources, including Bureau of Prisons operational records and Federal Bureau of Investigation case files that have been declassified and made available to researchers over the years. The formal reputation of Alcatraz as an escape-proof prison survived the 1962 escape, though in a form that shifted slightly in its exact wording. Before June of that year, the claim was that no one had ever successfully escaped. After that night, the accurate claim became that no one had ever been confirmed to have successfully escaped, which remains technically true and will likely remain so given the state of the surviving evidence. The distinction matters to historians and to anyone paying careful attention to language, but in the broader cultural memory of the place, what survived was not a legal standard or a precise qualification. It was something closer to a feeling about what the island represented. Alcatraz had been genuinely hard. The geography was real. The cold water and the running current were real. The count system and the hardened bars and the towers and the careful layered architecture of the facility were all real and deliberate, designed by people who understood exactly what they were trying to build and why. The 14 attempts involving 34 men across 29 years produced no confirmed successful escape. The 3 men who came closest had invested months in preparation that the institution's own records show was without precedent among Alcatraz prisoners. They had planned with an intelligence and patience that the Bureau of Prisons did not see coming, because no one before them had come that close to making it work. They had gotten to the water in a way no previous group had managed to do, and still, in all reasonable probability, the bay received them. The geography of the island has not changed. The water temperature still averages around 55 degrees on a typical day. The tidal flow still moves through the Golden Gate twice each day in the same pattern it has followed since long before the prison existed or was imagined. The Marin headlands still rise on the north shore of the bay, green and composed. The city still lights up from the east, visible on a clear night from anywhere on the water. When you take the ferry to Alcatraz today, the crossing takes about 10 or 12 minutes on a calm day. You pass over the same stretch of water that Morris and the Anglin brothers entered in the dark on a June night in 1962. The ferry is warm and the seats are reasonably comfortable, and there are usually children aboard asking their parents questions about the island coming into view ahead. From the water, the cell house building is clearly visible, its pale concrete exterior still standing after more than a century. The windows dark in the way that buildings without active occupants go dark. The seabirds circle in small groups above the crossing. The fog comes and goes depending on the time of day and the season. The current moves under the hull of the ferry in the direction it chooses, which is never quite the direction you expect. There is something in the story of Alcatraz that keeps pulling people back to it, and it is not quite what most people expect when they first start thinking about the place. It is not the famous names, though several figures from American criminal history spent time on the island. It is not the architecture or the geography alone, though both are genuinely striking in person. Part of what draws people back is the scale of human effort involved in the 1962 escape attempt. Months of hidden labour, 50 raincoats quietly gathered and disassembled, a motor from a vacuum cleaner repurposed into a drilling tool, soap and toilet paper moulded into the shapes of faces, all of it conducted inside one of the most closely monitored institutions in the country, in plain sight and plain hearing of a staff trained specifically to notice unusual behaviour. The ingenuity required was real. The patience required was extraordinary, and the outcome, if the Bureau of Prisons and the accumulated evidence are telling the story correctly, was the cold, dark water of the bay in June. That combination of genuine achievement and probable tragedy is unusual. Most stories are one or the other. This one holds both at once, and neither cancels the other out. The planning was impressive regardless of how it ended. The outcome was likely final regardless of how brilliant the planning was. Both things are true, and neither resolution arrives cleanly. What pulls people back is the question. The one the water declined to answer on the morning of June 12, 1962, and has kept to itself every day since. Did they make it? The island sits in the bay and offers nothing on the subject. The fog comes in off the Pacific in the late afternoon and softens everything at once, the city and the water and the long space between them, until it is all one grey and quiet blur. The foghorn at the Golden Gate calls out. The current moves in the dark below the surface, purposeful and cold. And somewhere in that unanswered question, in the cold water and the thick June fog, and the long uncertain swim toward those distant city lights, is the reason this particular story found you tonight on your way to sleep. It is one of the oldest kinds of stories there is. People who attempted something very difficult, in conditions that argued firmly against them, in a place built specifically to prevent exactly what they were trying to do, constructing what they needed out of whatever they had available. Whether they reached the other shore is a detail the Bay decided not to share, but they tried. And all these decades later, the trying is the part that stays with you. Sleep well, everyone. Between 1939 and 1945, millions of ordinary people found themselves living extraordinary lives shaped by a global conflict. This story explores the quieter moments of that era, the daily routines and small acts of connection that sustained people through years of separation. We draw from letters preserved in the Imperial War Museum archives, oral histories collected by the Library of Congress, Veterans History Project, diaries held at the National Archives, memoirs published in the decades following the war, and photographs preserved by families who lived through those years. Tonight you settle into the ordinary moments that defined an extraordinary time. The years between 1939 and 1945 shaped millions of lives, but not every moment involved dramatic action or battlefield thunder. Most hours passed in waiting, in routine, in the small gestures that kept people connected across oceans and continents. You wake before dawn in a military barracks somewhere in England. The air smells of damp wool and coal smoke. 50 other men sleep in narrow cots arranged in neat rows around you. Someone coughs. Another man mutters something in his sleep. You lie still for a moment, staring at the ceiling beams barely visible in the pre-dawn darkness. The wake-up call comes at 5:30. A sergeant walks through the barracks, not shouting, but speaking in a voice loud enough to rouse everyone from sleep. You swing your legs out of bed, your feet touch cold floorboards. The man in the next cot groans softly but sits up anyway. Everyone moves in the practiced choreography of military routine. You dress quickly. The uniform still feels slightly foreign, even after months of wearing it. Buttons are fastened in a specific order. Laces are tied with particular loops. Everything has its place and its method. Your fingers work automatically now, muscle memory taking over while your mind wanders to thoughts of home. The washroom is crowded. 40 men try to shave and wash at the same time. Water runs cold from the taps. You splash your face, and the shock of it brings you fully awake. The mirror shows a face you still recognise, but one that looks older than it did a year ago. You lather soap and begin the careful work of shaving with a straight razor. The man next to you hums quietly, some tune from a radio show back home. Breakfast happens in the mess hall at 6:15. You file in with your unit and pick up a metal tray. The servers ladle porridge into your bowl. Toast appears on your plate along with a spoonful of jam that tastes vaguely of apples but might be made from turnips. Coffee steams in thick ceramic mugs. It tastes nothing like the coffee your mother made, but it is hot and contains enough caffeine to sharpen your thoughts. You eat sitting at long wooden tables with men who have become familiar over the months. Conversation is minimal in the morning. Everyone focuses on eating, on gathering energy for the day ahead. The porridge is neither good nor bad, it simply is. You scrape your bowl clean because food is food and waste is unthinkable. After breakfast comes the first inspection. You stand at attention beside your bunk while an officer walks through the barracks. He checks that beds are made with hospital corners, that footlockers are organised according to regulation, that boots are polished to a proper shine. You passed this inspection yesterday and the day before and the day before that. You will pass it again today. The morning drill begins at 7. You march in formation across the parade ground. Left, right, left, right. The rhythm becomes automatic. Your boots hit the ground in unison with 40 other pairs of boots. The sound echoes off nearby buildings. The officer calls out commands and your body responds before your mind fully processes the words. Turn left, about face, forward march, halt. The parade ground is packed earth worn smooth by thousands of marching feet. Puddles from last night's rain reflect the grey sky. You step over them or through them depending on the formation requirements. Your uniform absorbs the dampness from the air. By the end of drill, the wool smells even more strongly of lanolin and sweat. The precision of marching satisfies something in you. The synchronization, the unity of movement, 40 men moving as one organism. Individual concerns fade when you march. There is only the rhythm and the commands and the collective motion. For 30 minutes each morning you stop being yourself and become part of something larger. After drill comes physical training. Push-ups in the cold morning air. Sit-ups on a dew-damp grass. Running laps around the perimeter of the camp. Your breath comes in white puffs. Your muscles complain at first, then settle into the work. The man running beside you makes a joke about how his mother's cooking gave him better endurance training than any army exercise. A few others laugh, conserving breath between words. By 9 o'clock you report to your assignment for the day. Perhaps you work in supply, checking inventory and loading trucks. Perhaps you assist in the motor pool, changing oil and rotating tyres. Perhaps you sort mail in the communications tent, seeing hundreds of letters addressed to other men while hoping your own name will appear on an envelope soon. The work is repetitive, but it keeps you busy. Busy hands leave less room for worried thoughts. Lunch arrives at noon. Sandwiches made with bread that is dense and filling if not particularly flavourful. Cheese that is sharp and a bit crumbly. An apple if the supply shipment came in recently. More coffee or sometimes tea that is strong enough to strip paint, or so the jokes go. You eat quickly. Lunch break lasts only 30 minutes. The afternoon continues with more work. Time moves differently here. Hours can feel like minutes when you are focused on a task. Minutes can feel like hours when you are waiting for something to happen. You have learned to exist in this strange temporal state where calendars matter more than clocks, where you mark time by mail deliveries and weekend passes rather than by the position of the sun. Around 4 in the afternoon, a brief rest period allows you to return to the barracks. Some men write letters, others play cards, a few simply lie on their bunks and stare at the ceiling. You pull out a piece of paper and a pencil. The paper is thin and slightly rough. The pencil needs sharpening. You carve a fresh point with your pocket knife, then begin to write. Dinner comes at 6. Stew tonight, with vegetables that are overcooked but plentiful. Potatoes and carrots and something that might be mutton. Bread to soak up the gravy. Pudding for dessert. A dense steamed cake with a hint of sweetness. You eat everything on your tray. The food fuels you. That is its purpose. Evening brings a few hours of free time. Some men gather in the recreation tent where someone has set up a phonograph. Music plays, big band tunes that remind everyone of dance halls and Saturday nights. Other men shoot pool on a table with felt worn thin in spots. You might join a card game, or you might simply sit and read a book borrowed from the small library collection maintained by the chaplain. The light fades early in winter. By 7:30 the darkness is complete. The barracks are lit by bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. You finish your letter. The words came slowly at first, but then poured out in a rush. You write about the weather, about the food, about a funny thing that happened during morning drill. You do not write about the things that worry you or the reasons you are here. Those topics feel too heavy for paper and ink. At 9 o'clock the lights go out. You lie in your bunk and listen to the sounds of 50 men settling in for sleep. Someone snores. Someone else shifts restlessly. The building creaks as it cools in the night air. You think about home. You think about the letter you will mail tomorrow. You think about the letter you hope to receive soon. Sleep comes gradually, pulling you down into dreams that mix memories with wishes. You're not the only one whose days follow military rhythms. Across England, across North Africa, across the Pacific Islands, millions of others wake and dress and march and work and sleep in patterns dictated by war. The sun rises over different landscapes, but the routines remain remarkably similar. Breakfast at dawn, drill and work and duty, letters written in stolen moments, sleep when darkness falls. Your wife wakes at 6:30 in a house that feels too large without you in it. She has turned your bedroom into her room, a space she inhabits alone except for the photograph of you on the nightstand. The photo shows you in uniform, smiling slightly, looking both confident and uncertain at the same time. She touches the frame sometimes when she passes, just a brief contact, fingers on glass, a small ritual that makes her feel connected. Her morning begins with the children. Your daughter is 7, old enough to dress herself, but still young enough to need reminders. Your son is 4, full of energy and questions. She helps them with buttons and shoelaces. She makes breakfast from the rations available. Oatmeal with a little honey, toast from bread she baked yesterday, milk for the children, coffee for herself stretched thin with chicory. The kitchen window looks out on a street where half the houses are missing their men. The mailman walks by at 8:15 every morning. Some days he stops at your house, some days he does not. Your wife has learned not to rush to the door immediately. She lets him finish his route, then checks the mailbox when she leaves to walk the children to school. School runs from 9 to 3. Your daughter goes to 2nd grade in a classroom where the teacher is 60 years old, brought out of retirement because the younger teachers are all serving overseas or working in factories. Your son attends a morning program for young children, learning to share toys and follow simple instructions. Your wife walks them both to the school building, then returns home to face the day ahead. She works part-time at the local hospital, not as a nurse but as a volunteer, rolling bandages and organising supply closets and delivering meals to patients. The work helps. It gives her purpose beyond the waiting. She sees other women there, all volunteers, all with husbands or brothers or sons serving somewhere far away. They talk as they work. They share small victories and frustrations. They rarely talk about their fears. Lunch happens at home after her hospital shift. She eats simply, a sandwich, an apple, tea that she drinks while reading yesterday's newspaper. The war news is always present, always in the background of thought. She reads the articles but skips the casualty lists. She cannot bear to see the names, to imagine other women receiving the telegram she dreads. Afternoons are for housework, laundry on Monday, ironing on Tuesday, grocery shopping on Wednesday when new ration stamps arrive, mending on Thursday, cleaning on Friday. She has organised her week around these tasks. Structure helps. Routine provides comfort in a time when so much feels uncertain. She picks up the children at 3. They walk home together, your daughter chattering about lessons and playground games, your son holding her hand and skipping occasionally. She listens to their stories. She asks questions. She tries to give them a sense of normalcy, even though nothing feels particularly normal anymore. Dinner requires planning and creativity. Meat is rationed, so she cooks it only twice a week. Other nights bring casseroles made with vegetables from the victory garden she planted in the backyard, noodles with cheese, bean soup with ham hock for flavouring, fried potatoes with onions, cornbread when she has enough cornmeal saved up. The children eat without complaint. They have never known abundance, so they do not miss it. Evening is when she misses you most. This was your time together, after the children went to bed, when you would sit and talk about your days. Now she sits alone with a book or a piece of mending. The radio plays in the background. She listens to news programmes and variety shows. Sometimes a comedian says something that makes her laugh, and for a moment she forgets to feel lonely. She writes to you twice a week on Wednesday and Sunday evenings. The letters are long, filled with details about the children and the house and the neighbourhood. She writes about the victory garden and the hospital volunteers and the funny thing your daughter said at breakfast. She does not write about the empty chair at the dinner table, or the way she reaches for you in her sleep and finds only cold sheets. Bedtime comes at 10. She checks on the children, tucking blankets and moving stuffed animals back into small arms. She locks the doors and turns off the lights. She climbs into bed alone and reads for a while, words blurring slightly as exhaustion sets in. The book is a mystery novel, something to occupy her mind with problems that have solutions. Real life feels too complicated for such neat resolutions. She falls asleep thinking about your last letter, the one that arrived 3 days ago. You wrote about the weather and the food and a card game you won. You did not write about danger or fear. She understands what you are doing. You are protecting her from worry. She wishes she could protect you the same way, sending letters that carry comfort instead of longing. Letters are the bridges that span the distance between you. They arrive irregularly, bunched together in handfuls or absent for weeks at a time. The military postal system works with remarkable efficiency given the circumstances, but it is still subject to weather delays, routing confusions, and the general chaos of moving mail across war zones. You receive a stack of letters one Tuesday afternoon, 6 envelopes all at once sent over the span of 3 weeks. You recognise your wife's handwriting immediately. The sight of those familiar loops and slants makes something tight in your chest loosen slightly. You carry the letters to a quiet corner of the barracks. You open them in chronological order based on the dates she wrote in the upper right corner. Her words paint pictures of home. She tells you about your daughter losing her first tooth, how the little girl put it under her pillow and was thrilled to find a penny there in the morning. She describes your son's obsession with trucks, how he pushes his toy vehicles around the kitchen floor making engine noises. She mentions the neighbour's cat that has started visiting your back porch, how she feeds it scraps and it purrs loud enough to wake the whole house. She writes about practical matters too. The roof leaked during the last storm and she called the handyman who patched it temporarily. The victory garden is producing tomatoes and beans. She canned 20 jars of tomatoes for winter. The car needs new tyres, but tyres are hard to come by, so she walks most places now. The children are healthy. The bills are paid. Everything at home is running as smoothly as can be expected. Between the lines, you read what she does not say directly. She is managing alone, but it is not easy. She is strong, but she is tired. She misses you with an ache that cannot be fully expressed in words suitable for letters that might be read by military censors. You understand this unspoken language. Years of marriage taught you to read her moods. to hear what she means rather than just what she says. You write back that same evening. You tell her about the endless drills and the food that is filling if not delicious. You describe the British countryside, the hedgerows and stone walls and sheep dotting green hills. You mention a pub where some of the men went on their last pass, how the locals were friendly and the beer was warm in a way that took some getting used to. You write about missing her, about thinking of her and the children every day. What you do not write fills more space than what you do. You do not mention the anxiety that keeps you awake some nights. You do not describe the way fear tastes, metallic and sharp at the back of your throat. You do not tell her about the man in your unit who got a telegram last week, how his face went pale and empty and stayed that way for hours. You protect her from these truths because that is what you can do from this distance. Other men in the barracks write to girlfriends, to parents, to siblings. Some write daily. Others compose long letters once a week. A few men never receive mail and never write any. They keep to themselves, as if cutting off connection might make the separation easier to bear. You wonder if they are right, but you cannot bring yourself to stop writing. The man in the bunk next to yours receives a letter from his mother every single week. She writes on blue stationery in elaborate cursive. Her letters are full of neighbourhood gossip and family news. His younger sister got engaged. His father's hardware store is doing good business. The church had a bake sale that raised money for the war effort. He reads these letters aloud sometimes, laughing at his mother's descriptions of events that seem absurdly normal given the circumstances. Another soldier writes to his sweetheart, a girl he met at a dance 3 months before shipping out. Their romance is new and uncertain, built on a handful of dates and now maintained through words on paper. He labours over every sentence, crossing out phrases and starting again. He wants to seem mature and confident but not too distant. He wants her to wait for him, but does not want to demand that commitment. Love is complicated enough without adding thousands of miles to the equation. Mail call happens twice a week, on Tuesday and Friday afternoons. The sergeant distributes letters and packages in the mess hall. He calls out names and men come forward to claim their mail. The ritual takes on ceremonial weight. Getting mail means someone is thinking about you. It means you are not forgotten. It means life continues back home, that there is a future waiting beyond this present moment. Packages arrive less frequently but create more excitement. Your wife sent one last month, a box filled with cookies she baked and wrapped carefully in waxed paper. Chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin cookies, peanut butter cookies pressed flat with fork tines. They arrived slightly crumbled but still delicious. You shared them with your unit, passing the package around after dinner. The sweetness tasted like home. She also tucked in a small photograph. Your daughter and son sitting on the front steps, squinting into the sun, both grinning widely. The photo is black and white, but you know your daughter's dress was yellow and your son wore his favourite red shirt. You keep this photo in your breast pocket, pulling it out occasionally to remind yourself why you are here and what you are working to protect. Writing letters requires finding time and space and privacy in a life that offers little of any of those things. You write during breaks, in the evening free hours, on Sunday afternoons when duties are lighter. You write on whatever paper is available, standard military issue stationery when the supply is good, scraps of brown paper when supplies run low. Once you wrote on the back of a supply requisition form because it was the only paper you had, and you needed to get words down. The act of writing creates a strange intimacy. You sit in a crowded barracks surrounded by noise and activity, but when pen touches paper, everything else fades slightly. You enter a mental space that is quieter, more focused. The words flow from mind to hand to page. Each sentence carries a piece of your heart across the distance. Some men write with perfect penmanship, careful letters that march across the page in orderly rows. Others scrawl hastily, words barely legible in their rush to express everything they feel. Your writing falls somewhere between these extremes, neat enough to be read easily, rushed enough to convey urgency and emotion. The letters you send and the letters you receive create a conversation that unfolds slowly across time and distance. She tells you something. You respond 3 weeks later. She answers your response a month after that. The delays are frustrating, but also oddly fitting. Life itself has slowed down. Everything important takes longer now. Patience becomes a skill you develop alongside military competencies, like marching in formation and field stripping a rifle. Some letters never arrive. You mention something in one letter that she never references in her replies. She asks questions about topics you never raised. The lost letters exist in a strange limbo, words that were written and sent but never delivered. You imagine them floating in military mailbags somewhere, waiting in sorting facilities, sitting in some postal clerk's office. You hope they eventually find their destinations, even if the information they contain is outdated by the time they arrive. Your wife's days follow patterns shaped by rationing and volunteering, and the constant effort to maintain normal life for the children. The war exists everywhere, but not always in obvious ways. It appears in the ration books she carries when shopping, in the victory garden she tends, in the scrap metal drives and bond rallies and blackout curtains. Grocery shopping requires strategy and patience. She arrives at the market early on Wednesday mornings when fresh shipments come in. The shelves hold less variety than before the war. Sugar is severely rationed. Butter is precious. Meat requires both ration stamps and luck. She has learned to plan meals around what is available rather than what she craves. The market has changed its character during wartime. Items that were once abundant now appear sporadically. She's learned to recognise the patterns. Canned goods arrive on Mondays. Fresh produce comes in Wednesdays and Saturdays. Meat is unpredictable, dependent on local farms and military supply needs. She adjusts her shopping accordingly. Other shoppers have become familiar faces. The same women appear on the same days, all hunting for the same scarce resources. They exchange information quietly. The dairy got butter yesterday. The grocer expects potatoes tomorrow. They help each other navigate scarcity, sharing knowledge that makes survival slightly easier. The butcher knows her by name now. He saves her a decent cut when he can, remembering that her husband is overseas. She does not ask for special treatment, but accepts it when offered. Other women in line do the same. There is an unspoken hierarchy in wartime shopping. Women with men in service get subtle preference. Women with stars in their windows, indicating sons or husbands killed in action, get whatever they want without question. She shops with other women from the neighbourhood. They pool their ration stamps sometimes, combining resources to buy items none of them could afford individually. They share recipes that stretch ingredients. Meatless meatloaf made with oats and eggs. Mock apple pie made with crackers when apples are unavailable. Butter extenders that mix margarine with milk. The recipes are practical and sometimes surprisingly good. The victory garden takes up most of the backyard now. She planted tomatoes, beans, lettuce, carrots, onions and squash. The children help with weeding and watering. Your son likes pulling carrots, marvelling at the orange vegetables that emerge from brown dirt. Your daughter prefers picking tomatoes, choosing the reddest ones with careful consideration. The garden connects her to something ancient and fundamental, planting seeds, tending growth, harvesting food. These acts have sustained humanity for thousands of years. She finds comfort in this continuity. Wars come and go, but people still dig in the earth and coax life from soil. She learns through trial and error. Some plants thrive, others struggle. The tomatoes produce abundantly. The lettuce bolts in hot weather. The beans climb their poles with determined vigour. She adapts her planting strategy each season, learning which varieties grow best in her particular patch of ground. Weeding becomes meditative. She kneels in the dirt on Saturday mornings, pulling unwanted plants from between the vegetables. The work occupies her hands while her mind wanders. She thinks about you. She plans the week ahead. She remembers summers before the war when the garden was smaller and you did most of the heavy digging. The children treat the garden as both workplace and playground. They water with the hose on hot days, sometimes spraying each other and dissolving into giggles. They hunt for ripe vegetables like treasure seekers, calling out discoveries with pride. The garden gives them responsibility and joy in equal measure. She cans and preserves everything the garden produces. Tomatoes go into mason jars lined up on the basement shelves. Beans are blanched and frozen in the small icebox space she can spare. Cucumbers become pickles in a brine recipe passed down from her grandmother. The work is hot and messy but satisfying. Each jar represents food for winter, security against uncertainty. Volunteer work fills several afternoons a week. At the hospital, she rolls bandages with other women in a bright room that smells of cotton and antiseptic. The work is repetitive and meditative. Hands move in automatic motions while minds wander or engage in quiet conversation. The women talk about their children, their jobs, their hopes for after the war. They rarely talk about their fears. She also volunteers at the USO canteen on Friday evenings. She serves coffee and donuts to soldiers passing through town on their way to ports of embarkation. The young men are nervous and excited, trying to appear brave. She treats them all like the sons of friends. She asks where they are from. She listens to their stories. She waves goodbye when they board buses, hoping someone will show the same kindness to you wherever you are. The neighbourhood has changed in subtle ways. Half the houses are missing their men. Women have taken over tasks previously done by husbands. They mow lawns and paint fences and fix leaky faucets. They help each other with the heavy work, forming teams to tackle projects too big for one person alone. Community has deepened through shared necessity. Some houses have stars in their windows. Gold stars for men who will not come home. Blue stars for men still serving. Your house has a blue star, carefully placed in the front window where anyone passing by can see it. Your daughter asks about the star sometimes. You explained before you left that it represents Daddy being away. She understands in the way children understand complicated things, accepting the explanation without fully grasping all its implications. Evening air raid drills happen monthly. The sirens wail and everyone must turn off lights, close blackout curtains, and wait in darkness until the all-clear sounds. The drills are precautionary. Enemy planes have never appeared over your town. But the possibility exists in theory, so everyone practices. Your wife sits in the dark living room with the children, telling them stories to keep them calm. The drills only last 20 minutes, but they feel longer. She attends bond rallies and scrap drives. She contributes what she can. Old pots and pans for the metal drive. Worn tyres for the rubber collection. She buys war bonds with small amounts saved from the household budget. Every purchase feels like participation, like contributing to your safety and eventual return. The acts are small, but they provide a sense of agency in a situation where she has very little control. The radio becomes central to home life. She listens to news programs every evening, tracking the progress of the war through reports that are carefully worded to maintain morale while conveying facts. She listens to variety shows for entertainment. Comedians tell jokes, musicians perform, dramatic programs present stories with clear heroes and villains. The radio connects her to a larger world beyond her immediate concerns. Your children adapt to wartime childhood. Your daughter collects scrap paper at school for recycling drives. She comes home proud of filling an entire box. Your son plays war games with his toy soldiers, recreating battles he knows nothing about, acting out scenarios drawn from overheard adult conversations and newsreel images. The games worry your wife slightly, but she does not stop them. This is the world he is growing up in. She teaches the children to pray every night. They kneel beside their beds and fold their hands. She guides them through short prayers asking for safety and peace. They pray for Daddy to come home soon. They pray for all the soldiers fighting far away. The prayers are simple and sincere. She's not particularly religious, but finds comfort in the ritual, in the act of speaking hopes aloud, as if speaking might make them more likely to come true. Time moves strangely during war. Days pass slowly, but months vanish quickly. You have been gone for 8 months now, though it feels both longer and shorter than that span suggests. Summer turned to fall surrendered to winter. The seasons change, but your situation remains essentially the same. You wake and drill and work and sleep. You write letters and wait for replies. You exist in a state of suspension, life on hold until some undefined future moment. Winter in England is damp and cold in a way that seeps into bones. The barracks are heated but never truly warm. You sleep in multiple layers. You wake to frost patterns on the windows. Morning drill happens in darkness, your breath visible in the air, your fingers numb inside gloves that are not quite thick enough. You receive a package from home in December. Christmas gifts sent early to ensure arrival. Your wife packed them carefully. A wool scarf she knitted in your favourite colour. A tin of homemade fudge. A small photo album containing pictures of the children from the past few months. A letter tucked inside explains each photo. Your daughter's school play. Your son's 4th birthday party. A family picnic at the park before autumn weather turned cold. You look at the photos for a long time. Your daughter looks taller, her face losing some of its baby roundness. Your son's hair has gotten lighter, bleached by summer sun. They're growing up without you there to witness the daily changes. You miss them with an intensity that is almost physical, a hollow ache in your chest that never quite goes away. Christmas in the barracks is both festive and melancholy. Someone decorates a small tree with paper ornaments and string. The mess hall serves a special meal, turkey instead of the usual stew, mashed potatoes with real gravy, pie for dessert. The food is better than normal, but eating it makes everyone slightly sad, thinking about Christmases at home with family gathered around tables. Some men receive packages filled with treats from home, cookies and candy and fruitcake dense with nuts and fruit. Everything gets shared. You contribute your fudge to the communal pile. Other men add their contributions. By the end of the day, everyone has tasted a variety of homemade sweets, each flavour carrying memories of different kitchens in different towns across America. Evening brings caroling. Men gather in the barracks and sing Christmas songs slightly off-key. Silent Night and O Come All, Ye Faithful and White Christmas. The music is rough but heartfelt. You join in, your voice blending with dozens of others. Singing together creates a sense of connection, a brief reminder that you are not alone even though you are far from home. Your wife spends Christmas with the children. She tries to make the day special despite your absence. She cooks a modest meal with a small chicken instead of a turkey. She gives the children gifts she made or bought with saved money. A doll for your daughter, a toy truck for your son. They seem happy with these simple offerings. Children are adaptable. They find joy in what is available rather than mourning what is missing. She hangs stockings on the mantel. In the morning the children find oranges in the toes, a rare treat given citrus rationing. Small candies fill the rest of each stocking along with pencils and hair ribbons and other practical items disguised as gifts. Your wife watches the children open their stockings and feels both grateful and sad. Grateful that they are healthy and safe. Sad that you're not here to see their excitement. The house smells of cinnamon and cloves. She made spice cookies using hoarded ingredients. The scent fills rooms with memory and warmth. She remembers other Christmases. The tree you cut together 2 years ago. The year your daughter was born and everything felt new and miraculous. Time layers upon time. This Christmas is difficult, but it is still Christmas. She takes a photograph of the children beside the tree. They pose in their good clothes, smiling for the camera. She will send this photo to you. You will see how much they have grown. You will see the tree decorated with paper chains they made. You will see home captured in a single frozen moment. Evening brings quiet reflection. After the children sleep, she sits in the living room with a cup of tea. The tree lights glow softly. Outside, snow falls in silent abundance. She thinks about you spending Christmas in a military barracks far away. She hopes you are warm and safe and thinking of her too. January arrives cold and grey. The new year brings no immediate changes. You continue your routines. She continues hers. Letters still take weeks to arrive. News from the war front is cautiously optimistic, but offers no firm timeline for when anyone might come home. You both settle into acceptance. This is life now. You exist in it rather than fighting against it. Your wife takes a part-time job at a factory that makes parachutes. The work is monotonous but pays better than volunteering. She sews seams on huge expanses of fabric, her machine humming steadily for 8 hours. Other women work beside her, all of them with similar stories. Husbands overseas, children at home, bills to pay, lives to maintain during years of suspension. The factory women become her closest friends. They eat lunch together, sharing sandwiches and complaints and small confidences. They watch out for each other. When one woman gets sick, the others cover her quota. When another woman receives bad news, they take her home and sit with her until the worst of the shock passes. War creates communities bound by shared experience. She works morning shifts so she can still pick up the children from school. The schedule is exhausting. She wakes at 5 to be at the factory by 6. She works until 2, then hurries home to meet the children at 3. Evenings are filled with cooking and cleaning and homework help and bedtime routines. She falls into bed exhausted every night. Sleep comes quickly, so does morning. The factory work gives her satisfaction beyond the paycheck. She's contributing. Every parachute she helps make might save a life. Maybe it will save your life. The thought is both comforting and terrifying. She focuses on the rhythmic work of the sewing machine and tries not to think too much about where the parachutes will eventually be used. Spring arrives gradually. Daffodils push up through cold earth. Trees begin to leaf out. Days grow longer. The changes are subtle at first, then suddenly everything is green and growing. Your wife plants the victory garden again. This year she adds more rows. She feels confident after last year's success. The children help dig holes for seedlings. They water carefully, taking pride in their participation. You've been gone for a year now. 12 months of separation. 365 days of waking up somewhere that is not home. The anniversary passes without particular notice. It is simply another day of drill and duty and routine. But at night, lying in your bunk, you count the months and feel the weight of accumulated time. Life continues despite the war, not in defiance of it, but alongside it. People find moments of happiness wedged between worry and waiting. Your wife laughs at something your daughter says. You play cards with your unit and win 3 hands in a row. These small joys do not erase the larger difficulties, but they make the difficulties bearable. Your daughter learns to ride a bicycle. The bike is second-hand, purchased from a neighbour whose son outgrew it. Your wife spends an afternoon teaching her, running beside the wobbling bicycle with one hand on the seat. Your daughter falls twice, scraping her knee both times, but gets back on with determination. By evening she can ride the length of the driveway without help. She beams with pride. Your wife wishes you could see this triumph. She writes you a detailed letter about the bicycle lesson. She describes the scraped knee and the stubborn perseverance and the final victory. She tells you how your daughter rode up and down the street for an hour, shouting for everyone to watch. She mentions that your son wants a bicycle now too, even though he's still too small. The letter captures the ordinary magic of childhood accomplishment. You read this letter sitting under a tree on a sunny afternoon. Your unit has a rare break from duties. Some men nap in the grass, others play catch with a worn baseball. You read about your daughter's bicycle and smile. You imagine the scene so clearly you can almost see it. For a moment, distance collapses. You're there in spirit if not in body. Your son starts kindergarten in September. He's nervous the first day, clinging to your wife's hand as they walk to school. She reassures him. She introduces him to the teacher. She waves goodbye as he sits at a small table with other 5-year-olds. She walks home trying not to cry. Her baby is growing up. Time moves forward whether anyone is ready or not. She writes to you about the first day of kindergarten. She describes your son's nervousness and the way his face lit up when he saw blocks in the classroom. She tells you he came home excited, chattering about new friends and a story the teacher read. She includes a drawing he made, stick figures representing the family. You're included in the drawing despite your absence. A tall stick figure labelled Daddy stands next to the shorter figures of Mama, sister and brother. You pin the drawing to the wall beside your bunk. Other men have similar decorations, family photos, children's drawings, letters from sweethearts. The walls of military barracks worldwide are covered with these artifacts of love and connection. They transform sterile spaces into something slightly more personal. They remind everyone why they are here and what they are protecting. Fall turns to winter again, a second winter of separation. The days shorten, cold returns. You go through the same seasonal adjustments as before. Extra blankets on bunks, hot coffee clutched in cold hands, morning drill in darkness. The repetition is both monotonous and oddly comforting. Routine provides structure when nothing else is certain. Your wife prepares for another wartime Christmas. She has less anxiety this year. She knows what to expect. She plans modest celebrations and does not mourn the elaborate Christmases of peacetime. The children understand better this year too. They know Daddy will not be home for Christmas. They accept this fact with the resilience of children who have adapted to circumstances beyond their control. She sends you another package in early December. More fudge, a new scarf because the first one wore out, photographs from the past year, a letter filled with love and longing and determination to keep going. The package arrives 2 days before Christmas. You open it carefully, savouring the moment. The fudge tastes like home. The scarf smells faintly of her perfume. The photos show your children growing up. You are missing their childhood, but they are thriving despite your absence. You write back immediately. You thank her for the package. You tell her you love her. You promise you're being careful. You describe the Christmas dinner the mess hall will serve. You mention the carol singing planned for Christmas Eve. You fill the letter with details meant to reassure her that you are safe and managing well. You fold the letter and mail it, knowing it will arrive in January, long after the holiday has passed. Still, you write. Connection matters more than timing. The second Christmas passes much like the first. Good food, shared treats, men thinking about home. You participate in the festivities but feel slightly removed, as if watching yourself from outside your body. You wonder if you are becoming too accustomed to military life, if you are losing touch with your civilian self. The thought troubles you, but there is nothing to be done about it. You exist in this life because you must. January brings the coldest weather yet. Snow falls and stays on the ground for weeks. The camp slows down. Some training exercises are cancelled because conditions are too harsh. You spend more time indoors. The barracks feel crowded with 50 men confined together. Tempers occasionally flare. Someone's snoring becomes unbearable. Someone else's habits irritate everyone. But mostly you all manage to coexist peacefully. You have learned patience along with all the other military skills. Your wife manages a second winter at home. The house is harder to heat this year because coal is more expensive. She keeps the thermostat lower and everyone wears sweaters indoors. The children complain about the cold. She gives them extra blankets and makes hot cocoa as a treat. They adapt. Everyone adapts. That seems to be the primary skill of wartime, the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and keep going anyway. She continues working at the parachute factory. The work is steady. The paycheck helps. She has saved enough money to repair the roof properly, to replace the worn tyres on the car, to buy shoes for the children whose feet keep growing. The savings also provide security, a small cushion against uncertainty. Money cannot solve the problem of your absence, but it solves other problems, making daily life slightly easier. Spring returns again. Another year of waiting, another planting season, another round of letters sent and received. Life has found its rhythm in these years of separation. The rhythm is not what anyone would choose, but it is sustainable. You both continue putting one foot in front of the other, day after day, because that is what must be done. News from the war front improves gradually. Military operations that seemed stalled begin to advance. Territory is gained. Key battles are won. The progress is slow but real. Hope begins to feel less like wishful thinking and more like reasonable expectation. Maybe the war will end. Or maybe you will come home. Maybe someday soon will become someday soon. Your unit receives new orders in late spring. You will be moving, though to where and for what purpose remains unclear. The announcement creates a buzz of speculation. Men guess at destinations and assignments. Some hope for combat duty, eager to finally see action after years of training. Others hope for continued support roles, preferring safety to glory. You find yourself somewhere in the middle, wanting to contribute but also wanting to survive. The move happens in June. You pack your limited belongings and board a transport. The journey takes days. You travel by truck and train and ship. You see new landscapes, different cities, other military installations. Everything is both fascinating and exhausting. You sleep when you can, sitting upright in crowded vehicles, head bouncing against windows as you doze. You arrive at a new base closer to the front lines. The atmosphere is different here, more urgent, less routine. The men around you have seen combat. Their eyes hold a wariness that training cannot produce. You listen to their stories. You learn from their experiences. You prepare yourself mentally for what might come next. But weeks pass and you remain in support roles. You load supplies and maintain equipment and process paperwork. The work is important even if it lacks drama. Wars are won not just by soldiers fighting, but by massive logistical operations keeping those soldiers supplied. You contribute to victory in ways that will never make headlines. That is fine. You never wanted headlines. You wanted to do your part and come home. Your wife receives your letters describing the move. She reads about new locations and different duties. She notices what you do not say directly. You are closer to danger now. The realization frightens her, but she does not let fear paralyze her. She continues her routines. She works at the factory. She tends the garden. She cares for the children. Fear lives in her chest, but it does not dictate her actions. Summer passes, fall approaches. News from the war front is consistently positive now. Allied forces are advancing on multiple fronts. The end seems possible, even probable. People begin to imagine peace. Conversations shift from endurance to anticipation. What will happen when the war ends? How quickly will soldiers come home? What will post-war life look like? Your wife allows herself to hope. She makes plans in her mind. She thinks about your return. She imagines the day you will walk through the front door. She pictures the children running to hug you. She envisions ordinary evenings spent together, no longer separated by oceans and continents. The images sustain her through the remaining months of waiting. You allow yourself to hope too. You think about civilian life. You imagine sleeping late on Saturday mornings. You picture Sunday dinners with your family. You dream of taking your children to the park, of holding your wife's hand while walking down a street where no one wears uniforms. The future becomes more vivid as it draws closer. Winter arrives, the third winter of your separation. But this winter feels different. The war is winding down. Victory seems certain. The only question is when, not if. You mark time differently now, not in terms of how long you have been gone, but in terms of how soon you might return. Christmas comes again, the third wartime Christmas. Your wife decorates modestly, but with more cheer than previous years. She allows the children to feel excited. She bakes cookies despite sugar rationing. She plays Christmas music on the radio. The holiday is not perfect, but it is hopeful. Next Christmas, you will be home. She believes this with growing conviction. You spend Christmas at your new base. The meal is good. The company is familiar. You have made friends here, bonds forged through shared experience. But you're all thinking about home. Conversation keeps returning to plans for after the war. Where will you live? What jobs will you seek? How will you reconnect with families you have not seen in years? The new year arrives, 1945. This will be the year. Everyone can feel it. The momentum has shifted decisively. Allied victories accumulate. Enemy resistance weakens. The end approaches. You allow yourself to count weeks instead of months. You allow yourself to imagine specific scenarios of return. You write to your wife about hopes instead of just routines. She receives your letters and reads the hope in them. She responds with her own hopes. She tells you about improvements she wants to make to the house. She mentions job opportunities you might consider. She describes the welcome home party the neighbours are already planning. She writes about a future that is no longer distant fantasy, but approaching reality. Spring comes early, the weather improves, flowers bloom. Birds return from winter migrations. Nature carries on oblivious to human conflicts. You watch crocuses push through the last patches of snow and feel oddly moved. Life persists. Beauty endures. Soon you will rejoin the world of seasons and growth and ordinary wonders. Victory in Europe is declared in May. The news spreads rapidly. Celebrations erupt. Men cheer and embrace and shed tears of relief. The war in Europe is over. You have survived. You will go home. The realization is almost overwhelming. Years of tension release all at once. You feel lighter, as if a weight you had grown so accustomed to carrying that you stopped noticing it has suddenly been removed. But going home is not immediate. The military does not simply open the gates and send everyone back at once. There are processes, procedures, paperwork. Soldiers must be demobilized in an orderly fashion. Transportation must be arranged. Priorities must be established. You join thousands of others in a massive queue waiting for your turn to board a ship heading west across the Atlantic. The waiting is harder now than it was during the war. Before, you waited with no clear end in sight. Now you know the end is coming, but you cannot quite reach it. Days feel longer when you are this close to reunion. Hours stretch. You mark time obsessively. Every morning you wake thinking that maybe today orders will come. Every evening you fall asleep disappointed that today was not the day. Your wife experiences similar impatience. She knows the war is over. She knows you are safe. But she does not know exactly when you will arrive. Letters slow down during the demobilization chaos. Information becomes scarce. She waits by the mailbox each day. She listens to news reports about troop ships arriving in various ports. She tries to calculate when you might board a ship and how long the voyage might take. Her estimates are hopeful but unreliable. Finally, in late June, you receive your orders. You will board a ship in 2 weeks. The transport will take approximately 10 days depending on weather. You will arrive at a port in New York. From there you will be processed through a demobilization center and given rail tickets home. The entire journey from boarding the ship to walking through your front door will take roughly 3 weeks. You write to your wife immediately with this information. She receives your letter in early July. The timeline makes her cry with relief. 3 weeks, 21 days. She can endure 21 more days after enduring nearly 3 years. She begins preparations. She cleans the house thoroughly. She makes plans for your return. She tells the children that Daddy's coming home soon. They react with excitement tinged with uncertainty. Your son barely remembers you. Your daughter's memories have faded and blurred. They know you from photographs more than from lived experience. You board the ship on schedule. The vessel is crowded with men heading home. Everyone is in high spirits despite cramped conditions. You sleep in bunks stacked 3 high in holds below deck. Meals are served in shifts because the galley cannot accommodate everyone at once. The food is military rations, but no one complains. You're going home. That is all that matters. The ocean crossing takes 9 days. The weather is mild, the seas are relatively calm. You spend hours on deck watching the water roll past. Other men play cards or write letters or simply talk, voices overlapping in constant conversation. The mood is jubilant but also reflective. You have all been changed by these years. You are not the same people who left home. The question is whether home will recognise the changes or whether you will be expected to slip back into old versions of yourselves. Land appears on the 9th day. The coast of America emerges from morning mist. Men crowd the rails to catch their first glimpse of home soil. Some cheer. Others stand quietly, too moved for words. You feel your throat tighten with emotion. After years of absence, after months of longing, here is home, solid ground. The country you left and fought to protect. The place where your family waits. The ship docks in New York Harbour. Processing through the demobilization centre takes 2 full days. You fill out forms. You receive medical examinations. You turn in military equipment. You're issued civilian clothes, dress pants and shirts that feel strange after years of uniforms. You collect back pay and separation allowance. You receive honourable discharge papers. You become a civilian again, officially released from military service. The train ride home takes another full day. You travel through familiar landscapes, cities and towns you recognise, fields and forests that look exactly as you remember them. Everything is the same. You are what has changed. The realisation is both comforting and unsettling. Home remained home. You became someone slightly different. The challenge will be reconciling these truths. Your wife receives a telegram 2 days before you arrive. It is brief but sufficient. Arriving home July 27th, stop. Love stop. She reads the telegram 3 times. Then she calls your mother. She tells the neighbours. She prepares the house with renewed energy. She bakes a cake. She plans a special dinner. She helps the children make welcome home signs with crayons and paper. The day of your arrival arrives. She wakes early despite barely sleeping. She dresses carefully. She wants to look her best for you. She helps the children dress in their nicest clothes. They eat a quick breakfast. Then they wait. You told her you would arrive on the afternoon train. She takes the children to the station an hour early. Better to wait there than to pace at home. The platform fills with other families. Other wives and mothers and children waiting for returning soldiers. Everyone scans each arriving train. False alarms create momentary excitement, followed by renewed waiting. The children grow restless. Your daughter holds her welcome home sign. Your son clutches a toy airplane he wants to show you. Your train arrives at 3:20 in the afternoon. You step onto the platform carrying a single duffel bag. You scan the crowd. So many faces, so much noise. Then you see them. Your wife, your daughter, your son. They see you at the same moment. Your daughter runs toward you, her sign bouncing. Your son follows, not quite understanding, but caught up in the excitement. Your wife walks, then runs. You drop your bag and catch your daughter as she launches herself at you. You lift her and spin her once. She wraps her arms around your neck. Your son reaches you, and you scoop him up with your other arm. 2 children, one on each side, both talking at once. You are crying. Ah. You did not expect to cry, but tears run down your face. Your wife reaches you, and you set the children down. You look at her. Really look at her. She looks older and also exactly the same. 3 years have passed. They show in subtle ways around her eyes and mouth. But her smile is the smile you remembered. Her eyes are the eyes you dreamed about. You embrace. The world narrows to this single point of contact. Everything else fades. There is only her warmth, her familiar scent, the reality of her presence after years of absence. You stand on the platform holding each other while other reunions happen around you. Other soldiers embrace other families. The platform is chaos of joy and tears and suitcases. You stay still in the centre of this chaos. Your family surrounds you. Your children press close. Your wife does not let go. This moment is the one you've been waiting for. This moment makes everything worthwhile. Eventually you gather yourself, you pick up your bag. Your wife takes your hand. Your daughter holds your other hand. Your son bounces beside his mother. You walk to the car together. The drive home takes 15 minutes. Everyone talks at once. Your daughter tells you about school. Your son shows you his airplane. Your wife points out changes in the neighbourhood. You listen and nod and let the words wash over you. Being with them is enough. Everything else is details. You arrive home. The The house looks exactly as you remember it, and also completely different. Small changes are everywhere. New curtains in the living room, different furniture arrangement. The walls need paint. The yard is more overgrown than you remember. But it is home. Your home. You walk through the front door and breathe in the smell of your house. Something is cooking in the kitchen. Fresh flowers sit on the dining table. Welcome home signs hang from the walls. Dinner that evening is special. Your wife made your favourite foods. Pot roast with potatoes and carrots. Fresh bread. Apple pie for dessert. You eat slowly, savouring every bite. The children chatter through the meal. Your wife watches you with eyes that shine. You catch her hand across the table and squeeze. She squeezes back. Words are insufficient for what you both feel. After dinner, the children show you their rooms. Your daughter displays her collection of books and dolls. Your son demonstrates how his toy trucks work. They want your attention after years without it. You give them all your focus. You admire everything they show you. You answer their questions. You hug them repeatedly, making up for years of missed embraces. Bedtime comes, and you help with the routine. You read stories to both children. Your voice sounds strange to them at first, but they adjust quickly. They snuggle close as you read. Your daughter falls asleep first, her head on your shoulder. Your son fights sleep, but eventually surrenders. You carry them to their beds and tuck them in. Your wife stands in the doorway watching. This is what she wanted. This is what kept her going. Later that night, you sit with your wife in the living room. The house is quiet. The children are asleep. You hold hands on the sofa. Neither of you speaks much. You do not need to. 3 years of separation have ended. You are home. She is beside you. The future stretches ahead. Uncertain, but shared. Whatever comes next, you will face it together. You sleep in your own bed that night for the first time in 3 years. Your wife lies beside you. The room is dark and quiet. You listen to her breathing. You feel her warmth. You are home. Finally, completely, undeniably home. Sleep comes easily, deep, and dreamless. Tomorrow you will begin rebuilding the life you left behind. Tonight you simply rest, surrounded by the people you love, safe in the place you belong. The days after your return blend together in a haze of adjustment and rediscovery. You relearn your house, your neighbourhood, your family. Some things are easy. Sleeping in your own bed feels instantly right. Eating meals at your own table is comforting. Other things are harder. Finding your place in household routines takes time. Reconnecting with children who have grown and changed requires patience. Your daughter warms to you quickly. She remembers you well enough that your presence feels like restoration rather than disruption. She takes you on tours of the neighbourhood, showing you changes and introducing you to new friends. She wants to include you in everything. She saves her best drawings for you. She asks you to read her bedtime stories every night. Your son is more cautious. He was 2 when you left. Now he is 5. His memories of you are vague impressions rather than clear recollections. He watches you carefully, trying to figure out where you fit. You do not push. You let him come to you at his own pace. Gradually he warms. He brings you his toys. He asks you to play. Trust builds through small interactions repeated daily. Your wife is patient with your adjustment. She understands that you have changed. She has changed too. You both need time to learn each other again. Conversations sometimes stumble as you search for common ground. But love provides a foundation. You want to reconnect. That desire drives the work of rebuilding intimacy after years apart. You look for work. The factory where you worked before the war has reopened its civilian production lines. They are hiring returning veterans. You apply and are accepted quickly. The work is familiar. You settle into routines, grateful for employment and the normalcy it provides. The paycheck allows your wife to quit the parachute factory. She transitions back to being home full-time, at least until the children are older. Life finds a rhythm. You wake beside your wife. You eat breakfast with your family. You go to work. You come home to dinner. You help with homework and bedtime. The routines are ordinary but extraordinary to you after years of absence. You never take them for granted. Every meal together is precious. Every evening with the children is a gift. Some nights you struggle with memories. The war left marks that are not visible but are nonetheless real. You dream sometimes of the men you served with, of places you would rather forget. Your wife wakes you gently when nightmares trouble your sleep. She does not ask for details. She simply holds you until the dreams fade and you can sleep peacefully again. You connect with other veterans. The man next door served in the Pacific. You talk sometimes, sharing experiences that only other veterans truly understand. The conversations help. Talking to someone who has been through similar things eases the isolation of memory. You join a veterans organisation. The meetings provide community and support. Your wife joins a group for veterans' wives. They meet monthly and discuss the challenges of reunion and adjustment. She learns that her experiences are not unique. Other women struggled with the same issues. The solidarity helps. She feels less alone. The women share strategies for helping their husbands readjust and for managing their own emotions during the transition. Seasons pass. Summer turns to fall. Fall becomes winter. Your first Christmas back home is everything you imagined during those years overseas. The house is decorated. The tree is full. Presents are wrapped and waiting. You cook a large meal together. Extended family joins you. The house fills with noise and laughter and love. You watch your children open gifts and feel overwhelming gratitude. You are here. You made it home. Not everyone did. You think about the men who will never sit at their own tables again. You remember the gold stars in windows, the families who received telegrams instead of returning soldiers. You survived. That fact is both joy and burden. Life continues. Spring arrives. You plant a garden with your wife. The children help dig and water. The work is therapeutic. Your hands in the soil feel grounding. Growth happens slowly but steadily. Seeds become seedlings. Seedlings become plants. Plants produce food. The cycle is reliable and comforting. Years pass. The war recedes into history. Your children grow up. They ask you about your service occasionally. You tell them some things and keep other things private. They do not need to know everything. They need to know you are present, that you love them, that you came home and stayed home. You and your wife grow old together. The separation remains part of your story, but it does not define your entire story. You built a life after the war. You raised children. You worked and saved. You created memories to balance the years apart. The separation shaped you, but it did not break you. Looking back, you remember the waiting, the endless days of routine, the letters that sustained connection across distance, the fear that lived beneath every moment. But you also remember the reunion, the platform, the embrace, the tears, coming home. Those memories are stronger than the difficult ones. Love endured. Distance was overcome. Life continued. Your wife has her own memories. Years of managing alone. Children raised without their father. Constant worry. The effort to maintain hope when hope felt foolish. But she also remembers your return. The joy of reunion. The relief of ending the wait. She remembers building life together after the war. Creating a future after years of suspended present. The war was part of your lives, but not the whole of your lives. You lived before it. You lived after it. The years of separation were significant but finite. What mattered most was what came after. The decades of ordinary days, the accumulation of small moments, the steady presence of love and family and home. In the end, you both survived not just the war but the separation. You found each other again after years apart. You rebuilt what the war interrupted. You created a life together that was rich and full and meaningful. The quiet lives of the World War II continued into the quiet lives of peace. And that continuation, that persistence, that determination to keep going, was its own kind of victory. The story ends here, in this place of completion. The war is over. The separation is over. The waiting is over. Life goes on. The sun rises and sets. Seasons change. Children grow. Years pass. Love endures. Home remains. And that, in the end, is what mattered most. The spring of 1775 smells like manure and tension. British soldiers patrol Boston Harbour while American spies count musket balls in attics. You're about to discover that the midnight ride was not one person galloping through empty streets shouting warnings, but rather a coordinated intelligence operation involving farmers, silversmiths, tanners, and at least 3 men who barely knew each other, but ended up saving the Revolutionary War before it even started. The winter of 1774 slides into spring like a drunk uncle at a wedding. Gradual, awkward, everyone pretending not to notice the obvious tension. You're standing in Boston in early April 1775. The city feels like a pot of water just before it boils, not quite bubbling yet. but you can see the heat building underneath. British General Thomas Gage commands 4,000 redcoats, occupying a city of about 16,000 people. The math alone makes everyone nervous. 1 soldier for every 4 civilians. Those are occupation numbers. Everyone knows it. Nobody says it out loud. The interesting part is not the British soldiers you can see. The interesting part is the intelligence network you cannot see. Dr. Joseph Warren runs what might be the most sophisticated spy ring in colonial America. He is 33 years old. He graduated from Harvard. He has excellent handwriting and better instincts. His day job involves pulling teeth and setting bones. His night job involves collecting secrets that could get him hanged. Warren recruits stable boys who overhear British officers talking. He pays washerwomen who count uniforms going to the laundry. He befriends tavern keepers who water down the drinks just enough that soldiers talk more than they should. The spy network operates like a giant set of ears attached to Boston itself. The system works because nobody expects a doctor to be a spy master. Warren moves through British social circles with the easy confidence of someone who once removed a musket ball from a general's leg without anaesthetic. You do not forget the person who saved your life while you screamed into a leather strap. One of Warren's key sources is a woman whose identity historians still debate. She might be the wife of a British officer. She might be a housekeeper. She might be someone's mistress. What matters is that she has access to military planning sessions and a conscience that leans toward the American cause. In mid-April, this unnamed source tells Warren that British troops plan to march out of Boston soon. They will seize colonial weapons and arrest Mr. Samuel Adams and Mr. John Hancock. The British call these 2 men the ringleaders of rebellion. The Americans call them patriots. The truth probably lives somewhere in between. Warren needs to warn Adams and Hancock. They are hiding in Lexington, about 11 miles northwest of Boston. But getting a message out of occupied Boston requires planning that would make a chess grandmaster sweat. The British control Boston Neck, the narrow strip of land connecting the city to the mainland. Every person leaving Boston must pass through a checkpoint. British soldiers search wagons. They question travellers. They confiscate suspicious documents. Getting caught carrying a warning about British troop movements would result in a very short trial and a very long rope. Warren needs multiple riders using different routes. He needs backup plans for the backup plans. He needs people who know the roads in the dark and can recognise which houses shelter friends versus which ones hide loyalists who would happily turn them in for a few coins. Enter the mechanics. Paul Revere is a silversmith. He is 40 years old. He has strong hands from hammering metal all day and strong opinions about British taxation. He also belongs to a group called the Mechanics, which sounds like a car repair shop but actually operates as an intelligence cell within the larger spy network. The mechanics include carpenters, blacksmiths, printers, and other tradesmen. They meet in taverns, they share information, they practice what modern intelligence agencies would call tradecraft: how to pass messages without being seen, how to signal danger, how to create alibis that hold up under questioning. Revere has already made several rides to Lexington and Concord, carrying warnings and documents. He knows the routes. He knows which ferry operators can be trusted. He knows which farmers leave their gates unlocked for midnight riders who need shortcuts across private property. But Revere also knows that redundancy saves lives. One rider can get caught. One rider can fall off a horse. One rider can take the wrong turn in the dark and end up miles off course. Warren's network needs multiple messengers taking different paths to ensure at least one warning reaches Lexington. The second messenger is William Dawes. He is 30 years old. He works as a tanner, which means he spends his days turning animal hides into leather using chemicals that smell like death's armpit. But Dawes has one crucial advantage. He is friendly with British soldiers, not in a suspicious way, not in a collaborator way. Just in the way that happens when you're a jovial guy who occasionally shares a drink with the checkpoint guards and tells funny stories about the time a horse kicked a bucket of tanning solution all over the mayor. Dawes is the kind of person soldiers wave through checkpoints without much questioning. The plan starts taking shape in Warren's mind, like a painting emerging from blank canvas. Revere will row across the Charles River under cover of darkness, bypassing Boston Neck entirely. Dawes will talk his way past the British checkpoint using charm and misdirection. Both will ride to Lexington using different routes. Even if one gets caught, the other might get through. But Warren adds one more layer. He arranges for a signal system that would make modern naval officers nod with approval. The Old North Church stands tall enough to be seen across the Charles River in Charlestown. Warren's network includes the church sexton, a man named Robert Newman. If British troops leave Boston by land over Boston Neck, Newman will hang one lantern in the church steeple. If they leave by water across the Charles River, 2 lanterns. The signal serves 2 purposes. First, it gives advance warning to patriots in Charlestown before any rider even arrives. Second, it tells the riders which route the British are taking so they can adjust their warnings accordingly. The beauty of this system is its simplicity. No coded messages to decode, no complicated signals to misinterpret. 1 lantern means one route, 2 lanterns means the other route. Even in a panic, even in darkness, anyone watching from Charlestown can count to 2. Warren's spy network has transformed from a collection of gossip into a precision instrument. Every person knows their role. Every step has a backup. The only question is when the British will move. The answer comes on April 18th. Warren's unnamed source delivers urgent intelligence. British troops will march tonight. The target is Concord, where colonial militias have stockpiled weapons and ammunition. The secondary objective is arresting Adams and Hancock in Lexington on the way. The operation begins after dark. Warren immediately sends for Revere and Dawes. The afternoon light is already fading. They have perhaps 3 or 4 hours before British soldiers start assembling. Maybe less. Revere arrives at Warren's home first. Warren explains the intelligence. Revere nods. He has been preparing for this moment for months. His horse is ready, his route is memorized. He knows where to change horses if his mount goes lame. He knows which houses will open their doors at midnight, and which ones to avoid. Warren gives Revere one instruction. Ride to Lexington, warn Adams and Hancock, then continue to Concord and alert the militia there. If possible, send riders to surrounding towns to spread the alarm wider. Dawes receives the same instructions but will take the land route through Boston Neck. His job is harder in some ways. He must fool British sentries who are probably on higher alert than usual, but his friendly relationship with the checkpoint guards gives him better odds than most. The sun sets over Boston Harbour. Somewhere in the darkness, 1,000 British soldiers prepare to march. They check their muskets, they adjust their packs, they wait for orders they do not fully understand, and in different parts of the city, 2 middle-aged tradesmen prepare to ride into history on horses that probably just wanted a quiet night in the barn. The evening of April 18th feels like every muscle in Boston is clenched. You can almost hear the city holding its breath. Paul Revere walks through the streets trying to look casual. This is harder than it sounds when you're about to commit what the British would definitely consider treason. He keeps his hands relaxed. He nods at acquaintances. He does not walk too fast or too slow, just a silversmith heading home after a long day of making spoons and plotting revolution. Revere's first challenge is crossing the Charles River without getting caught. British warships patrol the harbour. The HMS Somerset sits anchored with a clear view of boat traffic. Its guns could turn a rowboat into kindling before anyone made it halfway across. Revere arranged earlier for friends to leave a small boat hidden near a dock in the north end. But he needs oars. And here the story gets wonderfully ridiculous in a way that reminds you these revolutionaries were still regular people dealing with regular problems. Revere arrives at the dock and discovers nobody thought to include oars with the boat. This is like showing up to rob a bank and realising you forgot the getaway car keys. Technically you have all the pieces. They just do not work without the crucial missing component. One of Revere's companions, probably another mechanic whose name is lost to history, sprints to a nearby house. He wakes up a woman who later becomes known in historical records only as a girlfriend of someone in the network. She immediately understands the problem. She tears a flannel petticoat into strips and wraps the fabric around the oarlocks. This muffles the sound of wood scraping against wood. In the quiet of an April night on the water, even small sounds carry forever. The creaking of oarlocks could alert British sailors that someone is rowing where they should not be rowing. The petticoat solution works perfectly. The woman who donated her underwear to the American Revolution deserves more recognition than she gets. Historians know about Paul Revere's horse. They should also know about the anonymous woman's flannel petticoat. Revere and 2 companions climb into the boat. They row slowly, very slowly. Speed creates splashing. Splashing creates noise. Noise creates British sailors shouting questions and possibly firing muskets. The moon is bright enough to navigate by, but also bright enough to be seen by. The HMS Somerset sits in the water like a watchful predator. Revere can see sailors moving on deck. The rowing party stays low. They pull the oars with long, smooth strokes that barely disturb the surface. The crossing takes about 20 minutes that probably feel like 20 hours. Every splash sounds enormous. Every creak of the boat seems loud enough to wake the dead. But the muffled oarlocks do their job. The small boat glides past the Somerset without raising an alarm. Revere lands in Charlestown and climbs onto the dock. His clothes are damp from spray. His heart is probably hammering. But he made it across the first barrier. A local member of the mechanics meets him with a horse. Not just any horse. A good horse. The kind of animal that can cover 11 miles of rough road in the dark without breaking an ankle or dumping its rider into a ditch. The horse belongs to a man named John Larkin. It is described in some accounts as a powerful mare, in other accounts as a fast gelding. The details get fuzzy because nobody was taking detailed equestrian notes during what everyone assumed might be the start of a war. What matters is that the horse is fresh, strong, and ready. Revere climbs into the saddle. Then he pauses. He looks across the river toward Boston, toward the old North Church steeple rising against the night sky. This is the moment the signal should appear. This is when Robert Newman, the church sexton, should climb the narrow stairs to the steeple and hang the lanterns. 1, if the British leave Boston by land. 2, if they leave by water. Revere waits. The night air smells like salt water and horse. Somewhere in Boston, 1,000 British soldiers are probably forming ranks. Time is running out. Then light blooms in the church steeple. 1 lantern, then another, 2 lights. The British are crossing the Charles River by boat. They're taking the water route. This changes everything. Or rather, it confirms what Revere already suspected. The British are not marching over Boston Neck where Dawes will ride. They're rowing across Back Bay, which means they will land closer to Lexington and Concord. The colonial militias have less time than anyone hoped. But the signal also confirms that the network is functioning. Newman successfully climbed the steeple. The lanterns are visible. Patriots in Charlestown now know British troops are moving. Even if something happens to Revere, even if every rider fails, at least some warning has gone out. Revere spurs his borrowed horse and heads into the darkness. The road from Charlestown to Lexington runs through farmland. Some sections follow the main post road. Other sections cut through private property, where farmers long ago gave permission for midnight riders to use shortcuts. Revere knows every turn. He has ridden this route so many times he could probably do it blindfolded. But tonight something is different. British officers are patrolling the roads. General Gage is not stupid. He anticipated that colonial intelligence might discover the plan, so he sent mounted officers ahead to intercept messengers. These officers lurk near intersections and bridges. They wait in shadows. Their job is to stop anyone riding fast toward Lexington. About 2 miles into his ride, Revere spots 2 riders under a tree near the road. They are too still, too watchful. Their silhouettes against the moonlight look military. Revere makes a split-second decision. He turns his horse and cuts across a field. The British officers shout and give chase. Their horses are rested. Revere's horse is already moving. The race is on. This is where Revere's knowledge of the local terrain saves him. He knows this field ends at a clay pit that is easy to navigate if you know it exists and fatal if you do not. Revere guides his horse around the edge of the pit. The British officers, unfamiliar with the landscape, have to slow down or risk falling into a hole that could break their horse's legs. Revere pulls ahead. He cuts through another field and rejoins the road a mile later. The British officers are still behind him somewhere, but far enough away that he has breathing room. This near capture gets left out of most simplified versions of the story. The heroic midnight ride is supposed to be one smooth gallop from start to finish. The reality involves mud, near misses, and a horse that probably deserves combat pay. Meanwhile, back in Boston, William Dawes is having his own adventure. Dawes approaches the checkpoint at Boston Neck just before it closes for the night. The British sentries recognise him. He is that funny tanner who tells good jokes and never causes trouble. They wave him through with minimal questioning. Some historical accounts claim Dawes pretended to be drunk and riding home from a tavern. Other accounts suggest he simply acted natural because acting natural was his superpower. Either way, he clears the checkpoint and heads toward Lexington on the southern route. Dawes rides through the night without encountering British patrols. His route is longer than Revere's, but safer. The British officers are concentrated on the northern roads where they expect messengers to ride. The southern approach through Brookline and Brighton is mostly empty. By midnight, both riders are closing in on Lexington from different directions. Neither knows if the other made it through. Neither knows that a third rider is about to join their accidental relay team. Back at Old North Church, Robert Newman hangs the lanterns for exactly 1 minute, long enough for watchers in Charlestown to see the signal, short enough to avoid attracting too much British attention. Then he climbs back down the staircase, slips out a window, and hides in his mother's house until the danger passes. Newman's part in the story is brief but crucial. Without those 2 lanterns, the Charlestown Patriots would have no advance warning. The signal multiplies the effectiveness of the riders by giving multiple communities time to prepare. The lantern signal becomes the most famous part of the story, thanks to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem written 86 years later. But the poem simplifies everything into 1 rider and 1 signal. The reality is messier and more impressive. Multiple riders on multiple routes using multiple signals. This is how you run an intelligence operation when failure means hanging. Revere arrives in Lexington around midnight. The town is dark except for the Clark Parsonage, where Samuel Adams and John Hancock are staying. A sergeant in the local militia is standing guard outside. He recognizes Revere and calls out a warning not to make noise. Everyone is asleep. Revere dismounts and pounds on the door. He is not quiet. He is the opposite of quiet. The sergeant tries to shush him. Revere ignores the shushing. He shouts that the British regulars are coming out and they need to wake up immediately. Adams and Hancock stumble out in their nightshirts. They are not pleased about being woken, but they understand the urgency. Revere explains the intelligence. British troops crossed the Charles River by boat. They are probably landing right now. They will reach Lexington in a few hours. Then they will march to Concord to seize weapons. Adams and Hancock begin packing. They will need to leave Lexington before the British arrive, but first they need to organise the local militia and send warnings to surrounding towns. Then Dawes arrives. He rode the southern route successfully. Now both messengers are in Lexington. Both delivered the warning. The redundancy Warren planned worked perfectly, but the night is not over. Revere and Dawes rest their horses for about 30 minutes. Then they prepare to ride the final 6 miles to Concord to warn the militia there. On the road, they encounter a third rider who is about to become the most underappreciated hero of the entire operation. His name is Samuel Prescott, and he is the only one who actually completes the ride to Concord. Samuel Prescott is 24 years old. He is a physician like Dr. Warren, but with better luck and worse historical recognition. On the night of April 18th, Prescott is riding home from visiting his fiancée in Lexington. He's probably thinking about wedding plans and how many people to invite and whether the ceremony should be in spring or summer. Then he encounters Paul Revere and William Dawes on the road to Concord. Revere and Dawes are easy to spot. 2 riders moving fast in the middle of the night tend to attract attention. Prescott, being a local doctor who knows everyone, recognises them immediately, or at least recognises that they are not British soldiers. Revere explains the situation. British regulars are marching to Concord. The colonial weapons cache needs to be hidden or moved. Every minute counts. They need to warn the militia. Prescott immediately volunteers to join them. This decision changes his entire life trajectory from country doctor to historical footnote. If he had simply waved and continued home, he would have lived a comfortable anonymous life delivering babies and treating fevers. Instead, he becomes the guy who actually completed the famous midnight ride that Paul Revere gets all the credit for. The 3 riders continue toward Concord together. Revere and Dawes are exhausted. Their horses are tired. Prescott's horse is fresh because he only rode from Lexington. This detail becomes very important very soon. About halfway to Concord, near a place called Lincoln, the riders encounter 2 British officers on horseback blocking the road. This is the moment when the night's careful planning collides with pure bad luck. General Gage sent multiple patrols to intercept messengers, most of them positioned near Charlestown or Cambridge, but this particular pair of officers happened to stop for a rest near Lincoln, and now they are staring at 3 colonists riding fast toward Concord at 1 in the morning. The British officers draw pistols and order the 3 riders to stop. Revere tries to bluff. He announces there are 500 colonial soldiers right behind them. This is a complete lie. There are 0 soldiers behind them, but the officers do not know that. Unfortunately for Revere, his bluff fails. The officers do not retreat. Instead, they call for backup. 4 more British soldiers emerge from trees beside the road. 6 mounted soldiers now surround 3 tired colonists on tired horses. This is where things get chaotic in the way that only real historical moments can get chaotic. Multiple people shouting, horses spinning in circles, pistols waving, everyone confused about who is in charge. Prescott makes a snap decision. He knows these roads better than anyone. He grew up here. He courted his fiancée by riding these lanes in daylight and darkness. Every stone wall and gate is memorised. Prescott spurs his horse and crashes straight through a gap in the formation. The British soldiers shout and give chase, but Prescott rides directly at a stone wall that looks impassable. At the last second, his horse jumps. They clear the wall and land in a field on the other side. The British horses cannot follow, or their riders do not want to risk jumping a wall in darkness. Either way, Prescott escapes. He rides hard toward Concord, shouting warnings at farmhouses along the way. His voice echoes across the dark fields. The regulars are out. The regulars are out. Meanwhile, Dawes attempts the same escape trick. He rides toward a different stone wall. But his horse is more exhausted than Prescott's, or the angle is wrong, or Dawes is not as experienced a rider. The horse refuses the jump. Dawes gets thrown off and lands hard. He's not seriously injured, but he loses his horse. The animal runs off into the darkness. Dawes, now on foot, and probably bruised, decides discretion is better than getting shot. He hides until the British soldiers leave. Then he walks back to Lexington. His part in the ride ends in a dark field with no horse and a sore backside. That leaves Revere. He tries to escape by riding into a pasture, but the British soldiers surround him. There are too many of them. His horse is too tired. He has nowhere to run. The British officers capture Revere at gunpoint. They question him extensively. Who are you? Where are you going? What do you know about colonial militia movements? Revere, in a move that historians still debate, tells them almost everything. He explains that 500 colonial soldiers are assembling in Lexington. He says the countryside is alarmed and ready to fight. He claims British troops are walking into a trap. Some of this is true. Some of it is exaggeration designed to frighten the British officers into making mistakes. Revere's interrogation strategy seems to be overwhelming them with information that makes their mission sound doomed. The British officers debate what to do with their prisoner. They could take him back to Boston for a proper arrest and trial, but that would slow them down. They could shoot him right here. But that seems excessive for a silversmith on a horse. They settle on a compromise. They confiscate Revere's horse. Then they release him on foot. Revere, now without transportation, walks back toward Lexington just as the sun begins rising. The most famous midnight rider in American history does not actually complete his ride. He gets captured halfway, loses his horse, and walks home. This is not how the legend goes, but this is how the night actually ends for Paul Revere. Samuel Prescott, meanwhile, reaches Concord around 2 a.m. He rides straight to the home of the militia commander. He pounds on doors. He shouts warnings. The British regulars are marching. They plan to seize the weapons stockpile. Everyone needs to wake up and start hiding muskets. The Concord militia springs into action. They begin moving weapons out of the town. Cannons get buried in fields. Musket balls get hidden in barrels of flour. Gunpowder gets distributed to surrounding towns. By the time British soldiers arrive hours later, most of the military supplies have disappeared. Prescott saves the weapons cache. He completes the mission that Revere and Dawes started. But his name appears in exactly 0 poems by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. History is not always fair about who gets remembered. The 3 riders accomplish their primary goal despite everything going wrong. Adams and Hancock evacuate Lexington before the British arrive. Concord hides its weapons. Militias assemble across multiple towns. The alarm spreads through the network faster than any single rider could have travelled. By sunrise, hundreds of colonial militia members are gathering. They come from Concord and Lincoln and Bedford and Acton. They bring their own muskets. They wear their own clothes. They have no uniforms and minimal training. But they are angry and armed and done pretending the British occupation is acceptable. The midnight ride in all its messy, imperfect glory succeeded. Not because one heroic rider galloped through the night shouting warnings, but because a network of people executed a complicated plan with multiple redundancies. When the primary rider got captured, a backup rider completed the mission. When the signal system worked, it multiplied the warning across the entire region. This is not the clean narrative that fits in a poem, but it is the story that actually happened. And it is far more impressive than the simplified version. Dawn breaks over Lexington on April 19th like a curtain rising on a stage nobody wanted to perform on. The sky goes from black to grey to pale blue. Morning birds start singing because they do not read newspapers or understand that everything is about to change. You're standing on Lexington Green watching about 70 colonial militia members assemble. They are not soldiers, not really. They are farmers and shopkeepers and craftsmen who own muskets and occasionally practice shooting at targets. Their commander is Captain John Parker. He is 45 years old. He fought in the French and Indian War 20 years ago. He knows what actual combat looks like, and he knows these farmers are not ready for what is coming. Parker assembles his men in formation on the triangular green at the centre of town. This is partly to look organised, partly to boost morale, partly because nobody knows what else to do when 700 British regulars are marching toward your town and you have 70 guys with muskets. The numbers are not encouraging. 70 versus 700 is the kind of math that makes you reconsider your life choices. But Parker's men are defending their homes. The British are invading. Sometimes the math matters less than the principle. Around 5 in the morning, scouts report that British soldiers are visible down the road. The column is massive. Hundreds of troops in red uniforms marching in formation. They are not sneaking. They are not hiding. They are walking directly toward Lexington like they own the place. Which from a certain legal perspective under British law they do. Parker faces an impossible decision. If his militia disperses now, the British will call them cowards. If they stand and fight, they will get massacred. If they surrender, they will spend the war in British prisons or on the end of a rope. Parker decides on a middle option. Stand in formation to show they are not cowards. But do not fire unless fired upon. Make the British throw the first punch. Let history record that colonial militias were defending themselves, not starting a war. He orders his men to hold their ground but keep their muskets lowered. Do not provoke, do not retreat. Just stand there and look determined. The British column approaches. At the front is Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith, the overall commander. He's not a young man. He's not a brilliant tactician. He's a middle-aged officer following orders to seize weapons in Concord and arrest Adams and Hancock if possible. Behind Smith is Major John Pitcairn of the Royal Marines. Pitcairn is actually competent, which makes him dangerous. He orders the British troops to surround the militia on Lexington Green. This is professional military tactics. Control the space, eliminate escape routes, dominate the field. The British soldiers spread out in a semicircle facing the colonial militia. 700 muskets aimed at 70. The morning light catches on bayonets. Everything smells like gunpowder and fear and dew on grass. Then someone fires a shot. Nobody knows who. Both sides blame the other. British accounts claim a colonist fired first. American accounts claim a British soldier fired first. Some witnesses say the shot came from behind a stone wall. Others say it came from inside the British formation. Historical arguments about this single gunshot continue for 250 years. What matters is that one shot becomes many shots. The British line erupts in musket fire, smoke fills the air. The colonial militia, outnumbered and outgunned, starts to scatter. Parker's men run for cover behind buildings and trees. Some fire back, most just try to survive. The battle lasts perhaps 10 minutes, maybe less. When the smoke clears, 8 colonists lie dead on Lexington Green. 10 more are wounded. The British suffer 1 soldier with a minor leg wound. This is not a battle. This is a massacre disguised as a battle. The British massively outnumber the colonists. They have superior training. They have military discipline. The militia had no chance. But the shots have been fired. The war has started. There is no going back now. Major Pitcairn attempts to restore order. His soldiers are still firing randomly. Some are reloading and shooting at colonists running away. Pitcairn rides back and forth shouting commands that get lost in the noise and confusion. Eventually the British line stops firing. They regroup in formation. Smith decides to continue the march to Concord. The primary mission is seizing weapons, not fighting militia. Lexington was supposed to be a quick stop to arrest Adams and Hancock, but the 2 rebel leaders evacuated hours ago thanks to Revere's warning. The British column marches out of Lexington, leaving bodies on the green. The colonists who survived begin carrying their dead into nearby houses. Women emerge from homes where they hid during the shooting. Children peer out windows at the blood on the grass. The war that nobody wanted and everybody predicted has officially begun. 8 dead farmers on a village green. That is how revolutions start, not with dramatic speeches or signed declarations. with confused, terrified men getting shot at sunrise because two governments could not figure out how to talk instead of fight. The British column continues toward Concord. 6 miles of marching. The soldiers are already tired. They left Boston around midnight. They rode across the bay. They marched through darkness. They just fought a brief violent skirmish, and the day is barely started. Meanwhile, the alarm system that Revere and Dawes and Prescott triggered is working exactly as designed. Riders spread out from Lexington and Concord carrying news of the shooting. They ride to Acton and Bedford and Lincoln and Sudbury. They wake up militia commanders. They describe the British column size and direction of travel. Colonial militias start assembling from towns across Massachusetts. Not the 70 farmers Parker had at Lexington. Hundreds of militia members. They grab muskets. They kiss their wives goodbye. They walk or ride toward Concord expecting to defend their community. The alarm system creates a multiplier effect. One rider warns one town. That town sends out 2 riders to warn 2 more towns. Those towns send out 4 riders. The warning spreads exponentially like a virus, but one that carries information instead of disease. By mid-morning, the British column arriving in Concord faces a very different situation than they expected. Instead of surprising a sleeping town, they encounter a well-warned community that spent hours hiding weapons and assembling militia. British soldiers search houses and barns looking for weapons. They find some muskets. They find a few cannons that were too heavy to move. But the massive stockpile their intelligence reported has mostly vanished. The colonists outsmarted them. While British troops search buildings, colonial militia members gather on the hills outside Concord. They do not attack. They just watch. Hundreds of armed men standing on ridges surrounding the town. The message is clear. You are outnumbered. You are deep in hostile territory. You are in serious trouble. The British realise the mission is failing. They did not arrest Adams or Hancock. They found minimal weapons. They are surrounded by growing numbers of colonial militia. The smart move is to retreat back to Boston before the situation gets worse. Around noon, Lieutenant Colonel Smith gives the order to withdraw. The British column forms up and begins the long march back to Boston. 6 miles through increasingly hostile territory. Every farmhouse now potentially hides snipers. Every stone wall could conceal militia. The march back becomes a running battle that lasts all day. Colonial militia members use tactics the British consider dishonourable. They hide behind trees and shoot at the column. They reload and move to new positions. They do not stand in formation like proper soldiers. They fight like hunters stalking dangerous prey. The British call this cowardly. The colonists call it practical. When you are outnumbered by professional soldiers, you use terrain and surprise. You do not march in neat lines waiting to get shot. The fighting intensifies near a bridge outside Concord. British soldiers attempt to hold the bridge while their main force withdraws. Colonial militia advances from multiple directions. The British troops on the bridge suddenly find themselves surrounded. They retreat. The colonists pursue. More shooting. More casualties on both sides. The bridge becomes symbolic of something larger. British control collapsing under pressure from colonists who refuse to follow the rules of traditional warfare. By mid-afternoon, the British retreat turns into a near rout. Soldiers are exhausted. Ammunition runs low. Officers lose control of their units. Men break formation and run. The orderly column degrades into clusters of scared soldiers trying to reach the safety of Boston. Colonial militia members chase the British all the way back to Charlestown. They fire from behind stone walls and barns and trees. They reload and move and fire again. The British suffer dozens of casualties. Officers get shot. Regular soldiers get picked off by farmers who grew up hunting deer in these same woods. A British relief column arrives in the late afternoon with fresh troops and artillery. This saves the retreating force from complete disaster. The reinforcements establish a defensive perimeter. The exhausted soldiers stumble into formation behind the artillery. The colonial militia, lacking cannons, stops pursuing. The British eventually reach Boston with heavy casualties. Official reports list 73 killed, 174 wounded, and 26 missing. The colonists suffer 49 killed and 43 wounded. Considering the British had superior training and equipment, these numbers are embarrassing for the Empire and energising for the rebellion. The midnight ride triggered a chain of events that ended with the British limping back to Boston after a humiliating day of fighting farmers. Revere's capture did not matter. Dawes losing his horse did not matter. Prescott completing the ride mattered. The alarm system mattered. The redundancy in the network mattered. One rider could fail and the mission would still succeed. That was the genius of Dr. Warren's planning. And that is why the real story is more impressive than the poem. 86 years pass between the midnight ride and the poem that made it famous. 86 years is enough time for memory to blur and details to vanish, and a complicated story about multiple riders to become a simple tale about one heroic silversmith. You're sitting in a comfortable chair in 1861. The United States is tearing itself apart in civil war. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is a famous poet looking for a story that reminds Americans of their shared revolutionary heritage. He needs something inspiring. Something that unites North and South around common history before the country splits completely. Longfellow decides to write about Paul Revere's midnight ride. Not because Revere was the only rider, not because Revere completed the journey, but because Revere has a good name for poetry. Paul Revere sounds better than William Dawes or Samuel Prescott. The rhythm works, the syllables fit. Longfellow writes the poem in his study. He uses Revere's own account written years after the events. He adds dramatic elements that never happened. He removes complications that make the story messy. He creates a narrative that works as poetry, even if it fails as history. The poem begins with the famous lines, "Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere." This is brilliant marketing. Longfellow positions himself as a storyteller passing wisdom to the next generation. He makes the reader complicit in remembering this version of events. Then he describes the lantern signal, 1 if by land and 2 if by sea. This part is somewhat accurate. Robert Newman did hang 2 lanterns in Old North Church, but Longfellow implies Revere sees the signal and then rides. In reality, Revere arranged the signal before he left Boston. He could not have seen it from where he was rowing. The poem eliminates William Dawes entirely. Dawes exists in history but not in verse. Longfellow needs 1 hero, not 2. Multiple riders complicate the narrative rhythm, so Dawes gets erased from the popular story despite successfully reaching Lexington. Samuel Prescott never appears in the poem either. The doctor who actually completed the ride to Concord disappears from cultural memory. Longfellow's version has Revere riding alone through the night, warning every village and farm. The image is powerful. The reality was more collaborative. The poem describes Revere riding through Medford and Lexington and Concord. It depicts him shouting warnings that wake sleeping townspeople, a cry of defiance and not of fear. This creates dramatic tension. This sounds heroic. This is also not exactly what happened. Revere did ride through Medford. He did warn Lexington, but he got captured before reaching Concord. The poem glosses over this inconvenient detail. Heroes in poems do not get captured and lose their horses. Heroes complete their missions and ride into legend. Longfellow also simplifies the complexity of the alarm network. The poem suggests 1 rider spreading the warning through sheer determination. The reality involved dozens of riders carrying messages across Massachusetts, church bells ringing, signal fires burning, an entire communication system activating like an early warning network. But poems need simple narratives. Multiple riders and complex networks do not fit in rhyming couplets. So Longfellow distills everything down to 1 man, 1 horse, 1 night, 1 message. 1. The British are coming, the British are coming. Except Revere probably never said that exact phrase. In 1775, colonists still considered themselves British. Revere would have shouted warnings about regulars or redcoats, not the British, because everyone was British. The Revolution had not yet created a separate American identity. The poem becomes wildly popular. It gets taught in schools. Children memorize verses. The image of Paul Revere galloping through the night enters American mythology. By the early 20th century, the poem version of events is more famous than the actual historical record. This creates problems for historians trying to research the real midnight ride. Primary sources like Revere's own account get overshadowed by Longfellow's verse. People believe the poem because the poem is what they learned in school. Correcting the simplified version feels like ruining a good story. Dawes's descendants spend years trying to restore his role in the midnight ride. They publish historical papers. They give lectures. They point out that their ancestor rode just as far as Revere and succeeded in warning Lexington. But the poem is too strong. The cultural memory is too established. Dawes remains a footnote while Revere gets statues. Prescott's story is even more forgotten. Some historians in the late 1800s try to publicise his contribution. They note that Prescott actually completed the Ride to Concord. They argue he deserves equal recognition, but arguing against a famous poem is like arguing against gravity. Technically you can do it, but you will not get far. The simplification of history is not unique to the Midnight Ride. Every culture does this. Complex events get reduced to simple narratives that are easier to remember and teach. The nuance vanishes. The complications disappear. The messy reality gets polished into legend. But something important gets lost in the polishing. The real Midnight Ride was not about one heroic individual. It was about a network of people working together. Spies gathering intelligence, multiple riders taking different routes, church sextons hanging lanterns, women donating petticoats, backup plans and redundancies. The poem celebrates individual heroism. The history reveals collective action. Both are valuable, but only one version spread through American culture. Longfellow's poem served a purpose in 1861. It reminded Americans of their revolutionary roots during a civil war that threatened to destroy the nation. The poem was propaganda in the best sense. It used history to inspire unity and courage. But the cost of that inspiration was historical accuracy. Future generations learned the poem version and assumed it was true. Teachers taught Longfellow's narrative as fact. Textbooks repeated the simplified story. The actual events became obscure knowledge for history specialists. Modern historians work to restore the complete picture. They research primary documents. They find letters and diaries written by participants. They map the actual routes and timing. They identify all the riders who spread the alarm that night. They give credit to Dawes and Prescott and the unnamed woman who donated her petticoat. But changing cultural memory is like turning a cargo ship. You can adjust the rudder, but the momentum carries you forward for miles. The poem version remains dominant in popular culture, even as historians publish more accurate accounts. The irony is that the real story is more impressive than the legend. A coordinated intelligence network executing a complex plan under extreme pressure is more remarkable than one guy on a horse. Multiple riders succeeding despite captures and obstacles shows better planning than solo heroism. But humans love stories about individuals. We find it easier to remember one name than a dozen. We prefer simple narratives over complicated systems. We want heroes we can picture clearly in our minds. Paul Revere became that hero, not because he was the only rider, not because he completed the mission, but because a poet 86 years later needed a symbol, and Revere's name scanned well in verse. This is how legends form. Reality gets filtered through memory and narrative convenience and cultural needs. The result is a story that is emotionally true even when factually incomplete. The Midnight Ride happened. The alarm spread. The revolution began. Those facts remain solid. The details about who rode where and when are what shift in the retelling. History is not just what happened. History is also what we remember about what happened. And sometimes what we remember is the version that best serves the story we need to tell ourselves. The Midnight Ride was not romantic. This might disappoint anyone who learned about it from the Longfellow poem. But romance requires things like comfortable temperatures and not being terrified of getting shot. April in Massachusetts provides neither. You're riding a horse at midnight on roads that are mostly mud and rocks. Your backside hurts from bouncing in the saddle. Your hands are cold because you forgot gloves. Your horse smells like horse, which is not a pleasant smell up close for hours. This is the reality Revere and Dawes and Prescott experienced. Poetry skips these details. The horses deserve more credit than they get. Revere's borrowed mare carried him 11 miles in darkness over rough terrain while avoiding British patrols. That requires an exceptional animal, not just fast. Also smart enough to navigate obstacles and calm enough to not panic when riders shout and guns fire. Horse care in 1775 is labour-intensive. You do not just park a horse in a garage and recharge it. You need to feed it, water it, brush it, check its hooves for stones, monitor its health. A lame horse means a failed mission. The riders that night were as dependent on their animals as modern people are on their cars. More so because cars do not get tired or spooked. The logistics of the alarm system required planning that historians often overlook. Someone needed to preposition fresh horses along the routes. Someone needed to ensure ferry operators were bribed or sympathetic. Someone needed to mark which houses were safe for midnight visitors and which ones sheltered loyalists who would report you to British authorities. Dr. Warren's spy network spent months setting up infrastructure. They identified reliable contacts in every town between Boston and Concord. They tested message routes. They practiced the lantern signal system. They created coded phrases so riders could verify their identity to strangers, answering doors at midnight. This is not exciting storytelling material. Infrastructure is boring. Preparation is unglamorous. But infrastructure and preparation are what made the midnight ride successful. The heroic gallop through the night works only because someone spent weeks arranging horse changes and safe houses. The physical demands on the riders are rarely discussed. Revere is 40 years old riding hard for 2 hours. His body probably felt every minute of it. Dawes navigates the longer southern route through checkpoints and unfamiliar roads. Prescott jumps a stone wall on a horse at night, which is either brave or insane depending on your perspective. None of these men are professional cavalry. They are tradesmen who happen to own horses and believe in the cause strongly enough to risk execution. The British penalty for what they are doing is death by hanging. This is not a training exercise, this is mortal danger. The weather that night is cold but clear. If it had been raining, the ride might have failed. Mud makes roads impassable. Rain makes gunpowder useless. Storms reduce visibility to nothing. The fact that April 18th is dry and moonlit is pure luck. History turns on weather more often than anyone likes to admit. The social dynamics also get simplified. Revere is a working-class silversmith. Dawes is a tanner who literally scrapes animal hides for a living. Prescott is a physician from a respectable family. In normal circumstances, these men occupy different social circles. The revolution temporarily erases those divisions. They are equals on the road. But the class distinctions still exist in the background. Some militia members who assemble that night are wealthy landowners, others are poor farmers, some own slaves. This is Massachusetts in 1775. Slavery exists here just like in southern colonies. The revolution is not fighting to end slavery, it is fighting British taxation and control. The myth of the revolution as pure freedom versus tyranny ignores these contradictions. The women who contribute to the midnight ride appear in historical records mainly when they do something dramatic like donate a petticoat. But women are running the households that hide militia members. They are feeding riders who stop for water. They are nursing wounded men after the battles. Their labour makes the revolution possible. The narrative focuses on men riding horses and firing muskets. The support structure is female and invisible. The economic costs are substantial. The ride uses horses that should be working farms or pulling wagons. The muskets that militia members carry represent significant financial investment. Gunpowder is expensive. Taking a day off to fight British soldiers means losing a day of wages or crop work. Revolutions cost money in practical, immediate ways that rarely appear in heroic narratives. The fear factor is hard to convey through historical distance. Imagine facing 700 professional soldiers with 70 farmers. Imagine standing on Lexington Green knowing you're probably about to die. Imagine the moment before the shooting starts when everyone can still walk away but nobody does. That kind of courage comes from desperation and conviction in equal measure. The aftermath is unglamorous too. After the British retreat to Boston, someone has to bury the dead. Someone has to care for the wounded. Someone has to repair damaged property. Someone has to explain to widows why their husbands are not coming home. Revolutionary War starts with midnight rides and gun battles. It continues with grief and hardship and economic disruption that lasts years. The midnight ride succeeds because of unglamorous preparation and ordinary people doing extraordinary things under pressure. The legend celebrates the dramatic moment. The reality includes months of planning, uncomfortable rides, cold nights, frightened horses, and the constant possibility of failure. History textbooks prefer the dramatic version. Poems prefer the heroic version. But the unglamorous version is what actually happened. And understanding the unglamorous parts makes the achievement more impressive, not less. Revere and Dawes and Prescott were not superhuman. They were middle-aged men on horses trying not to get caught by soldiers who wanted to hang them. They succeeded through a combination of planning, luck, courage, and a support network that included dozens of people whose names we will never know. That is the real story. It is messier than the legend. It involves more people and more complications. It includes failures and near misses and improvisation. But it is true. And truth, even unglamorous truth, matters more than the prettiest myth. The sun rises over Boston on April 20th, 1775. The British Army is trapped inside the city. Colonial militia surrounds them. What started as a mission to seize weapons has turned into a siege that will last 11 months, all because of a midnight ride and the alarm network it triggered. You're standing in the present looking back at a night that changed the trajectory of history. The midnight ride did not cause the American Revolution. Tensions had been building for a decade. Taxes, occupations, the Boston Massacre, the Tea Party. The ride was one link in a long chain of events, but it was a crucial link. Without the warning, British troops would have captured Adams and Hancock. They would have seized the weapons at Concord. The colonial resistance would have been disrupted if not destroyed. The revolution might have fizzled before it started. The ride succeeded because of redundancy and collective action. 3 riders on 3 routes, multiple alarm systems, dozens of people contributing. When one rider failed, another succeeded. When one route got blocked, another stayed open. This is how resilient systems work. This is how revolutions survive. The modern applications are obvious if you look. Redundancy in communication networks, backup plans for critical missions, distributed leadership instead of relying on one person. The Midnight Ride is a case study in organisational resilience that still teaches lessons 250 years later. The simplification of the story into one hero serves a cultural purpose. Americans like narratives about individual achievement. We build statues to lone visionaries. We write poems about singular acts of courage. This reflects our values even when it distorts our history. But the real lesson of the Midnight Ride is that individual heroism works best when supported by collective infrastructure. Revere rides because Warren built a spy network. The lanterns shine because Newman climbed the steeple. The alarm spreads because dozens of riders carried it forward. Take away the infrastructure and the hero fails. Modern movements still follow this pattern. We celebrate individual activists and leaders. We name buildings after them. We quote their speeches. But successful movements require networks of organisers doing unglamorous work. Revere gets the statue. The unnamed woman who donated her petticoat gets forgotten. Yet both were necessary. The Midnight Ride also demonstrates the power of accurate intelligence. Warren's spy network gave the colonists advance warning. This transformed a surprise British raid into a prepared defence. Information advantage matters. It mattered in 1775. It matters now. Knowing what your opponent plans before they execute it changes everything. The alarm system shows what happens when communities prepare coordinated responses to threats. The riders did not invent the system that night. They activated a system that was already in place. The planning happened over months. The execution happened in hours. This is emergency preparedness done right. The British failure teaches opposite lessons. They assumed superiority would carry the day. They underestimated colonial intelligence and organisation. They failed to plan for contingencies when the mission went wrong. Their retreat from Concord became a disaster because they had no backup plan for facing an aroused countryside. Overconfidence kills plans as surely as poor execution. The British were professional soldiers facing farmers. They should have won easily. They lost because they did not respect their opponents or understand the terrain or prepare for complications. These are mistakes modern organisations still make. The way the story simplified over time reveals how memory works. Complex events get reduced to memorable narratives. Details that do not fit the narrative get dropped. The story becomes easier to tell but less accurate. This happens with every historical event. The challenge is recognising when simplification becomes distortion. Teaching the real story requires effort. It is easier to read the Longfellow poem than to research primary sources. It is simpler to remember one name than 3. Educational systems favour efficiency over accuracy. So the legend spreads while the history requires deliberate effort to preserve. But accuracy matters, not because we need to honour every person who participated, but because understanding how things actually worked helps us understand how to make things work in our own time. The Midnight Ride was a success. Understanding why it succeeded gives us a template for organising collective action under pressure. The riders that night were not trying to become legends. They were trying to survive and warn their communities. They succeeded through planning and bravery and a lot of luck. Their success triggered a war that created a country. Cause and effect cascade across centuries. You carry forward their legacy whether you know their names or not. The systems they built for spreading alarms evolved into modern communication networks. The principle of distributed resilience appears in everything from internet architecture to emergency response protocols. The Midnight Ride is not just history. It is a pattern that keeps repeating. The revolution that followed the ride lasted 8 years. Thousands died. The war bankrupted both sides. The outcome was far from certain until the very end. All revolutions are expensive and risky and uncertain. The midnight ride was the easy part. Starting a war is simpler than winning one. But the ride mattered because it proved something. A scattered colonial resistance could organise and respond faster than a professional army. Farmers could outmaneuver soldiers. Information networks could defeat military planning. These proofs of concept carried the revolution through darker days when everything seemed lost. The people who rode that night are dead. The horses are dead. The roads have changed. The towns have grown. But the pattern remains. When communities organise and share information and coordinate action, they can resist power that seems overwhelming. This is not a romantic notion. This is practical observation based on what actually happened. The midnight ride was not one man on one horse shouting one warning. It was a network activating. It was redundancy succeeding where singular effort would have failed. It was planning paying off under pressure. It was ordinary people doing extraordinary things because the moment demanded it. That is the story worth remembering. Not because it is more dramatic than the poem, but because it is more useful. Understanding how collective action works matters more than memorising heroic names. The ride happened 250 years ago. The lessons remain current. Build networks before you need them. Create redundancy in critical systems. Trust that when you activate a prepared community, people will respond. These principles worked in 1775. They work now. So sleep well tonight, my tired potatoes. If you find yourself needing to spread an alarm across a suspicious countryside, remember to arrange for backup riders, muffle your oarlocks with donated petticoats, and please, for the sake of historical accuracy, do not ride around shouting that the British are coming. Shout about the regulars instead. Details matter, even at midnight, even on horseback, even when launching a revolution that will echo through centuries and inspire mediocre poets to write verses that overshadow the actual remarkable events. The lanterns are extinguished. The riders have gone home. The story lives on in both its simplified glory and its complicated truth. You now know both versions. Use this knowledge wisely, or just use it to fall asleep knowing that history is messier and more collaborative than poems suggest. Either application works fine. Sweet dreams. And if you wake up needing to warn anyone about anything, consider using a group text instead of a horse. Technology has improved since 1775, though honestly a good horse and a determined rider still have their advantages. No dead zones, no autocorrect fails, just mud and cold and the very real possibility of getting captured by soldiers. On second thought, stick with the group text. The revolution thanks you for your attention. Now go to sleep. Now if you will, please settle in tonight as we journey back to a time when the world existed without melody, without rhythm, and without any sound shaped by human intention. We're travelling to an era roughly 40,000 years ago, when our ancestors moved through landscapes of silence, broken only by wind, water, and the calls of creatures, a world where music hadn't yet awakened in the human mind. Tonight you'll discover how close we came to never creating music at all. You're standing on a hillside in what will someday be called southern France, but right now it has no name. The year is approximately 38,000 BCE, and you've just realised something peculiar. You've never heard a song. This isn't because you're deaf or isolated. You're a healthy member of a small band of humans, perhaps 30 individuals who travel together through river valleys and across plains. You communicate with words, quite sophisticated ones actually. You can describe the movement of prey animals, warn about dangerous weather, tell stories about ancestors, and even crack jokes that make your companions laugh. But the laugh itself is just an expression of emotion. It doesn't have a melody. Nothing does. The wind moves through the long grasses around you, creating a rushing sound that rises and falls. Water tumbles over rocks in the stream below, generating a constant murmur punctuated by irregular splashes. A hawk circles overhead, occasionally releasing a sharp cry. These sounds exist, certainly, but they exist the way colours exist, as environmental facts, not as anything you might intentionally create or replicate. Your people make plenty of noise during the day. There's the rhythmic scraping sound as someone works a hide with a stone tool, the crack of wood being broken for a fire, and the shuffle of feet through dry leaves. When the group moves together, there's a complex layering of footfalls, breathing, and the rustle of carried materials, but none of this is organised. No one synchronises their footsteps, matches their breathing, or times their work sounds to create patterns. The idea simply doesn't exist. At night, lying on your bed of gathered grasses and furs, you listen to the sounds of sleep. Someone snores in an irregular pattern. Another person shifts position, creating brief scratching sounds against the ground. A baby, not yours but one you help care for, occasionally whimpers or makes small sleeping sounds. These noises happen, but they don't form anything you'd call rhythm or melody. What's fascinating is that you have every physical capability for making music. Your vocal cords can produce an astonishing range of sounds. Your ears can distinguish minute variations in pitch and timing. Your brain can recognise patterns and predict sequences. You're basically a sophisticated music-making machine, except nobody has thought to use any of these abilities for anything beyond communication and environmental awareness. When you need to call across a distance to someone in your group, you shout. The shout serves a purpose. It carries information. You might stretch out a vowel sound to make it travel farther, but this is pure functionality. You're not exploring the aesthetic qualities of sustained tones. You're just trying to be heard over the wind. There are moments when your voice naturally rises and falls in pitch as you speak, following the emotional content of what you're saying. Excitement raises your pitch slightly. Sadness might lower it, but these variations happen automatically, driven by feeling rather than intention. You're not consciously choosing to create pleasing sound patterns. The very concept of pleasing sound patterns exists nowhere in your mind. Your people clap their hands sometimes, usually as part of emphasis during communication, or to brush off dirt and moisture. The clapping makes a sharp, percussive sound, but it doesn't occur to anyone to clap in rhythm or to clap together in synchronized patterns. Each clap is an independent action, related to an immediate physical need or communicative purpose. Children in your group play extensively and their play is noisy. They chase each other, shrieking with excitement. They splash in water, creating wild, irregular sounds. They bang stones together while mimicking the tool-making they've watched adults perform. All of this generates sound, but none of it generates music. The children don't invent clapping games or chanting songs because these ideas belong to a future that hasn't arrived yet. Sometimes your group works together on large tasks, dragging a fallen tree, moving heavy stones, processing a large animal after a successful hunt. These collaborative efforts involve considerable noise, grunting, breathing hard, and the sounds of strain and effort. But everyone works at their own pace, breathing and grunting according to their individual rhythm. There's no heave-ho coordination, no work songs to synchronize effort. It simply doesn't occur to anyone that matching rhythms might make the work easier. The world you inhabit is extraordinarily quiet compared to the future. There are no motors, no engines, and no electrical hums. Human settlements are tiny and widely scattered. On many days, the only sounds you hear are natural ones: weather, water, animals, and the immediate noises of your small group. In this landscape of ambient sound, the silence of intentional music is so complete that you don't notice it as silence. It's just the normal state of existence. You're standing near that same stream several years later, and something has changed. Not in the landscape. The water still runs over the same rocks, and the grasses still rustle in the wind. What's changed is that you've begun to notice sound as a tool. It started with something embarrassingly simple: scaring animals. Your group discovered that certain sounds make certain creatures run away. Shouting works well, but some animals are becoming accustomed to human voices. They've learned that voices don't always mean danger, but unfamiliar sounds, sharp cracks, loud crashes, strange rhythmic noises, still provoke reliable fear responses. So now when your group wants to drive game animals toward a particular location, someone stays behind making noise. Not just any noise, though. Through trial and error, you've learned that sustained repeated sounds work better than random ones. A person rhythmically striking a stick against a hollow log creates a sound that travels far and keeps animals moving in the desired direction. It's the beginning of intentional rhythm, though you're using it the way you might use a sharp stick, as a tool, not as art. The hollow log makes a particularly resonant sound, you've noticed. Strike it at one end and the sound is deep and carrying. Strike it near the middle and the pitch rises slightly. None of this seems particularly significant yet. You're not exploring these variations for their own sake. You're just noting them the way you'd note that certain stones are better for cutting than others. Your people have also discovered that sound can be used for warning. When someone spots potential danger, a large predator, an approaching storm, or members of an unfamiliar group, they need to alert others quickly without shouting specific words that might not carry. So a system has emerged. Certain sounds mean certain things. A sharp whistle, repeated 3 times, means danger. 2 low calls mean gather here. None of this is taught formally. It spreads through imitation and proves useful, so it persists. There's a woman in your group who has an unusually carrying voice. When she calls out, the sound travels much farther than anyone else's calls. She's become the de facto long-distance communicator, and she's started experimenting with different sounds to see which ones travel best. Long sustained tones work better than short ones. Lower pitches cut through wind more effectively than high ones. She's not thinking about music, she's solving communication problems, but she's doing acoustic experimentation nonetheless. Children have picked up on some of this and turned it into a game. They hide from each other in the brush and use different calls to signal their locations. It's not exactly music, but it's playing with sound patterns, and occasionally the calls overlap in ways that create something almost like harmony. When 2 children call simultaneously from different locations, their voices blend into a new sound that's richer than either voice alone. Nobody remarks on this. It's just something that happens during play. Your people have always used vocal sounds to comfort babies and small children. A crying infant will sometimes calm when an adult makes gentle, sustained sounds near them. These sounds don't have words. They're just soft vocalizations, often with a rising and falling pitch that seems to soothe. You might call it proto-singing, except nobody thinks of it that way. It's just a technique that works, like rocking a baby or patting their back. Work has become slightly more coordinated, though not intentionally. When several people are scraping hides together, sitting in a group, their scraping sounds start to align. Not perfectly, and not through conscious effort. It just happens that when you hear someone else's rhythm, your own movements tend to adjust slightly to match. It's a quirk of human neurology that won't be understood for thousands of years, but it's there, quietly operating, making people who work together gradually synchronize their movements. The resonant hollow log has become a semi-permanent fixture near your group's favoured camping area. Originally used for driving games, people now strike it occasionally for other reasons. Someone walking past might hit it once or twice just to hear the sound. Children bang on it frequently during play. An argument between 2 adults ends when one of them walks over and strikes the log several times, using the action and sound as a way to end the discussion emphatically. The log is becoming something more than a hunting tool, though nobody has words yet for what that something is. You've noticed that certain activities naturally generate rhythmic sounds. Grinding grain between stones creates a steady back and forth rhythm. Walking on a path worn smooth produces a regular pattern of footfalls. Repeated striking during stone tool manufacture creates a rhythm of impacts. These rhythms are byproducts, side effects of practical actions, but they're everywhere. Your daily life is filled with accidental percussion. At night, lying awake while others sleep, you sometimes find yourself listening to the breathing of your companions. In sleep, breathing follows regular patterns, and with many people sleeping near each other, their breath rhythms create overlapping cycles. Sometimes by pure chance, several people exhale simultaneously, creating a combined sound that's different from any individual breath. Then the patterns shift, and the alignment disappears. Sound is becoming something you notice more deliberately. You still don't think of it as something you might create for its own sake, but you're aware of it as a tool, a signal, a byproduct of life that sometimes holds interest. You're not yet making music, but you're standing much closer to it than you were a few years ago. You're sitting by yourself in late afternoon light, waiting for the hunting party to return, and you're bored. Your hands need something to do, so you pick up a stick and start tapping it against the stone you're sitting on. Tap, tap, tap. The regular rhythm is mindless, automatic. Something to occupy your hands while your mind wanders. Then you miss. The stick glances off the edge of the stone and hits a different stone lying beside it. The sound is different, sharper, higher. Without thinking, you repeat the pattern. 2 taps on the large stone, 1 tap on the smaller one. Large, large, small. Large, large, small. The pattern pleases you in a way you can't quite articulate. It's not useful. It doesn't communicate information. It just feels right, so you keep doing it. A child approaches, curious about what you're doing. She picks up another stick and starts hitting stones randomly. The sounds are chaotic, clashing with your pattern. You're about to tell her to stop when she accidentally falls into rhythm with you. For a few moments, her random strikes happen to align with your pattern, and the combined sound is unexpectedly satisfying. Then she gets distracted and wanders off. But something has lodged in your mind. The memory of 2 sound patterns fitting together. Over the following days, you find yourself returning to this pointless activity. Sitting by the fire at night, you tap out patterns on whatever's nearby. Logs, stones, your own knee. Other people notice but don't comment much. It's odd behaviour, but harmless. You're known for various peculiarities anyway. This is just another one. The patterns you make are becoming more complex. You discover that silence matters as much as sound. A gap between strikes creates anticipation. A long pattern of repeated sounds becomes boring, but breaking the repetition with a different sound or a pause brings it back to life. You're learning the grammar of rhythm through pure experimentation, with no teacher and no tradition to guide you. Another person in your group, a man who crafts stone tools with unusual precision, becomes interested in what you're doing. He doesn't join you, but he watches. One evening, while you're tapping your patterns, he starts scraping a bone with a stone blade in rhythm with your tapping. He's not trying to make music, he's just working, and his work happens to align with your rhythm. But the combination of tapping and scraping creates something neither sound alone could create. Texture, layering, and depth. You try something new, varying the force of your strikes. Hit hard, hit soft, hit medium. The same rhythm with different dynamics creates different feelings. A soft, slow rhythm feels calming. A loud, fast rhythm generates energy and excitement. You're not thinking about these effects analytically. You're just noticing them the way you might notice that some foods taste better than others. Children, always quick to imitate new behaviours, start making rhythmic sounds more frequently. During play, they clap in patterns, stamp their feet in repeated sequences, and bang sticks against trees. It's still play, not performance, but the play is starting to have structure. An adult tells 2 boys to stop making so much noise, and they comply, but they return to their rhythmic games the next day. The impulse, once awakened, doesn't easily go back to sleep. There's an old woman in your group who can no longer walk easily, but still contributes in various ways. She's taken to sitting near the fire and creating rhythmic sounds using whatever's at hand, sticks, stones, or bone fragments. When she does this, babies and small children often become calm, distracted from their crying or fussing by the sounds she makes. The adults have noticed this effect and now sometimes bring upset children to sit near her while she makes her patterns. She's become an accidental music therapist. Though that term won't exist for roughly 40,000 years, you've discovered that certain objects make better sounds than others. Hollow things produce deeper, more resonant tones. Dense, hard materials create sharper, clearer sounds. Some items ring when struck, their sound sustained and gradually fading, while others produce brief, dead thuds. You're not collecting these objects methodically, but you're starting to prefer certain ones, keeping them nearby because they produce sounds you enjoy. One evening, during an informal gathering around the fire, several people happen to be making rhythmic sounds simultaneously. You're tapping your pattern, the old woman is creating a steady beat, someone is cracking nuts with stones in rhythm, and a few children are clapping. Nobody planned this coordination, but for perhaps 30 seconds, all these separate rhythms align into a complex layered sound that makes everyone stop and listen. Then someone's rhythm speeds up, the alignment falls apart, and normal chaos returns. But you remember that moment, that brief, accidental harmony, the feeling of separate sounds fitting together into something larger than any single sound could be. You're holding a hollow bird bone, examining it for practical uses. It's light and strong. It might work as a needle or a small tool handle. But there's a crack running along one side, making it unsuitable for those purposes. You're about to toss it aside when you notice the crack creates a hole. On a whim, you blow across the opening. The sound that emerges freezes you in place. It's a tone unlike anything you've heard from a human mouth. Pure, sustained, unwavering. Not a voice, but not exactly not a voice either. You blow again, adjusting the angle and force of your breath, and the sound changes pitch. Softer blowing produces a lower tone. Harder blowing jumps to a higher one. You sit down, ignoring everything else, and spend the rest of the afternoon exploring this strange object. By evening, you've learned to produce several different tones by partially covering the crack with your finger and varying your breath. The sounds carry remarkably well. When you blow the bone while standing on a slight rise, people at a considerable distance turn to look, startled by the unusual sound. You've created the first wind instrument, though you don't have a name for what it is. The bone flute, though you don't call it that, becomes an object of fascination for your group. Everyone wants to try it. Most people can produce some kind of sound from it, though few can control it as well as you do. The children, predictably, blow into it with maximum force, producing shrill, almost painful sounds that make adults cover their ears and laugh. The toolmaker examines it carefully, studying the crack and the way air moves through it. He asks to borrow it overnight. When he returns it the next morning, he's made changes. He's carefully widened the crack into a deliberate opening and added 2 more small holes along the bone's length. Now, by covering different combinations of holes, you can produce many more tones. Some are low and haunting. Others are bright and sharp. You spend the entire day exploring these new possibilities, barely stopping to eat. The tones you can produce have an interesting effect on people. When you blow long, low notes, those nearby seem to become quieter and more contemplative. When you play rapid sequences of high notes, people become more alert and energized. It's as if the sounds affect mood directly, bypassing language and meaning to act on some deeper level of consciousness. Another member of your group makes a discovery with a different material, animal gut. Stretched and dried, gut becomes string, useful for binding things together. But when you attach a dried piece of gut between 2 points with tension, and then pluck it, the string vibrates and produces a surprisingly resonant tone. The pitch depends on how tightly the string is stretched. Tight string, high pitch, loose string, low pitch. This is harder to control than the bone flute, but it produces a different quality of sound, something between plucking and humming, with a richness that seems to fill space. You experiment with stringing gut across a curved piece of wood, creating tension by bending the wood. Now you have something like a primitive hunting bow, except instead of shooting arrows, you pluck the string to make sounds. You're inventing the musical bow, though the true hunting bow already exists and nobody thinks of this version as particularly innovative. A child watching you play the string sound maker, you really need better names for these things, asks if you can make the sounds go up and down like when people talk. You try it, plucking the string while pressing it against the wood at different points to change the pitch. Yes, you can. The sounds do seem to rise and fall in patterns that vaguely resemble speech melody, though they're clearer and more controlled than any voice. The hollow log your people have been using for years gets a significant upgrade. Someone notices that hitting it in different places produces different pitches, so they start carving it deliberately, making some areas thinner to produce higher tones, and leaving other areas thick for deeper sounds. What was a simple noisemaker becomes a tuned percussion instrument. Though it takes weeks of patient carving and testing to get the tones to work well together, you now have 3 distinct ways of making deliberate controlled sounds, blowing through bones, plucking gut strings and striking carved wood. None of these sounds exactly like a human voice, which makes them both strange and compelling. They're sounds from the human world, but not quite human sounds. On an evening when the weather is mild and the work is done, several people bring out these new sound makers simultaneously. Someone plays the bone flute with its multiple tone holes. Another person plucks the gut string. You strike the carved log in varying rhythms. The sounds weave together in ways none of you planned, creating moments of surprising harmony and moments of jarring discord. You're not quite making music yet, you're still just making interesting sounds. But the distance between what you're doing and what will someday be called music is growing smaller. You're sitting with a group of children and young adults, teaching them the names of plants, when someone asks you to tell the story of the winter 6 years ago when the river froze solid. You've told this story before, but tonight you try something different. As you speak, you pick up the bone flute and play a low, sustained tone during the description of the cold. The sound seems to make the cold more present, more real. The listeners lean in, more focused than usual. When you reach the part where people discovered the ice was thick enough to walk on, you play a series of quick, light notes that somehow sound like footsteps, like careful testing. Nobody has told you that sounds can represent actions this way. You're discovering it as you do it. The young people are utterly silent, absorbed in the story in a way they usually aren't. At the climax, when someone fell through thinner ice but was rescued, you drop the flute and strike the carved log 3 times, sharp and loud. The sudden percussion makes everyone jump slightly, their bodies responding to the sound before their minds fully process it. Then you return to the flute for the resolution, playing softer, slower notes as the injured person recovers. When the story ends, there's a long silence. Finally, one of the older children says, "Tell another one," with the sounds. You've stumbled onto something important. Sound makes memory more vivid and more lasting. Stories told with accompanying sounds lodge deeper in the mind. Over the following weeks, you start adding sounds to all the traditional stories, tales of ancestors, accounts of important events, and lessons about the natural world. Each story develops its own sound patterns, and soon people begin to associate certain musical phrases with certain narratives. The bone flute's lowest tone becomes the sound for danger and winter. Its highest, brightest tone means safety and summer. The carved log's deepest note marks the beginning and ending of important stories. The gut string's vibrating tone accompanies descriptions of the spirit world, the realm of dreams and visions that exists alongside the everyday world. Other storytellers in your group adopt these techniques. Soon, almost no one tells important stories without sound accompaniment. The sounds aren't decoration. They're becoming part of how memory works. Children who hear stories with sounds can recall details more accurately than children who hear words alone. The group's collective memory is being encoded not just in language, but in sound patterns. You discover that certain sound sequences naturally fall into repeating patterns that make them easier to remember. A phrase of 4 beats followed by another phrase of 4 beats creates a structure that the mind grasps easily. Irregular patterns are harder to remember and harder to teach. Through trial and error, you're discovering the cognitive psychology of music, learning that human brains prefer certain structural patterns over others. The old woman who makes rhythmic sounds has become a keeper of knowledge. She maintains a consistent beat while stories are told, her rhythm acting as a kind of temporal framework that holds the narrative together. Young people learning important information sit beside her, the rhythm helping to structure their memory of what they're learning. Someone makes a crucial innovation, using sound patterns to mark time. A certain sequence of notes means morning, a different sequence means evening. Specific rhythms mark seasonal changes. The group is creating a sonic calendar, a way of organising time through repeating musical phrases. When you hear the spring melody, you know certain plants will soon be ready to harvest. The autumn rhythm signals time to prepare for winter. The boundary between story and sound, between speaking and making music, is becoming increasingly blurred. Stories are delivered in a kind of heightened speech that has regular rhythm and pitch patterns. It's not quite singing. You're still primarily conveying information through words, but it's not ordinary speech either. You're chanting, though you don't have that word yet. Memory becomes a kind of performance. The best storytellers are those who can most effectively blend words, sounds, and rhythms. They're not just recounting events, they're recreating them through a combination of language and organised sound. The community's history, its knowledge base, and its cultural identity are all being encoded in these memory performances. You realise one night, listening to a skilled storyteller accompanied by the bone flute and carved log, that you're experiencing something fundamentally new. This isn't just communication or entertainment, it's the creation of shared meaning through structured sound. It's the beginning of what will someday be called art, though right now it's simply the best way your people have found to remember what matters. The hunting party returns in the late afternoon with news of a remarkably successful hunt. Tonight there will be abundant food, a reason for celebration. As people gather and the light begins to fade, someone starts tapping a rhythm on the carved log. Then someone else joins in, clapping in time. Within moments, dozens of people are making rhythmic sounds together. Clapping, stomping, striking objects and clicking tongues. This has happened before, but tonight something different occurs. Someone begins making sustained vocal sounds, not words but pure tones that ride above the rhythm. Another voice joins, matching the tone, and suddenly there are two people making the same sound simultaneously. The combined voices are louder than either alone, but there's something else too. A richness, a depth that a single voice doesn't have. You're not one of the initial singers, but the sound pulls something from you. You add your voice to theirs, matching their tone as closely as you can. The three-voice sound is even richer. A fourth person joins, then a fifth. Now there's a massive sound, a vocal texture that seems to vibrate in your chest, in your bones. It feels less like making a sound and more like being inside one. The tone shifts. Someone has changed pitch, sliding to a higher note, and the group follows. Not everyone reaches the new pitch at the same moment, creating a brief swirl of tones before everyone locks in again. The effect is thrilling, almost dizzying. You're discovering harmony accidentally through the simple act of many voices seeking the same pitch. Someone breaks away from the main tone, finding a pitch that's different but somehow compatible. It's not the same note, but it fits with it, creating a relationship between the two tones that feels stable and resolved. Others experiment with this, and soon there are multiple tones sounding simultaneously, all related to each other in ways nobody fully understands but everyone can feel. The rhythm continues underneath all of this, steady and insistent. Your body moves with it automatically, swaying, shifting weight, tapping one foot. Everyone around you is moving too, dozens of bodies responding to the same pulse. You're not dancing, not exactly, but you're not still either. The sound is making you move. This continues for a remarkably long time, maybe a full hour, though you have no way to measure it precisely. The sound evolves constantly. Sometimes it grows quieter, more subdued. Then someone increases volume and everyone follows, the sound swelling to something almost overwhelming. Pitches shift gradually upward, creating rising tension, then drop suddenly, releasing it. When it finally ends, and it's not clear who decides this, it just seems to happen collectively, there's a profound silence. People look at each other with expressions that mix exhaustion and exhilaration. Something significant has occurred, though nobody has words for exactly what. Over the following days, people talk about that evening. There's a sense that the group experienced something together, that boundaries between individuals temporarily dissolved into shared sound. The event wasn't useful in any practical sense. It didn't help anyone survive or solve any problems, but it mattered nonetheless in a way that matters beyond utility. Your people begin to create opportunities for this kind of shared music making. Not constantly. It takes considerable energy and seems to require certain circumstances and certain moods. But regularly, perhaps once every few weeks, the group gathers and creates these episodes of collective sound. Each one is different, developing its own character and its own arc of tension and release. The bone flute and other instruments are incorporated into these group sessions. The flute adds high, clear lines above the mass of voices. The gut strings provide a different texture, something between singing and rhythm. The percussion instruments anchor everything with steady pulses. you're discovering something profound about human nature. People want to make sounds together, not just communicate, not just coordinate, but blend their voices into something larger than any individual could create alone. This impulse seems to be as fundamental as the desire for food, shelter, or companionship. It's been waiting in human nature all along, needing only the right circumstances to emerge. Children who grow up participating in these group music-making sessions develop a different relationship to sound than their parents had. For them, organised sound isn't a strange new behaviour. It's normal, expected, and a regular part of life. They invent new ways of singing together, new patterns and structures. They're growing up musical in a way that previous generations weren't. The group singing creates social bonds that language alone doesn't quite achieve. When you've stood in a circle of people, all making the same sounds together, those people feel closer afterward. Arguments that seemed important before a music session often seem less significant after. The shared sound creates a kind of unity that reduces conflict. You're witnessing the birth of music's social function, discovering that it's not just about making interesting sounds or preserving memory. It's also about creating connection, building community and giving a group of individuals a way to temporarily become a single organism with many voices. You're older now, with grey in your hair and grandchildren you help care for. Music, that word doesn't exist yet, but the thing itself does, has become an established part of life for your people. Children grow up learning songs, stories are preserved in chants, and group gatherings include collective singing. It seems permanent, inevitable, but you're about to learn how fragile it all is. The trouble starts with weather. 3 consecutive years bring insufficient rain. The plants your people depend on produce less food. Animals become scarce, moving to areas with better resources. Your group, which has remained in this general region for generations, faces a decision. Move to new territory or endure serious hardship. They decide to move, breaking into smaller bands that might survive more easily. Your group of 30 becomes 3 groups of 10. The bone flutes, the carved drums, the gut strings. These things are useful, but they're not essential. When people must carry only what they absolutely need, musical instruments don't make the cut. Most are left behind. In your smaller group, struggling to find adequate food in unfamiliar territory, music making becomes rare. There's no energy for group singing. Stories are told quickly, without elaboration or musical accompaniment, because everyone is exhausted. The complex chants that preserve important knowledge begin to simplify, losing their melodic elements, reverting to plain speech. Children in these hardship years don't learn the songs you learned. They know the stories but only as spoken words, not as musical narratives. They can make rhythmic sounds when needed, but the elaborate patterns developed over years are forgotten. Within a single generation, much of what your people created musically simply vanishes. Your group reconnects with one of the other bands after 2 years. They've been through similar hardships and similar losses. When someone suggests making music together as you once did, the attempt is awkward. People have forgotten how certain songs go. Nobody can quite recreate the harmonies that once seemed so natural. The carved log one group maintained produces sounds, but nobody remembers how to play it skillfully. It's heartbreaking in a way. You remember the feeling of standing in a circle of voices, creating sound together. Your grandchildren will never have that experience, and it's not because of any catastrophe or enemy. It's simply because music, it turns out, requires not just invention but transmission, not just creation but preservation, and neither of those things is guaranteed. Other aspects of your culture prove more durable. Stone tool technology persists because it's essential, and because the tools themselves serve as teaching models. Hunting techniques survive because they are matters of life and death. Language continues because humans can't not speak. But music is different. It's valuable, but not vital, meaningful, but not mandatory, and so it nearly dies. You try to teach the old songs to children, but without group reinforcement, without regular practice, the teaching doesn't stick. The children learn fragments, corrupted versions, and simplified tunes that bear little resemblance to the originals. It's like watching something dissolve. watching complexity reduced to simplicity, watching art die of neglect. Then something unexpected happens. A period of abundance returns, rains come reliably, food becomes plentiful, your people stop moving constantly, establishing a more permanent settlement. And in the breathing room this creates, music begins to return. It doesn't return all at once or in its original form. A young woman who vaguely remembers hearing groups singing as a small child tries to recreate it with her friends. What they produce is simpler than what was lost, but it's something. A man finds a hollow bone and, half remembering, blows across it to make tones. The sounds aren't as refined as your old bone flute produced, but they're deliberate, intentional and musical. You realise, watching this resurrection, that music wants to exist. Given any opportunity, any stability, any moment when survival isn't consuming all attention, humans will make music. The urge is too strong, too deeply embedded in human nature to be permanently suppressed. But you also understand now how easily it can be interrupted, how close it came to never taking hold at all. If the hardship had lasted longer, if your people had remained scattered and struggling for another generation, music might have disappeared entirely from this population. And since it wasn't inevitable, since it emerged from particular circumstances and particular innovations, its disappearance wouldn't guarantee its reinvention. You came terrifyingly close to losing it forever. The music that re-emerges isn't the same as what was lost. It's simpler in some ways, but it's also changed, incorporating new ideas and patterns. Music doesn't just preserve, it evolves, and each generation adds or removes elements. What you're witnessing is not just the fragility of tradition, but also its flexibility, its capacity for transformation. In your final years, sitting by the fire and watching young people make music that sounds both familiar and strange to your ears, you understand what you've been part of. You've witnessed the birth of something extraordinary, seen it nearly die, and watched it resurrect in altered form. You've learned that music is both inevitable and improbable, both fundamental to human nature and dependent on circumstances that easily might not have occurred. You're very old now, wrapped in furs against the cold, watching your great-grandchildren play. They're making music. There's no other word for it anymore, even though your language still doesn't have that word. They're singing a song that incorporates words, sustained tones, rhythm, and even movement. It's a game about hunting, but it's also unmistakably art. The transformation from those first accidental rhythms to this deliberate structured musical play has taken most of your lifetime. You've seen music develop from random sound-making to purposeful creation, from individual exploration to community practice, and from simple patterns to complex compositions. The music these children make is different from what you once knew. They've developed harmonies you never imagined and rhythm patterns more intricate than anything from your youth. They've invented new instruments, including a remarkable object made by stretching animal hide over a hollow log. When you strike the hide, it produces a deep, resonant boom that carries for astonishing distances. Music has become specialised in ways you didn't anticipate. Certain people have emerged as particularly skilled musicians, and they spend considerable time practicing, developing abilities beyond what most people achieve. There's a young man who can make the bone flute produce sequences of notes so rapid they seem to blur together, creating melodies that cascade like water over rocks. The stories your people tell are now inseparable from music. Nobody would consider telling an important story without musical accompaniment. The music doesn't just enhance the story, it is part of the story, carrying meaning that words alone can't convey. The melody associated with the winter survival story you once told contains the cold, the danger, and the relief within its tones. Music has developed functions you never imagined. There are now songs for almost every activity. Songs for grinding grain that seem to make the tedious work pass more quickly. Songs for walking long distances that help coordinate the group's pace. And songs for soothing babies that work far better than any non-musical approach. There are even songs people sing alone, to themselves, for reasons that seem to be purely about the experience of making sounds. The most profound development is harder to describe. Music has become a way of thinking, not just a way of making sounds. People hum when they're working alone. not to accomplish anything, but just because humming while thinking seems natural now. The rhythms of music have infiltrated speech patterns, making language itself more musical. The way people move has changed too. There's more rhythm in gesture and more consciousness of timing and pattern in physical action. You've noticed that people who grow up with music think differently about time and memory. They're better at remembering sequences, more aware of patterns, and more comfortable with abstraction. Music has changed human cognition in subtle but significant ways. The group's cultural identity has become partly musical. The songs unique to your people, the melodies, rhythms, and harmonies developed over years, are something that defines the group as much as language or appearance or territory. When you encounter people from another group, you can tell immediately that their music is different, that they have their own musical traditions that mark them as distinct. What strikes you most in these final years is how close all of this came to never happening. Music wasn't waiting in the future, inevitable and determined. It emerged from a series of accidents, innovations, and decisions that easily might have gone differently. The hollow bone with a crack might never have been blown across. The gut string might never have been plucked experimentally. The hardship years might have lasted longer, erasing everything before it could take root. And yet here it is. Music, art, the creation of beauty through organised sound. It exists now, woven into human life so thoroughly that future generations will assume it was always there, that it's an inherent part of being human. But you know better. You remember the silence. On quiet evenings, listening to the complex songs being performed by the fire, you sometimes think about all the potential music that never got made because it was too fragile, too dependent on circumstances, or too easily lost. You think about the alternate version of history where humans never quite stumbled onto music, where life remained functional but aesthetically barren. But that's not the history that happened. This is a history of how humans discovered that sound could be shaped, that voices could blend, that rhythm could organise time, and that melody could carry meaning beyond words. A history where music, against all the odds and fragilities, took hold in human consciousness and wouldn't let go. Your great-grandchildren are singing now, their voices rising into the darkening sky. The song they're creating will last maybe 5 minutes, and then it will be gone, surviving only in memory until someone performs it again. But even in its impermanence, even in its fragility, it exists. Music exists. That, you think as you listen, is the miracle. Not that music is eternal or perfect or protected, but simply that it exists at all, that it emerged from silence and survived long enough to become part of what it means to be human. The song continues. The fire burns. The night deepens around you. And the sounds, those carefully organised, intentionally created, thoroughly human sounds, carry on into the darkness, already becoming memory, already preparing to be reborn in tomorrow's voices. You wake before dawn in an Amish farmhouse, and the first thing you notice is what you don't hear. There's no mechanical hum vibrating through the floorboards, no compressor cycling on in the corner of the kitchen, and no ambient electrical buzz that modern life has trained your ears to ignore. Instead, you hear the actual sounds of morning. A rooster clearing his throat in the barn, the settling creak of wood beams cooling from yesterday's warmth, and your own breathing in the darkness. You pad barefoot across wide plank floors that still hold a whisper of coolness from the night. The kitchen reveals itself gradually as your eyes adjust, taking shape not from overhead fluorescence, but from the pale blue suggestion of dawn pressing against the windows. Everything here works on principles that predate Edison's laboratories. The stove runs on propane, its pilot light a tiny constellation in the darkness. The lamps use compressed gas that hisses softly when you turn the valve, and somewhere, deep in the earth beneath your feet, sits a chamber carved from clay and stone where tonight's dinner waits in perpetual twilight. Your hand finds the cool metal handle of what looks like a compact refrigerator, but when you open it, the light that appears isn't electric but chemical. A simple glow produced by the refrigeration process itself. This is a gas-powered refrigerator, a technology that sounds impossible until you remember that cold is simply the absence of heat, and heat can be manipulated in more ways than one. The unit uses ammonia, hydrogen and water in a continuous cycle, creating cold through evaporation and condensation rather than the electrical compression. It's quieter than its electric cousin, just an occasional gurgle as liquids change states, doing their molecular dance. Inside you find glass jars of milk, their cream rising in thick plugs at the top because nobody here homogenizes anything. There's a ceramic crock of butter, firm enough to hold its shape but soft enough to spread easily on fresh bread. A covered dish holds last night's chicken, the fat congealed into savoury jelly around the meat. Everything sits arranged with the precision of someone who understands that cold air sinks and warm air rises, that proper placement matters when your cooling system runs on absorption rather than forced convection. But this gas refrigerator is actually the newest technology in this kitchen, installed perhaps 20 years ago, after considerable debate within the community. The real story of Amish food preservation lies deeper, colder, and considerably older. It's written in the architecture of the land itself, in holes dug into hillsides and stones stacked with purpose. To understand how the Amish keep food cold without electricity, you need to understand that they're not rejecting modern convenience so much as embracing ancient wisdom that never needed improvement in the first place. You grab a sweater from a peg by the door because even in summer, where you're about to go remains locked in permanent October. The path outside leads around the side of the house, past herb gardens still wet with dew, to a door set almost flush with a gentle slope in the yard. This isn't the entrance to a storm shelter or a coal bin. This is where winter lives year-round, where the earth itself becomes a refrigerator, and where gravity and geology conspire to keep things fresh. This is the root cellar, and it's about to teach you things about temperature that no appliance manual ever could. The door opens with a wooden groan, exhaling cool air that smells like minerals and darkness, like the inside of a cave where bears sleep through blizzards. You descend steps carved from packed earth, your hand trailing along a stone wall that feels damp but not wet, cool but not cold, alive in ways that concrete never manages. Each step down brings a perceptible temperature drop, as if you're descending through layers of atmosphere, moving from one microclimate to another. At the bottom, perhaps 12 feet below the surface, you find yourself in a room that shouldn't exist according to everything modern life taught you about food storage. There's no insulation in the contemporary sense, no vapour barriers or thermal breaks. The walls are simply stacked stone, fitted together with the patience of someone who understood that air gaps matter, that every space between rocks serves as a buffer zone. The floor is packed earth, slightly damp, completing a circuit with the walls and ceiling that maintains a remarkably consistent temperature, somewhere between 45 and 55 degrees Fahrenheit. This consistency exists because you're now below the frost line, in the zone where seasonal temperature swings barely register. While the world above bakes or freezes, this chamber remains locked in perpetual autumn. The Earth's own mass acts as a thermal battery, absorbing heat in summer and releasing it in winter, creating a stable environment that your ancestors understood intuitively. They might not have known the thermodynamics, but they knew that potatoes stored here in October would still be firm in March, that apples would keep their crunch until spring mud season, and that the earth was the original refrigerator and required no maintenance plan. The shelves reveal themselves as your eyes adjust to the dim light filtering down the stairway. Wooden boards rest on stone supports, each shelf strategically positioned according to principles of temperature stratification. The lowest shelves, where the coldest air pools, hold root vegetables that tolerate near-freezing conditions, carrots packed in sand, beets nestled in sawdust, and turnips wrapped in newspaper. These storage methods aren't quaint affectations but practical solutions to moisture management. The sand and sawdust prevent the vegetables from touching each other, while maintaining ideal humidity, stopping both desiccation and rot. Middle shelves hold glass jars of preserved goods, pickles floating in cloudy brine, applesauce the colour of sunset, and green beans packed with dill heads that look like tiny fireworks frozen mid-explosion. These jars represent summer captured and held hostage, prevented from spoiling by carefully calibrated acidity and the absence of air. Canning is its own form of cold storage when you think about it, creating an environment so hostile to bacteria that food remains suspended in time, waiting patiently to be remembered and consumed months after its harvest. The highest shelves, where temperatures climb closer to 60 degrees, hold items that prefer less aggressive cooling. Winter squash with their thick skins that protect sweet orange flesh, onions braided together like rope, and garlic bulbs that fill the air with their pungent promise. Up here near the ceiling, the air moves slightly, stirred by convection currents that flow down the stairs, across the floor, and back up again in an endless loop. This circulation isn't designed so much as allowed, the natural consequence of opening a cool chamber to warmer air above. But what makes this root cellar remarkable isn't just its function, but also its redundancy and its passive nature. Nothing needs to be plugged in or turned on. No compressor will fail at midnight during a heat wave. No power outage will leave you mourning your lost groceries. The root cellar simply exists, doing what it's done for centuries, asking nothing but occasional attention and respect for its principles. It's the ultimate set-it-and-forget-it appliance, installed by previous generations and maintained by the simple act of closing the door when you're finished retrieving your turnips. The root cellar solves the problem of modest cooling, but what about actual freezing? What happens when you need ice rather than just coolness, when preservation requires temperatures that make frost feathers across surfaces? For that, you need to travel backward in time to winter itself, or more specifically, to the moment when winter was something you could harvest and store, when frozen water became currency and a planning tool. Walk with me now to the ice house, that peculiar structure that sits 100 yards from the main house, built into the north side of a hill where sunshine fears to tread even in summer. This building looks like an oversized shed from the outside, but its construction reveals obsessive attention to insulation. Double walls create a 6-inch gap filled with sawdust that's been packed tight as insulation. The roof sports 2 layers with an air gap between them, and the door fits into its frame like a watchmaker's masterpiece, with wool weather stripping that keeps warm air out more effectively than any modern refrigerator seal. Inside, even in July, the temperature hovers just above freezing. The air carries a mineralized coldness that makes your breath visible, that tightens the skin on your arms and raises every hair in salute. Stacked from floor to ceiling, separated by layers of straw, sit blocks of ice harvested 5 months ago when the pond was a solid sheet and the world was frozen solid. These blocks, each roughly 2 feet square and 18 inches thick, represent a winter's day of communal labour, of men and horses and saws working in concert to capture cold for future use. The ice harvest was a January ritual, timed precisely for that window after the pond had frozen at least 12 inches thick, but before snow accumulated heavily enough to insulate the ice and slow its thickening. You would have seen the entire community gather on a Saturday morning when breath-frosted beards and children stamped their feet against cold that penetrated boot leather. Someone would have scored the ice with a horse-drawn plough fitted with metal teeth, creating a grid of lines that marked where blocks should be cut. Then the sawing would begin, men working in pairs with long 2-handled saws that sang through ice, with a distinctive grinding shriek. Each block, once freed from its brothers, would be guided towards shore using pike poles, then hoisted onto a wooden slide where it would be loaded onto a wagon and transported to the ice house. The loading required choreography worthy of a ballet company. Too much haste and blocks would crack. Too much delay and they'd begin freezing together. Too little sawdust between layers and they'd fuse into one massive unusable block over the months. The work generated a peculiar warmth, despite sub-freezing temperatures, the kind of heat that comes from exertion rather than environment. So men would shed coats and work in shirt sleeves, while their breath created private weather systems around their heads. The physics of icehouse storage are brutally simple but deceptively effective. Ice wants to melt, but melting requires heat energy. The sawdust insulation slows heat transfer to a crawl, and the blocks themselves create their own cooling zone that resists warming. As outer layers slowly melt over months, they refreeze slightly each night, creating a self-sealing barrier. Meltwater drains away through the floor into a carefully engineered runoff system, preventing the remaining ice from sitting in water that would accelerate melting. By late summer, you might have lost 40% of your harvest to melting, but 60% of a January crop still means frozen storage capacity through September. This ice serves multiple purposes beyond just chilling food. Cream destined to become ice cream gets packed in wooden buckets surrounded by ice and rock salt, the salt lowering the freezing point and creating temperatures below 32 degrees. Meat can be kept for days rather than hours when buried in ice, and butter stays firm even when the thermometer pushes 90 degrees outside. The ice house essentially extends winter on demand, letting you summon cold whenever necessary, proof that you can indeed save the weather for later if you plan ahead. But perhaps the most elegant solution to food preservation sits where water emerges from the earth itself, in structures built around springs that flow year-round with water that never varies more than a few degrees from its constant 54-degree temperature. The springhouse combines running water with careful architecture to create a cooling system that operates continuously without any input beyond gravity and geology. Picture a small stone building, maybe 10 feet by 12, built directly over a natural spring. The water emerges from the ground inside the structure, flows through a shallow channel carved from stone, and exits through an opening in the wall downhill. The building's walls are thick stone, 2 feet or more, and the roof is heavily insulated with sod or slate. Small windows near the roof line allow air circulation but prevent direct sunlight from entering. The door faces north and is typically double-layered with an air gap between, creating an airlock that maintains the cool interior temperature. Inside, the spring channel dominates the floor plan. This isn't a stream you'd step across casually. It's maybe 2 feet wide and 8 inches deep, flowing with gentle insistence. The water stays crystal clear because spring water emerges filtered through layers of sand and rock, stripped of sediment and organic material. More importantly, it stays cold, drawing its temperature from the aquifer 50 or 100 feet below, where seasonal variations never penetrate. Along both sides of the channel sit stone platforms where crocks and jars are placed. Milk crocks, still warm from the morning milking, are set directly into the water, which immediately begins stealing their heat. The flowing water carries that heat away downstream, preventing any temperature build-up that would occur in still water. Within an hour, milk that left the cow at 98 degrees has dropped to 60 degrees, extending its freshness from hours to days. By evening, it's down to the spring's ambient temperature, cold enough that cream rises slowly and bacterial reproduction slows to a crawl. Buttercrocks sit on the slightly higher platforms, not in the water but close enough that evaporative cooling from the stream creates a microclimate 10 degrees cooler than the surrounding air. Eggs rest in wire baskets that hang in the water flow, kept cool but not cold, preserved in that sweet spot where they'll last weeks instead of days. Covered dishes containing leftovers line the shelves above the water, benefiting from the general coolness without getting damp. The springhouse operates on principles that modern refrigeration engineers would recognise but execute with mechanical complexity. Cool air, being denser than warm air, flows downward and pulls in the lowest spaces. The spring water continuously generates cool air as it flows, and that air stays low, trapped by the building's design. Warm air enters through the high windows and exits the same way, prevented from descending by the cold air cushion below. This creates stratification, with the coldest zone right at water level where the milk crocks sit, slightly warmer zones at shelf height, and the warmest air near the ceiling where nothing perishable is stored. What makes the springhouse remarkable is its responsiveness to external conditions. On hot summer days when you need cooling most, people visit the springhouse more frequently, opening the door and disturbing the temperature stratification. But each opening also introduces warm air that the spring water immediately begins cooling, and the increased air circulation actually improves the system's efficiency. In winter, when cooling is less critical, the springhouse sees less traffic, and the building's thermal mass prevents the interior from freezing even when January drives temperatures below zero outside. The water that flows out of the spring house doesn't go to waste. Downstream, it might water livestock or irrigate a garden. Its work is never done despite having already served as refrigerant. This multiple-use philosophy pervades Amish food preservation. Nothing exists for a single purpose when it can serve several, and energy, whether human, animal or natural, is always asked to pull double duty whenever possible. Back in the kitchen, that gas refrigerator deserves a closer look because it represents a fascinating compromise between modern convenience and traditional principles. Approved by most Amish communities because it doesn't connect to the electrical grid, the gas refrigerator operates on principles that would seem like magic if they weren't just clever chemistry. The absorption refrigeration cycle sounds complicated but follows a beautiful logic. Inside the sealed system, ammonia dissolves in water to create a solution that gets heated by a small gas flame, no bigger than what you'd see on a water heater pilot light. This heating separates the ammonia from the water, and the gaseous ammonia rises to a condenser at the top of the unit, where it cools back into liquid, releasing heat in the process. That liquid ammonia then flows to an evaporator coil inside the refrigerator compartment, where it meets hydrogen gas in a low-pressure environment. Here's where it gets interesting. The hydrogen doesn't participate in cooling directly, but lowers the partial pressure of the ammonia, which allows the ammonia to evaporate at low temperatures. This evaporation absorbs heat from inside the refrigerator, which is just a fancy way of saying it creates cold. The ammonia gas then flows to an absorber where it meets water again, dissolves back into solution, and the cycle continues indefinitely as long as that tiny flame keeps burning. The beauty of this system is its lack of moving parts. No compressor cycling on and off, no fan motors pushing air around, and no electronic controls deciding when to defrost. The refrigerator runs continuously at its own pace, creating cold through heat in a paradox that nonetheless works perfectly well. The only maintenance it requires is occasional cleaning of the burner and a yearly check to ensure the flue isn't blocked. Otherwise, it simply operates year after year, consuming a gallon of propane every week or two, depending on ambient temperature and how often the door opens. The interior looks familiar to anyone who's opened a refrigerator. Shelves and door storage, a small freezer compartment, and crisper drawers for vegetables. But the cooling isn't uniform like in an electric model. The freezer sits at the top where the evaporator coil runs coldest, and temperature increases gradually toward the bottom. This means you need to store things strategically, milk on the top shelf where it stays coldest, vegetables in the bottom drawers where they won't freeze, and leftovers in the middle zones according to their sensitivity to temperature. This temperature gradient isn't a flaw but a feature if you understand it. Different foods have different optimal storage temperatures, and a single temperature environment is actually a compromise that suits nothing perfectly. Eggs keep best around 45 degrees, just barely cool enough to slow bacteria, but not so cold that flavours mute. Milk wants 38 degrees, cold enough to suppress spoilage, but not so cold it freezes. Leafy greens prefer 32 degrees with high humidity, while root vegetables like it slightly warmer and drier. The gas refrigerator's natural temperature stratification lets you find the right zone for each food if you understand the map. Most Amish families who use gas refrigerators treat them as supplements to their traditional storage methods rather than replacements. The refrigerator handles daily use items and foods that don't store well in root cellars or spring houses. Fresh milk, butter, eggs, leftovers, and produce that's been cut or prepared. Meanwhile, the bulk storage of preserved goods, root vegetables, and seasonal harvests still happens in those older, passive systems that don't require fuel or maintenance. This layered approach to food storage demonstrates a principle worth noting. Sometimes the best technology is several technologies working together, each handling what it does best. On an August afternoon when the garden reaches its productive zenith, the kitchen transforms into something between a laboratory and a factory, a space dedicated to the ancient art of making food, immortal through heat, acid, and sealed glass. canning day has arrived. That marathon session where bushels of tomatoes or beans or peaches get processed into shelf-stable jars that will feed the family when snow covers the garden. The process begins with washing, so much washing that your hands prune, and the sink overflows with discarded stems and leaves. Tomatoes pile in bowls, their skins taut and glossy, still warm from the garden where they were picked at dawn. The variety matters here. Paste tomatoes with their thick walls and minimal seeds, bred specifically for canning because they break down into the perfect consistency for sauce. Slicing tomatoes with their juicy interiors wouldn't work as well, creating too much liquid and not enough body. The stove holds multiple pots in various stages of the process. One large pot sterilises jars in boiling water, keeping them hot until the moment they're filled so the glass won't crack from thermal shock. Another pot contains the actual food being canned, tomatoes cooking down with a bit of salt and maybe a leaf of basil, their skins slipping off in the heat to be scooped away and added to the compost bucket. A third pot holds the jar lids in hot water, softening the rubber sealing compound that will create an airtight bond when everything cools. The filling requires steady hands and attention to detail. Each jar gets packed full, leaving only a 1/4 inch of headspace at the top. Too much space and bacteria might survive in the air pocket, too little, and the jar might not seal properly as its contents expand during processing. A clean towel wipes each rim because even a tiny smear of food can prevent a proper seal. The lids go on firmly, but not obsessively tight, just enough to hold them in place while allowing air to escape during processing. Then comes the water bath, assuming these are high-acid foods like tomatoes or pickles. The jars go into a huge pot with a rack on the bottom to prevent direct contact with heat. Water must cover the jars by at least an inch, and then the whole assembly gets brought to a boil and maintained there for however long the recipe specifies, maybe 25 minutes for quart jars of tomatoes, 45 minutes for larger jars, or longer if you're at an altitude where water boils at lower temperatures. During processing, pressure inside the jars builds as contents heat and expand, forcing air out past the lids. When you remove the jars and they begin cooling, that pressure drops as contents contract, but now the lids are seated tightly against the rim. The resulting vacuum sucks the lid down with enough force that you hear it seal, a distinctive ping or pop that signals success. A sealed jar can sit on a shelf for a year or more, its contents protected from air and bacteria by nothing more than heat treatment and the absence of oxygen. Low-acid foods like green beans or corn require more aggressive processing because they can harbour botulism spores that survive boiling temperatures. For these, you need a pressure canner, a specialised pot that can raise internal temperatures to 240 degrees by trapping steam and building pressure. The pressure canner sits on the stove like a small bomb, its gauge requiring constant monitoring to maintain precisely the right pressure. Too little, and the food won't reach sterilisation temperature. Too much, and you risk either a failed seal, or in extreme cases an explosion of glass and vegetables across your kitchen. The canning pantry fills gradually over summer and fall, jars accumulating like library books until shelves groan under the weight. There's a satisfaction in looking at those preserved goods, knowing that February's dinner is already prepared and waiting, that the garden's bounty wasn't lost to the compost heap but captured at peak ripeness. Each jar represents not just food but time and labour, a choice to prepare for seasons ahead, to value self-sufficiency over convenience. Canning predates refrigeration by centuries and remains viable precisely because it doesn't depend on continuous energy input. Once processed and sealed, jars need nothing but a cool, dark storage space. No electricity means no power bills and no risk of spoilage from mechanical failure. The only enemy is time itself, which gradually degrades quality even in sealed jars, but properly canned goods remain safe for years, even if their peak flavour might fade after the first year. The architecture of an Amish home reveals cooling strategies built into the structure itself, passive designs that work with climate rather than against it. These aren't afterthoughts, but fundamental principles that shape how the building meets the world, creating comfortable interior temperatures through positioning, materials, and airflow management. Start with orientation. The long axis of the house runs east-west, presenting a narrow face to the summer sun's path. This minimises solar gain during the hottest part of the day, when the sun tracks high across the southern sky. Large windows face north and south rather than east and west, allowing light without the harsh direct sun that would heat interior spaces. The south-facing windows get shaded by deep overhangs, calibrated to let in winter sun when it tracks low, but block summer sun when it climbs high. This passive solar design costs nothing to operate and never requires maintenance beyond cleaning windows occasionally. The walls themselves are thick, often 18 inches or more, combining traditional framing with substantial insulation. This thermal mass slows heat transfer in both directions, keeping cool interior air from escaping on hot days and preventing outside heat from penetrating easily. The materials matter too. Plaster over lath creates a denser, more massive interior surface than modern drywall, and that mass stores coolness from night air and releases it gradually through the day. You can feel this effect if you visit at mid-afternoon, when outside temperatures push 90 degrees, but interior walls remain cool to the touch, still holding on to the memory of dawn. Windows open in strategic pairs to create cross-ventilation that pulls air through the house. A window near the floor on the north side admits cool air that sinks naturally, while a window near the ceiling on the south side exhausts warm air that rises. This isn't random chance but deliberate design, creating a convective current that continuously refreshes interior air without fans or blowers. On summer nights, every window in the house might open, allowing cool evening air to flush out the day's accumulated heat. By morning, the house interior sits 10 or 15 degrees cooler than it will be by evening, and closing windows before the day heats up traps that coolness inside. The basement provides additional cooling through its contact with stable subsurface temperatures. In traditional design, the kitchen often included a summer kitchen in the basement, where cooking could happen without heating the main living spaces. Bread could be baked, meals prepared, and preserves processed in a space that never exceeded 70 degrees, even when the thermometer outside climbed past 90. This vertical separation of function based on temperature is brilliant in its simplicity. Hot activities happen where natural coolness exists, and living spaces stay comfortable. Porches wrap around multiple sides of the house, creating shaded buffer zones that prevent direct sun from hitting walls and windows. These porches serve as outdoor rooms where much of summer life happens, providing comfortable spaces without requiring the main house to accommodate gatherings during heat. The porch roof, typically 6 to 8 feet deep, casts shadows that move with the sun, keeping walls cool during the hottest hours. Come evening, families gather on these porches to catch breezes and escape residual heat from cooking, talking until darkness brings mosquitoes and sends everyone inside to beds positioned near open windows. The attic plays a crucial role in the thermal system despite being the hottest space in the house. Good attic ventilation, typically gable vents at each end combined with soffit vents under the eaves, allows hot air to escape rather than radiating down through ceilings into living spaces. Some homes include whole-house fans in the ceiling of the top-floor hallway, human-powered fans with pulleys that can be operated to exhaust attic heat and pull cool air up from the basement. This creates a chimney effect, moving air through the entire house in a cleansing circulation that requires no electricity, just someone willing to pull a rope for a few minutes. Paint colours contribute too, though the Amish typically avoid bright colours for cultural reasons rather than thermal management. White or light-coloured exteriors reflect solar radiation instead of absorbing it, keeping surface temperatures lower than dark colours would. Metal roofs, common on Amish buildings, reflect considerable heat and shed it quickly once the sun drops, unlike asphalt shingles that store heat and radiate it for hours after sunset. Understanding Amish food preservation means recognising that their entire approach follows seasonal rhythms rather than fighting them. The calendar dictates what's available and what needs preserving, creating a yearly cycle where each season's work prepares for the next. Spring arrives with a paradox. The root cellar is getting low just as fresh food becomes available again. Those potatoes planted last April and stored in October are sprouting eyes by March, and though they're still edible, they're past their prime. But spring brings early greens, lettuce, spinach, and radishes that need no preservation because they'll be eaten within days of harvest. Spring also means baby animals, which means fresh milk is suddenly abundant after winter's reduced production. This milk becomes butter and cheese, preserved dairy products that extend freshness from days to months. Summer is preservation's busy season, a marathon of activity when the garden explodes with productivity. June brings strawberries that must be jammed or frozen quickly because they spoil within days. July means cucumbers turning into pickles, a transformation that happens in crocks on the kitchen counter, as salt and thyme convert fresh vegetables into tangy preserved ones. August is tomato season, requiring all-day canning sessions that leave you smelling like a pizza kitchen, but yielding dozens of jars that will make winter pasta sauce possible. September brings the apple harvest. Some varieties are for immediate eating, while others are specifically grown for storage because their thick skins and dense flesh let them last until spring in the root cellar. Each preservation method gets matched to the food's characteristics. Watery vegetables like cucumbers and green beans are better than they freeze because their texture would be destroyed by ice crystals. Berries freeze beautifully but make terrible canned goods because the processing turns them to mush. Apples can be dried into leathery rings that store indefinitely, but pears become grainy when dried and work better canned or fresh. Learning these matches takes years of experience and generations of accumulated knowledge about which techniques work with which foods. Fall is the storing season when the root cellar receives its winter stock. Potatoes get dug after the first light frost kills the vines, but before hard freezes damage the tubers. They're left to dry in the field for a few hours so dirt falls away easily, then stored in wooden boxes where air can circulate. Carrots, beets, turnips, and parsnips can stay in the ground until needed. Soil is the perfect storage medium, but many get dug and stored to avoid having to harvest in snow. Winter squash get cured for 2 weeks at warm temperatures to harden their skins before moving to cool storage, where they'll last through March. Winter means living off stored goods and understanding scarcity in ways that modern life has forgotten. By February, the food available is what you planned for months earlier. If you didn't can enough tomatoes or pickles, well, you don't eat them until summer returns. This isn't hardship, but reality, a natural consequence of seasonal eating that creates anticipation. The first strawberry of June tastes better when you haven't eaten one since the previous June. Fresh corn in August feels special when you've been eating dried beans all winter. This seasonal rhythm creates a different relationship with food than what supermarkets offer. You can't eat whatever you want whenever you want it, but you also experience food at its peak, right after harvest when flavours are most intense. Modern preservation techniques like canning and freezing are improvements on older methods, but they're still improvements within a seasonal framework rather than attempts to eliminate seasons entirely. The Amish accept that tomatoes have a season, that fresh milk production drops in winter, and that some foods simply aren't available year-round without heroic efforts they choose not to make. The rhythm also creates anticipation and variety. Just when you're tired of winter squash, spring greens arrive. Just when you're overwhelmed by summer tomatoes, they stop producing, and fall apples begin. This variety comes not from importing foods from different climates, but from accepting what each season offers. It's a less monotonous diet than eating the same globally sourced foods year-round, even if it's less immediately convenient. Preserving food without electricity requires knowledge that must be preserved just as carefully as the food itself. This knowledge passes through generations, not through written instructions, but through experience, through watching and doing, and through the accumulated wisdom of success and failure over decades. A young woman learns canning from her mother, starting with simple recipes like applesauce that forgive minor errors, and graduating to more complex preserves that require precise timing and temperature control. She learns that you can tell when jelly is done by how it sheets off a spoon, that the temperature of the boiling mixture matters but the visual cues matter more, and that recipes are guidelines, but experience is the real teacher. These lessons can't be reduced to written instructions because so much depends on variables that change. The pectin content of your particular apples, the humidity on canning day, and the exact heat distribution in your particular stove. A young man learns rice harvesting from his father and uncles, discovering through cold hands and aching back how to saw blocks that are uniform enough to stack efficiently, but not so perfect that the effort wastes time. He learns that ice quality matters. Clear ice from the centre of the pond stores better than cloudy ice from near shore, that rushing the harvest because a warm spell threatens can result in blocks too thin to last through summer, and that the sawdust used for insulation needs to be dry, or it will compress and lose its insulating value. The knowledge includes understanding failure modes, how to recognise when a jar hasn't sealed properly and needs reprocessing, what spoiled food smells like before you've actually opened the jar and exposed yourself to danger, how to tell if a potato in the root cellar has started rotting and needs removing before it spreads to its neighbours. These negative lessons are as important as positive ones, because food preservation, when it fails, can create food poisoning that kills. Some knowledge is empirical rather than theoretical. Nobody needs to know that botulism spores can survive boiling temperatures, but die at 240 degrees. They just need to know that low-acid foods require pressure canning rather than water bath canning. Nobody needs to understand evaporative cooling thermodynamics to use a spring house effectively. They just need to know that milk crocks go in the water and butter crocks go above it. The theory is interesting, but the practice is what keeps food safe and family fed. This knowledge also includes seasonal timing that's specific to local climate. When to plant potatoes so they mature before the first frost, but late enough that they're not sitting in soil during the hottest part of summer. When various apple varieties ripen, and which ones store well versus which ones should be eaten fresh. When to expect the spring to run coldest, usually April when snowmelt still drains underground, versus when it warms slightly, late summer when the aquifer has been warmed by months of precipitation. These micro-local details matter enormously, but aren't written in books. They're learned through years of observation and passed through conversation. The knowledge system also includes community wisdom about what works and what doesn't. If someone experiments with a new preservation technique and it works brilliantly, that information spreads through social networks. Similarly, if someone tries something that fails spectacularly, that becomes community knowledge too. This collective learning speeds adaptation and prevents repeated mistakes. It's a form of cultural evolution where successful techniques persist, and unsuccessful ones get abandoned, or without any formal research program or extension service guidance. Interestingly, modern technology hasn't completely eliminated this traditional knowledge even among the Amish. Gas refrigerators still benefit from traditional placement strategies. Don't put them near heat sources, and do allow air circulation around the cooling coils. Root cellars still need periodic checking for rot and proper humidity management. Spring houses still require maintenance of water channels and structural integrity. The technology may have improved in some areas, but the underlying principles remain constant, and understanding those principles matters more than understanding the specific tools. As you stand here in this Amish kitchen, dawn now fully arrived and the world waking around you, you might wonder what lessons translate from this life to your own. You're probably not going to dig a root cellar or harvest ice from a pond, but the principles underlying these practices aren't strictly about technology. They're about understanding systems, planning ahead, and accepting limits. The most obvious lesson is redundancy. The Amish don't depend on a single preservation method, but layer multiple approaches. Root cellars for bulk storage, spring houses for daily use items, ice houses for actual freezing, canning for long-term shelf-stable goods, and gas refrigerators for convenience. If one system fails, others continue working. Compare this to modern dependence on electric refrigeration, where a power outage or mechanical failure means potentially losing everything perishable. The Amish approach, while more labour-intensive, is also more resilient against individual failures. Another lesson is the value of passive systems. Root cellars and spring houses require no ongoing energy input. Once built, they function indefinitely without fuel or electricity, maintained only by occasional cleaning and structural repairs. Modern life tends toward active systems that solve problems through continuous energy application, air conditioning, refrigeration, and heating, all of which stop working the moment power fails. Passive systems continue functioning regardless of external circumstances, providing a baseline of performance that isn't dependent on supply chains or infrastructure. The seasonal eating pattern enforced by traditional preservation methods also offers lessons. Modern supermarkets provide year-round access to produce regardless of season, which seems like pure gain until you consider the costs. Energy for transportation and storage, loss of flavour from early harvesting to survive shipping, and disconnection from local growing patterns. Eating seasonally doesn't require going full Amish, but it can mean prioritising local foods during their peak season, preserving some of that bounty for off-season use, and accepting that some foods are seasonal treats rather than everyday staples. The knowledge preservation aspect raises questions about skill maintenance in an automated world. As convenience technologies handle more tasks, the knowledge of how to do things manually atrophies. You might not need to know how to can tomatoes until the day you want to preserve your garden harvest, and by then you've lost access to the grandmother who could have taught you. The Amish maintain these skills through continuous practice, but that practice only happens because their lifestyle requires it. For the rest of us, maintaining traditional skills means making deliberate choices to learn and practice them despite not needing them for survival. The community aspect of traditional preservation also translates beyond the Amish context. Ice harvesting and large-scale canning aren't solo activities, but community events that build social bonds while accomplishing work. Modern life's convenience often comes with isolation. You can feed yourself entirely without ever interacting with neighbours or sharing labour. There's nothing wrong with convenience, but recognising what's lost might inspire finding other ways to build community connections. The architectural lessons about passive cooling apply directly to modern construction. Houses can be oriented to minimise solar gain, designed for cross-ventilation and built with thermal mass that moderates temperature swings. These principles work regardless of whether you have air conditioning. They simply make climate control easier and less energy intensive. Modern building codes often ignore these traditional principles in favour of mechanical systems, but there's no reason you can't have both. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about accepting constraints. The Amish choose limits that might seem arbitrary from outside. No electricity, no cars, no internet. But within those constraints they've developed sophisticated solutions to practical problems. Modern life tends toward eliminating constraints through technology, assuming that more options and greater convenience are always improvements. The Amish example suggests that sometimes constraints force creativity and build resilience in ways that unlimited options don't. You'll notice that none of this is actually about refrigeration. Food preservation is the visible practice, but the underlying patterns are about living deliberately, planning ahead, maintaining skills, building community, and understanding systems. These principles apply whether you're storing potatoes in a root cellar or organising your life in a city apartment. The specific techniques might not transfer, but the mindset does. Before we finish, let's sit with one uncomfortable thought. Modern refrigeration, for all its convenience, is fragile. Your refrigerator depends on electricity flowing reliably, on supply chains delivering replacement parts, and on repair technicians understanding complex systems. When hurricanes knock out power or ice storms down transmission lines, the weakness becomes obvious. Food spoils, freezers thaw, and suddenly those old preservation methods don't seem quite so quaint. The Amish approach to food preservation is resilient precisely because it doesn't depend on infrastructure that can fail. Earth doesn't stop being cool underground. Springs don't stop flowing. Ice, once harvested, stays frozen if properly stored. Canned goods remain safe on shelves. The techniques are decentralised. Each household maintains its own systems rather than depending on electrical grids that serve thousands. This decentralisation means that problems can be local rather than catastrophic. Consider what happens when your refrigerator breaks. You call a repair service, wait days or weeks for parts, possibly lose food if the timing is bad, and pay several $100s for the fix. When an Amish root cellar has a problem, maybe a door seal fails or drainage backs up, the fix involves basic carpentry or simple excavation, skills that household members already possess. The repair cost is measured in hours of labour rather than specialty parts shipped from distant factories. This resilience also applies to economic disruption. If energy costs spike dramatically, modern refrigeration becomes expensive to operate. If your income drops and you can't afford the electricity bill, that expensive refrigerator becomes a non-functional box. Traditional methods have minimal ongoing costs, no power bills, no maintenance contracts, just occasional labour that you provide yourself. In economic terms, they're capital expenses rather than operating expenses, and once the initial investment is made, the ongoing burden nearly disappears. The knowledge required for traditional preservation is also more resilient than dependence on specialists. When you know how to can vegetables or manage a root cellar, you're not dependent on experts being available and affordable. The knowledge can be shared freely without patent concerns or proprietary restrictions. It can be practiced at a small scale without requiring industrial infrastructure. This makes it remarkably democratic, available to anyone willing to invest the time to learn and the labour to execute. There's also resilience in the simplicity of the systems. A root cellar has fewer points of failure than a modern refrigerator. There's no compressor to burn out, no electronic controls to malfunction, and no refrigerant to leak. The worst that typically happens is you need to restack some stone or repair a door. Compare this to modern appliances, where a failed circuit board might mean replacing the entire unit, because repairs cost more than replacement. This isn't an argument that everyone should abandon modern refrigeration and dig root cellars in their backyards. Modern life has different requirements and constraints than Amish life, and trying to copy their methods exactly would be impractical for most people. But understanding that alternatives exist, that there are multiple ways to solve food preservation problems, provides a kind of mental resilience even if you never act on it. Knowing you could, if necessary, preserve food without electricity makes you less dependent and more confident, even if you never actually need to do it. The kitchen has warmed as morning progressed, and the sounds of the day have fully arrived. Chickens complaining in their run, horses shifting in their stalls, and distant voices of family members starting their work. You've witnessed an alternative to modern food preservation, not better or worse, but different, optimised for different values and constraints. The Amish keep food cold without electricity through a combination of old techniques and careful adaptation. Root cellars that use Earth's stable temperature, spring houses that harness flowing water, ice houses that store winter for summer use, gas refrigerators that avoid electrical grids, canning that makes food shelf-stable, and architectural design that keeps living spaces cool. None of these techniques are particularly complex, but their effective use requires knowledge, planning, and labour that modern life has largely automated away. What makes these methods remarkable isn't their quaintness, but their resilience and sustainability. They work independently of infrastructure that can fail. They require minimal ongoing energy input, and they can be maintained with basic skills rather than specialised expertise. In an era increasingly concerned with grid reliability, energy costs, and environmental impact, there's something quietly revolutionary about systems that simply work year after year, asking nothing but attention and respect. As you prepare to leave this kitchen and return to your electrically powered life, you carry new knowledge about cold, that it can be harvested from winter and stored for summer, that Earth itself is a refrigerator if you dig deep enough, that flowing water continuously creates coolness, and that food can be preserved in dozens of ways that don't require continuous energy input. Whether you ever use this knowledge practically or simply hold it as interesting background information, you now understand that the particular solutions modern life chose aren't the only possible solutions, and sometimes the old ways persist because they work remarkably well. The Amish aren't preserving these techniques out of nostalgia or stubbornness, but because they've chosen a different set of trade-offs, valuing self-sufficiency, community, and independence, from infrastructure over convenience and ease. Their choices aren't available or desirable for everyone, but they demonstrate that alternatives exist, that technology isn't a one-way ratchet where newer is always better, and that sometimes the most sophisticated solution is the one that works reliably with minimal fuss for centuries. So tonight, when you open your electric refrigerator and cool air washes over your face, maybe you'll think about the root cellar dug into a hillside, the spring running cold through a stone building, the ice blocks cut from frozen ponds, and the gas refrigerator quietly absorbing heat through chemistry. And maybe you'll appreciate that we live in a time when we can choose between many solutions to the same problem, when both ancient wisdom and modern convenience are available, and when you can harvest cold from the earth or summon it at the touch of a button. Both work, both have their place, and knowing both exist makes you richer than knowing only one. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere tonight, food stays fresh in the earth's embrace, cooled by stone and water and ice, preserved by methods that predate our grandparents' grandparents, quietly working as they have for centuries, asking nothing but what the land freely provides.